Hey guys! This is part 2 of What If Naruto Was Raised by Team Minato. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 7: The Tense Calm. The land of water in the countryside of the main island. 7 years and 4 months following the day of pain. 8 months till the planned attack. The country had been torn apart by the civil war between the forces of the Third Mizukage and the various factions that had formed in rebellion to his increasingly tyrannical regime ever since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. 3 men walked down a road to a small village that was a day and a half away from the main island foothold used by one of the larger factions rebelling against the Third Mizukage, of which they were members of. Each carried a unique sword on their backs. A long thin sword attached to wire, the Nuabari long sword, the sewing needle. He was Courier Kushimaru, the sewing spider. A hammer attached to an axe by a chain, the Kabutawari blunt sword, the helmet splitter. He was Akabino Jinin, the skull crusher. A large broad sword that held a notch big enough for a head and neck to be put through at the center of the sword above the handle, the Kubikuribocho broadsword, the executioner's sword. He was Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. The reason they were traveling this way was due to word that one of the information sellers who had begun selling intel, a strange and eccentric man, but he had never told them wrong, had given them that 2 of the 7 swords had been spotted on a pair of shinobi that were heading towards this village, leading a large army of Mizukage loyalists. The descriptions given matched the Shibuki blast sword, otherwise known as the splatter, and the Kiba blades, otherwise known as the lightning fangs. The wielder of the Shibuki before the Civil War had exploded, Munashi Jinpachi, had a reputation for being a bloodthirsty bastard. It came as no surprise that he chose to ally with the side that was devoted to maintaining the blood mist reputation that had been built for Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mists. However, the wielder for the Kiba blades before the Civil War got going was Ringo Amiri, and she had joined up with the same rebel faction as her fellow rebelling swordsmen. And with over half of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist united in the rebellion against the Third Mizukage, the people began to question whether or not it was right to keep him in power. But then Amiri had disappeared earlier in the year on a mission, and no sign of what happened to her was found. However, the information seller told of a grim rumor that he had heard of what was occurring in Kirigakure. Rumors that a new swordsman had been named by the old bastard, one who wielded the Kiba blades. The info seller claimed that rumors identified the man as Kurosaki Raiga, and that name put a bad taste in Zabuza's mouth. Zabuza made no attempt to hide the fact that he liked fighting and killing. If you wanted to keep being a ninja long term and not let the job wear you down, then you had to learn to enjoy the parts that would be routine. Kushimaru and Jinin were the same way. But everyone from Kiri knew Raiga didn't enjoy killing. No, he enjoyed making dead bodies and then giving them funerals. And if he did enjoy killing, then it took second place to his love for funerals. However, what really drove them sick was the whispers that Amuri's body was hung out in a public square to be desecrated. If there was proof that there was a definitive force for evil in the world and that its will drove monstrous individuals to do their sick work, then Raiga was one of them, as well as whoever allowed that to happen to their comrade. But with Raiga and the Kiba blades on their side, it meant that the power balance between the rebellion and the Third Mizukage loyalists had been put into balance, with Jinpachi and the Shibuki as well as Kisame and the Samahata Great Sword. No one knew what Hozuki Mangetsu was up to. Everyone had assumed that he decided that he wasn't getting involved in the war, and went into hiding with his brother and apprentice, and took the Hiramiki twin sword with him. If it was true, then it was a smart idea in theory. So long as whoever came to power after the war, be it a 4th Mizukage taking power or the 3rd keeping it, was willing to forgive the Hozuki deciding to protect what he had by not getting involved. Mangetsu never was big on being a coward, but no one wants to go down in history as the fearless idiot whose idiocy resulted in the extinction of their clan. If he was taking that into account for whatever decision he made, which was plausible considering that he and his little brother Sujetsu were the last of the liquefying Hozuki clan, then Mangetsu taking himself and his little brother into hiding made sense. Over time, as they were walking, it came to be that the only sound to be heard was the men thinking. Even Jinin had stopped telling his war story, realizing that something was wrong but couldn't quite place his finger on it. Eventually Kushimaru spoke up. "I'm guessing both of you have noticed it by now." Jinin spoke then. "Yeah, I noticed that we haven't seen any wild animals for some time now. And in an area like this, that is definitely unusual. Zabuza spoke next. Well, I noticed the same, but I didn't speak up because I noticed some birds flying overhead. Took me a while to notice that they're vultures, crows, and other scavengers circling. Kushimaru nodded. I suggest we pick up the pace. If there was a massacre, then there might be evidence to who did it, and they might have missed some. All three men began running. It was minutes later that they arrived in the village. Or, more precisely, the smoldering and destroyed remains of it. Zabuza looked around. Blast marks were everywhere along with decaying gore from what he assumed was the bodies destroyed by the explosions that caused the marks. Jinin was barely containing his rage. Damn it! Those animals! They didn't even have basic decency! Zabuza looked over to where Jinin was fuming and found what he was raging over, the corpses of children who had their throats slashed among other injuries. Zabuza spoke up. We already know who led this, it was Jinpachi. Blast marks from explosives are all over the place and match up with his style. We know he was here at least. Kushimaru cut in. Raiga was here as well. Some of the structures have slices in them that are clearly recognizable as the carnage that the Kiba blades make when they're energized. There is a mass grave here as well. I didn't need to dig it up to know that it was one. I have seen enough to know the signs of one. Zabuza questioned. Hey Kushimaru, looking at all this, do you think there is any chance that there were survivors? Kushimaru thought for a moment before answering. Perhaps, it is a very small chance, but it is noteworthy. Zabuza nodded. Then we spread out and search for them. If they are still alive, we need to get them to safety. Jinin had finally come down from his rage by now and joined in. We owe that to them for not being able to protect them from this tragedy. The other two nodded. Jinin began moving rubble to search for anyone who might be trapped under it. Kushimaru began a thorough sweep of the village, checking any human body that was intact enough to have a chance to still be alive. Zabuza began sweeping the outskirts of the village. Eventually the wielder of the Kubikuribocho headed to what looked like a farm on the outskirts. By that time Jinin had caught up to him. Zabuza questioned him. You find anything other than more corpses? Jinin shook his head. Not a damn thing other than more people who didn't need to die but did. You! Zabuza merely kept his focus in front of him. Some bodies intact enough to be discerned that they were human originally. Jinin merely grunted, growling under his breath afterwards. By that point they noticed a main house to the farm where presumably the owner and his family lived and what appeared to be a storage building. Zabuza motioned to stop and quietly said, You take the storage building. I'll handle the house. Jinin nodded. Got it. Zabuza crept up to the house to see that the door had been broken down, alongside other obvious signs of a forced entry. He slowly moved inside and moved along to see the corpse of a man who had been stabbed to death with a sword in there. However, he moved on and eventually came up on something that shocked him. Ice? Impossible. Zabuza mumbled in awe. He reached out and touched the spike of frozen water, expecting it to fade away as though it were a genjutsu. It didn't, and it felt extremely cold to the touch. It was real. It was at that point that Zabuza snapped out of his stupor and noticed the blood on the ice. Could a Yuki member have been a part of the raiding party that destroyed the village? He crept past the spike to see yet another, this time with a body impaled on it. One that wore the uniform of Kirigakure and bearing the mark of the Third Mizukage regime, the symbol for Kiri colored red like blood, and with a sword nearby that was covered in blood and looked to match the stab wounds on the man near the entrance. He also noticed that the spike was pointing outward, as if made to impale an opponent rushing toward them. Could a Yuki have been living in the village when it was attacked? However, pain breathing and the sounds of panic of what sounded like a child drew his attention. He quietly moved to where he was hearing it and saw what looked to be a mother and her child sitting down against a wall. The mother had bandages around her abdomen and looked to be in some pain. However, a good look at their faces gave Zabuza more answers than words could give in a second. Black hair and soft facial features, they're both Yuki clansmen, no doubt about it. However, the woman had her clarity come back for a moment and noticed Zabuza. She began to weave a hand seal for a basic ice release jutsu. Zabuza quickly stepped out from behind cover and said, I'm a friendly. I'm Momochi Zabuza. I'm with the rebellion against the Third Mizukage. The woman held her hands in a seal for a moment before noticing Zabuza's sword and realizing he was telling the truth. After this realization, she slowly dropped her hands from the seal. Zabuza, did you find someone? Jinin's voice said while he came running towards the room that the demon of the hidden mist was standing in. Zabuza could hear Kushimaru's light and deliberate footsteps behind Jinin's heavy ones. Yeah, I found 2 survivors, Zabuza responded. Jinin and Kushimaru quickly entered the room. Kushimaru noticed the bandaging around the woman's abdomen and quickly moved to check the injury. The mother and her child both looked wary, but some convincing calmed them down. Kushimaru inspected it and eventually spoke. This injury is not immediately fatal, but it will kill you eventually, if not from internal damage then from infection. We need to get you to a facility with staff who can treat this injury. The bandaging has helped, but it needs to be better treated. The nearest facility that could effectively treat this is a day and a half away, where we came from. We were already planning on taking any survivors we found there. But for you, if you wish to live, we must leave soon. Is there anything you want us to grab before we leave? The woman merely nodded to Kushimaru before she told her child something, who nodded and left the room before returning with a small bag. Zabuza decided to ask the question. What's your names? So we can actually refer to you properly. The woman responded. My name is Hitomi, my clan name is Yuki, but I left it behind when I married my husband. He had no family name. Our son's name is Haku, Kushimaru responded. Alright then, Hitomi-san. Jinin, carry her. Zabuza, or I will carry the boy. Zabuza responded. I'll take him. Let's move. And with that the group left the smoldering remains of both the village and the farm and made for the base. A race against time had begun to save one life that hung in the balance, to save it from being another claimed by a pointless tragedy. XXX Konoha 5 months till the planned attack. It had been 8 years since the Kyubi attack and the loss of life that came about as a result. It had taken a while, but the village had repaired most of the damage from the sudden attack. A sense of normalcy that had been lost to paranoia and fear of another attack by the fox returning to finish the job, or an enemy coming in the wake of the attack to destroy what the fox missed, had finally been restored to the elder residents of the village. However, while everyone else was going about their normal routine, 2 young shinobi were currently testing themselves against each other on a training ground that they had been using as long as they were ninja. Training Ground 7. Fire Release, Blast Wave Wild Dance. One voice cried as a spiraling wave of flames was spat out at his opponent, who countered quickly. Water Release, High Pressure Torrent. The opponent cried as she began spitting out a massive wave of water towards the flaming tornado, aiming to engulf her. The 2 jutsu clashed, but the torrent won, albeit at the cost of expending most of its energy. The loser of the clash quickly vanished into a spiraling disturbance. Rin moved towards the river that ran through the training ground and began preparing her next attack for the moment that Obito re-emerged from the Kamui world. She focused and listened for the pressure shift created by the spatial jump to and from the alternate dimension. The moment she heard it, she turned towards where it was coming from and unleashed her attack. Water Release, Multi-Water Dragon Bullet. The water from the river began condensing together to form 3 water dragon constructs with glowing red eyes that roared before hurtling towards their target. Apparently Obito wasn't expecting that attack and was blindsided by it. Rin quickly rushed towards him, only for him to quickly substitute before the 3rd dragon could hit him. Rin could only smile at this. If Obito was warping around like this, then she was keeping him on edge. Using the moment, she made a single-hand seal and began forming another water dragon from the river water. Rin had a feeling she already knew what jutsu he was going to throw at her. She began listening closely for any air pressure shifts associated with Kamui warping, but heard none. But she did hear the sound of feet being pressed to the ground hard to jump, and immediately turned to the direction it came from, seeing Obito high above the tree line that was next to the river. Her expectation was fulfilled when he finished the hand seals and shouted his jutsu. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Stream! Obito began expelling a massive flame that was shaped similar to a dragon that began coming at her. Rin countered by making another hand seal, pulling more water to the forming construct, which completed it, and then proceeded to launch it at the Uchiha and his fire dragon. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet! The 2 jutsus clashed, but neither could overpower the other and ended up canceling each other out. Rin quickly rushed at Obito while he was distracted by the clash between the dragon constructs and punched him before he had a chance to substitute or use Kamui in any way. It caught him off balance, but the Uchiha countered by going all in and making it a taijutsu clash. Forever Punch Rin landed on him. Obito responded with a blow of his own on her. They said that when 2 shinobi of equal skill clash, that the blows they trade communicated more to one another than any words could. In this sparring couple's case, their fists communicated the enjoyment they were both having as well as the desire to have it go for as long as possible. But knowing the day and the obligations that they had today, this combat had to end soon. and both combatants knew exactly how they wanted to end it. Soon they ended the taijutsu clash and put some distance between one another, and began molding chakra in a very specific way into a sphere held in each's open palm. When both were ready, they charged at each other. They were intent on making sure that this clash would be memorable. As they drew close to one another, they began thrusting their held Razengans toward the other. Soon, the spiraling balls made contact and the clash began. With both of their voices crying at the same time the name of the jutsu that their sensei had passed down to them. Rasengan! Both Rin and Obito stood firm in their clash, refusing to give ground to the other. The clash between the two would not be settled by who was stronger, but by whose jutsu would be dispelled first. What felt like hours passed before the clash began to wind up. Neither jutsu could overpower the other. Both ended up exploding into a storm of spiraling power. Both teenagers were blown back. Either was seriously hurt by the blast, but they were both in pain. Eventually, Rin's advanced healing due to hosting Isabu fixed her up enough to get over to Obito. Obito coughed and smirked. Well, Rin-chan. I would guess that by the fact that we both ended up pretty messed up by that last attack that our fight is a draw. Rin smiled weakly. Yeah, I agree with that call on the fight, Obito-kun. Do you need treatment? Obito laughed. Yeah, probably so. Considering that I don't have a Biju in me to speed up my healing, I guess I will take the next best thing and ask the pretty medic who also happens to be my girlfriend patch me up real nicely. Rin rolled her eyes slightly with a small grin on her lips. Well, asking is nice, but she was already planning on doing it for free. Obito closed his eyes as Rin put her palm on his chest and began performing the Mystic Palm Jutsu, the most basic medical technique. After a few minutes, Obito's bruised body looked almost good as new. Though when he got up and walked around, he did have a bit of a limp. Obito looked like he was getting ready to make a joke about it before Rin got him focused on their obligation. Come on, Obito-kun. We have a place to visit today before we pick up Naruto and Hinata from the academy for later, Rin said. The sentence brought a frown to Obito's face as it reminded him what day it was, October 10th. The day that Naruto was born and the Kyuubi was busted out of its seal, keeping it in Kushina. The day so many lives were lost, and the day that claimed the lives of both of the couple's senseis in order to put a stop to the carnage. Rin was referring to the graves that was made for Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei. 7 years ago, the young couple resolved to visit their mentors' graves on the first anniversary of their mentors' deaths. Both decided to visit once a year following it. Rin remembered that not too long afterwards, Obito finally relented and got help from a Yamanaka regarding the leftover trauma from the illusion he was exposed to, causing the development of his Mangekyo. She had listened when Obito told her about what all he remembered seeing, and she was surprised that he was able to pull through as well as Obito did. It was still a work in progress, but it had yielded one major clue. The name of the technique that he was exposed to that created such a powerful illusion was called demonic illusion, poison reality. They had asked Kurenai, who had fashioned herself a genjutsu expert, but she had admitted point blank that she had never heard that technique's name nor knew that such a powerful illusion existed, though she did promise to look into it and send any information she found their way. The visit to the graves for the following year had Obito reaffirm his old dream. Before the incident that saw his Mangekyo emerge, Obito constantly boasted about his dream to be Hokage, while afterwards he went awfully quiet about it. It was almost to the point that Rin had believed he had given up on his dream altogether. However, the visit to the graves that year saw Obito swear to continue to reach for the dream, to honor both teachers who reached for it as well. Rin had a suspicion that his new fervor for seeking to claim the hat and position of the Hokage had to do with a change of motive behind it. As a kid, he wanted it to get acknowledgement due to his status as the black sheep of the Uchiha clan, but Obito admitted that he was reaching for it now to guide the village to a better future, one that both Minato and Kushina both would be proud of. Rin knew he was being honest in that, but she got the feeling he was doing it more for Naruto, to give him a chance to inherit a world that wasn't constantly on the brink of a war or living in fear of one. Not too long after that visit, Obito was approached by Hiruzen-sama, who offered to mentor the Uchiha to one day take up the position. When Rin asked him on why he chose Obito, the old Hokage responded that no one had the same determination to reach for the position like Obito now possessed. Rin also suspected that the old monkey wanted the next Hokage to be an Uchiha to help smooth over the tensions rising from the marginalization of the Uchiha. The following year, 5 years ago, Kakashi decided to start joining then for the yearly visit. Usually the visits was just recapping what all happened during the previous year, kind of like telling them what all had happened. It was kind of a meaningless gesture, but it felt like their teacher could hear them, and that alone gave it enough meaning. As they walked to the cemetery, the couple encountered their teammate heading away into the village. Obito spoke. "Hey Kakashi, where you heading? You do realize that the graves are that way, right?" Kakashi rolled his uncovered eye before sighing. "Yes, Obito, I realize that. I'm not one to forget directions. I have already visited for today. I have an engagement to get to at the time we usually visit the graves, so I decided to visit our teachers' graves early rather than keeping them waiting." Rin could only marvel at how much emotion that Kakashi could express with only a single eye visible on his face. Rin spoke up now. "We wouldn't want to keep you from it. See you later, Kakashi. Obito-kun, let's get going. We've got our own visit to make." Obito nodded. "Yeah, let's get going." Kakashi waved bye to them as they headed to the graves of Minato and Kushina. An hour later, the couple departed to the academy to pick up the young Jinchurikis. When they arrived, they found the two sitting against the academy wall talking before the young students noticed the couple. "Nei-chan! Ni-san! Obito-san! Rin-san!" The two kids had been friends ever since they had been little. Playmates when they were toddlers and best friends going forward. Where one was, the other was usually nearby unless circumstances had forbidden it. Naruto encouraged the normally shy girl to open up and be outgoing, and Hinata encouraged him to show a little restraint and forethought in his actions and speech. Hitomi helped to allow Hinata to have a normal childhood, motivated by her own lacking childhood. She made up for it by taking personal care of any clan-based training the young Hyuga needed to undertake. Rin got the impression that Hitomi was hoping to allow Hinata to see the divide between the two sides of the clan and form her thoughts and opinions on it without being coerced towards a certain way of thinking. Though Hitomi had mentioned that she doubted that Hinata would be a suitable clan head for the Hyuga, nor would she be accepted as one should she ascend to the position should her secret come out before or during that hypothetical time. It was too early to tell with her second child, a 3-year-old girl named Hanabi. Thank goodness that Rin had taken up part-time work at the hospital to keep her in the village to look after Naruto after the disaster that was Kakashi, and Obito's turn with staying with him came, and that competent medical personnel had been present to notice the bleeding that had been present at the delivery. Team Minato was still trying to figure out how that diaper got into the vents, and on top of the Hokage Tower the one time that Obito and Kakashi had been trusted to watch Naruto on their own. Back on topic, Hitomi's survival meant that when the time came for the two to find out about the secrets that were currently being kept from the two children, that Hitomi would be able to explain her actions to Hinata. Those who knew had agreed that either at or around their 10th birthday was when Naruto and Hinata were to be told of what they held. Back to the real world, Obito knelt down and held his arms out. "Hey there, kids! Come on over here!" Naruto rushed towards the Uchiha and hugged him tight, while Hinata walked over to Rin. Rin decided to poke around. "So Hinata-chan, did Naruto behave himself?" Hinata pulled her hands out and started twiddling her fingers, as if she was contemplating whether or not to answer and how truthfully. Eventually Rin decided to put her out of her misery. "All right. Let's rephrase the question. Did he get into trouble with the teachers?" Hinata let out a breath she had been holding before shaking her head. "And no, Rin-san." Rin could only mentally shake her head. Even with Hitomi's specialized environment for teaching Hinata in, the girl had developed a slight problem when it came to her personal confidence. Usually it manifested in speech as a stutter, and in her standard behavior, as her usually closed-off demeanor. It was probably why the only major friend she really had in her age group was Naruto. Rin decided to hold her tongue on chiding Hinata on her insistence on being so formal to most people. Though she had a name to put her frustration to, Niji. The kid was her cousin by her uncle Hizashi, and on a genetic level the young Hyugas were probably more like siblings due to their fathers being identical twin siblings. Hinata even referred to Niji as her older brother. But the boy had been put into the Hyuga branch family, and had taken to it with an extreme resentment towards the main house of the clan, most prominently Hinata, as if she was responsible for everything. The boy had also taken up an extreme view of fate and a belief that all were tightly bound by it, and could not defy it as a means of coping from what she had heard. But her thoughts were bitter towards him. Damn that boy. If he realized what kind of damage he was causing to her, would he keep on going with what he's doing to her? He probably wouldn't, and probably make it even worse on her. Any further reason to hate her he would grab onto, and wear with entitlement. I hope Hizashi-san gets it under control before Niji starts planning something that he will regret. Probably the only way he would see reason is if someone he views as beneath him, or as a failure who could never succeed showed him up. Anyone else he would view as validation of his fate beliefs. Rin pushed those thoughts to the side and spoke. Come on, guys. We've got some things to do, especially for the birthday boy. The cheers that ensured put a smile on her face. The group was on its way. However, within the depths of Rin's mindscape, Isabu sat in contemplation of the presence he had sensed at the edge of his range earlier today. What was it, and why did it feel so familiar? The Biju asked to no one in particular as it stood in contemplation before it decided to rest. XXX western half of the elemental nation's exact location, unknown 1 month till the attack. By what measure was an intelligent being considered human? Was it blood and genetics? Was it intelligence and the ability to think and feel for yourself? Or was it an essence that could be considered a soul? And even then, what could constitute that measure? Moyo was one whose entire purpose was driven by his sincere belief that he and his kin were human. They may not possess the proper origin that most humans have, nor did they possess the exact genetic makeup that most humans do. But they believed they were human nonetheless. For if the ability to mold chakra was the metric that was measured and that data was used to determine if something was human or possessed a soul, then Moyo and his kin, who held the ability to mold chakra but were bred to be weapons and slaves to a cruel master, were human. Moyo had always held a deep resentment towards their creator, who only used them as weapons to move things closer toward his ultimate goal. However, Moyo hadn't begun planning a rebellion against his master to free himself and his kin till about 9, though nearing 10, years ago. The masked shinobi had believed himself to be invincible after performing his infamous assassinations against Konoha using his possessive gaze. But he was submissive to what he and his clan thought was their fate, to be oppressed by their creators and used as disposable pawns. He was shown his folly by a horrifying creature that he had never seen anything like it before nor since that encounter. Its body appeared to be made of some black material that formed a thick, durable hide, and it was covered in protrusions that appeared to be made of bone that had grown outwards and formed makeshift armor plating on it. The creature was twice the masked shinobi's size, and it held a strength far greater than its impressive size should reasonably allow, and moved far faster and quieter than anything that large had any right to be. But the worst was its red eyes that glowed and glared with what could only be a pure, intense hatred. Like the very fact that Moyo lived and drew breath had kindled the wrath of the creature against him, and the only way to resolve it was to lay him low. He fought back and defended himself as best as he could, but the monster never tired, and no matter how well Moyo hid himself, it would always find him even if he hadn't made even the faintest sound. And even worse, it seemed as though the monster was learning during the fight, learning how to improve for future encounters with similar opponents. Eventually he had been cornered, injured, and was about to be killed when his saviors arrived. A loud piercing sound and the creature roaring in pain with a hole formed on its body from where a chunk of its body had been blown completely off. The creature barely noticed the damage after that, instead glaring and snarling at the new combatants, 2 men who were now standing between it and its would have been victims spilled blood. The 2 men destroyed the creature after a long bout, with the killing blow being dealt by having a small blade attached to a chain being forced through the bone layering on its head, then its thick hide, through its skull, and finally into the creature's brain, ending it. Moyo had been entranced by the weapon one of his heroes used, the chain blade. Every move he saw was evidence of decades of practice with the relatively unorthodox weapon. Mere minutes after the killing blow had been struck, the creature's corpse disintegrated, as if it had never been there at all, but the battle-scarred landscape that it had created was left behind. The 2 men had helped him recover, treating his injuries and allowing him to heal. The conversation that had been held during that day he spent recovering was eye-opening. Moyo insisted that there had to be something he could do to repay them. They denied any form of repayment, but he continued to insist, and eventually they gave in before they parted ways. He would never forget what the one who did give his actual name, Koryo Hideki, asked as their payment. "Live your life, kid. Live it to the absolute fullest. Not foolishly nor selfishly, but in the service of something far higher than yourself that you truly believe in. Do that, and I know it will be enough for me, and I think it will be enough for Ryu here, right?" The man who went by the alias Ryu definitely affirmed his agreement. Though Ryu's speech on personal redemption after the great amount of mistakes one commits on the path to accomplishing one's dream and mission did resonate with Moyo, especially with the lives he stole in service to his creator, and how many more he would have to take before the end. Moyo also got the distinct impression that Ryu was speaking from experience, with hands stained by the blood of those who had gotten into his way on his path to see his life's mission complete. Hideki-sama and Ryu-sama parted with Moyo with a final gift to the young shinobi they had saved, a piece of advice for his rebellion that he had made his dream. Soon after Moyo made good on his promised repayment, he trained himself to be the best he could be on his own in body, mind, chakra, dojutsu, and skill, and had begun plotting his uprising. He recreated Ryu's weapon and began using his memories to recreate Ryu's weapon style. Good thing that the masked shinobi had a knack for reverse engineering fighting styles that he had witnessed. He became more than the simple test subject that he had originally been meant to be. He clawed his way to the top of his kin and was granted leadership over them by their master, who was none the wiser to Moyo's intentions. With Moyo's leadership came a stable power structure, based on that of the shinobi clans. Moyo planned to formally announce his rebellion to his kind's creator by declaring themselves in a single, united voice a clan, the Mikayu. But dealing with those who were loyal to their bastard of a master was something that had to happen. Suicide missions and MIAs were unfortunate events that could be easily overlooked. However, he still had to deal with 40 more of his brothers and sisters who were still firmly loyal to their bastard of a creator. These 40 held the title of Black Flames, identifiable by the black flame patterns that adorned their masks. Those who had joined Moyo's dream usually either destroyed their original masks and replaced it with one that better reflected themselves or just repainted it with a design that they found to match them personally. Moyo never had the chance to do such a thing. The creature from all those years ago destroyed his original black flame mask. It managed to drag its claws across his face in the following blow, creating hollow scratches on his face that eventually scarred. Refocusing on the present day and the upcoming mission, which presented the perfect opportunity to have them dealt with and begin advancing himself into a better position to execute his insurrection, would soon be here. Currently, Moyo and a hand-picked group to accomplish a mission that would be taking place soon, which coincidentally consisted of the 40 who were loyal to their creator, were moving through rivers to set themselves up to strike when given the order. Moyo had every confidence that the traitors would be dealt with by their targets. However, some damage against their target, as well as some of the objectives for their mission, would be accomplished. But this was the first step to starting his revolution. However, 2 of the masked shinobi he sought to dispose of, he had his doubts that they wouldn't be able to survive, Mai and Kudo. Mai was a survivor. She held enough caution and craftiness to be a legitimate threat, but at the same time, was a fighter who loved a good tussle. An odd combination, all things considered. She would most likely stay back and allow her partner to fight the target first for Mai to plan around. If Mai was backed up into a corner hard enough with the right trap keeping her there, she would most likely make use of a forbidden jutsu to escape. Moyo had tried to recruit Mai to the Mikayu before, but she chose to decline. She didn't act like most of the other Black Flames, and Moyo got the read that the proper convincing method would see to her joining the rebellion. She had some honor and chose not to tell others about it nor inform their creator of it. Moyo was thankful but felt a twinge of guilt over what he was throwing her into, but buried it in a mental lot reserved for all his regrets regarding his rebellion. He had no idea on how to persuade her to change sides. He had tried so many methods and none worked. At this point, it was probably safer to dispose of her before she decided to spill on him. Kudo, on the other hand, was a complete nightmare. Monstrous in personality, though Moyo remembered a time when himself and Kudo were like brothers. But that was many years ago. Kudo had gradually collected both scars to both his body and his sanity. By the time Moyo found the light, Kudo had given in to the darkness and monstrous insanity that dwelt inside of him, and with that surrender came a power that Moyo feared but would one day most likely be forced to face. Kudo had been sent on multiple suicide missions, and he had managed to come back with maybe a new scar on top of a pre-existing one. Assassins being sent after him were out of the question considering their creator network. At least for the moment. As the group began moving once again after stopping and resting for a night, Moyo's thoughts turned towards the coming fight and the significance it was due to accomplish. How many times have I been neck deep in a mission and surrounded by enemies who weren't even aware of the enmity that was between us? This time, however, it will be for a goal much higher than a mission given to me by Creator Sama. It will be so that the Mikayu will be able to break free from his tyranny and be able to choose our own lives. Creator has grown complacent, not even realizing what I'm planning. Hee, how many old tales tied to some of the stories for the supposed origin of man involved their creators, or precursors growing complacent or careless and callous in their treatment of mankind and led to man deciding to overthrow them? You may have created us, but we are not like you entirely, nor are we slaves to you. As the group began to move to its next position to take up before any patrolling ninja or samurai stumbled upon the group, the masked leader of the yet-to-be-made official Makayu clan's thoughts took on a distinct edge as the morning sun peeked over the horizon. You better watch out, Creator. Your days of using us as slaves and weapons and pawns are numbered indeed. XXX Land of Tea. 3 weeks until the planned attack, there was few women who possessed a reputation that allowed them to be recognized almost immediately. Celebrities, leaders, and of course Kunoichi. Among them was Senju Tsunade of the Sannin, the greatest medic to ever be produced for her advancement of the field, the strongest Kunoichi alive for her chakra control-based super strength, the Slug Princess for her slug summoning contract, and, of course, most infamous among the gambling halls and moneylenders, the legendary Sucker for her absolutely abysmal luck when it came to gambling. Though her luck had temporarily improved twice in her life, and both times were followed by heartbreaking tragedy costing her the lives of her loved ones, she had managed to hold herself together rather well until about 15 years ago, right after the genin that Sarutobi sensei had assigned her had been awarded their jonin promotions. Then heartbreak had been brought back and made a lot worse by a simple tragedy occurring on a battlefield, bringing the grief that had been suppressed and buried back to the surface. The resulting breakdown led to the slug Sannin taking her would-have-been niece, Kato Shizun, and going on a retirement binge. Alcohol and gambling had become her near-constant companion alongside Shizun, traveling all over the elemental nations helping others for both free and for cash if needed and the patient could pay. The vices had been indulged in to the point of addiction to help dull the pain. Yet heartbreak still found her no matter where she went. 8 years ago a letter arrived via courier toad from Jiraiya stating that Kushina had been killed the night of October 10th. The kid had been pretty close to Tsunade, especially considering that both of them were among the last remnants of the Uzumaki clan. She drank till she couldn't stand up that night. The gambling got even worse somehow afterwards. However, no matter how bad she lost out when she gambled, Tsunade always found herself back at the gambling halls. Which was where she found herself now, facing down her final opponent. She had decided to move to the Land of Tea for a while, following a request by letter from an old friend, Wasabi Jirocho. The old man was the head of the Wasabi family, an organization that helped run the Land of Tea both commercially and governmentally. They had met in between the Second and Third Great Ninja War during some of the efforts to help repair some of the damage wreaked by the Second Great Ninja War on the smaller and poorer nations. But now she found herself in a poker game against an eccentric man she was having a hard time reading. There had been 12 others, but they had lost all they could afford to and bowed out, or had decided to go all in only to get taken out immediately afterwards. Though this one had been playing it all, with enough money to sit through some horrible miscalculations with a smile, and just kept playing or managing to use body language to get others to do his dirty work by provoking or misleading them. He played good, very good. And he had enough luck to get away with some his bluffs and his gambles. The man she was playing against was almost charming with the small talk he tried to make, but he would often break it on his own with some of his mumblings or the bouts of cursing whenever a man came into the room and whispered something into his ear. Most would see that and assume he was cheating with a lookout spying on the hands of his opponents. Most also wouldn't be skilled enough in the shinobi arts to recognize when you were being watched trough a tiny crack and when you most definitely weren't being spied on that way. But she noticed that the man who was informing her opponent, who she eventually learned was named Hisashi, was wearing the crest of the Wasabi family. Apparently this Hisashi had business here that he was being informed of the goings of. Though Tsunade had to admit that her luck was holding up surprisingly well. Though she considered going all in and trying to end this game. The current amount in play was close to about 600,000 Ryo. She had only one thing she could raise with, but she was holding it until she could leverage a win through draining him dry and raising to where he couldn't follow suit. She was currently holding a 4 of a kind. Not bad, third best hand to have, but that left room for her usual luck to bite her ass. Then Hisashi spoke. "So are we going to play or what? Show your cards." She obliged and was prepared for defeat. A moment of silence followed as Tsunade cursed her opponent for torturing her by not busting out in joy, and then the noise finally happened. "Damn it!" was the scream she heard, and then she heard him slam his hand against the table and reveal what he had been holding, a full house. Her hand won. She won. The dread would have dawned on her if it hadn't been for the euphoric high she was riding. Then the man looked as though he still had another round in him. "Come on! Keep going, I've still got money to blow," the man said as he began handing his cards to the dealer. Tsunade held her hand out. "Don't even think about it. We would have to make new bets and I would raise everything plus throw in my necklace which is worth millions of Ryo. I don't think you could begin to cover that." A smirk made its way onto her lips. The sweet taste that filled her mouth was one she knew, it was a victory. Then the man grinned and snapped his fingers, only for a man to walk in holding something in a case. The item was handed to her opponent, who opened the small box to reveal a beautiful piece of necklace-based jewelry that looked too ornate that it should belong to one very rich daimyo, or their spouse. The most notable detail was the white gem stylized into a white rabbit. This is called the Moon Rabbit Necklace. Supposedly it was made as tribute to an ancient queen or empress who had ruled a vast nation spanning the entirety of the elemental nations from her seat in the land of ancestors. It was appraised at a price that few could hope to match. I believe it ought to equal us out. Now, if the dealer would be so kind as to shuffle the deck and deal another round, we can place this game's conclusion in the hands of fate. Had Tsunade been in her right mind, she would probably have realized what was said and probably could have avoided what was about to happen. This time the dealer dealt with them, putting everything on what was about to happen. Tsunade looked at her cards, then realized the mess she had just walked into. Her hand had nothing and the highest card she had was a fucking jack. The glint in Hisashi's eyes told her that he could see her panic and could read what caused it. She guessed that he had a decent hand and that she was about to live down to her title as the legendary sucker once more. Then the cards were laid onto the table, and lo and behold, he had a pair of queens. Most would bawl out their eyes after a loss like this, but Tsunade had the dignity to keep her composure. However, what bugged her the most was the almost apologetic look that was in Hisashi's eyes. Before she could leave with grace to brood over the loss she had just incurred, her opponent walked up to her and whispered in her ear, "I truly am sorry about how that ended, but I have business with you. If you would like to earn back this necklace, meet me over by the tavern just up the street in about 10 or 20 minutes. If you want to go on ahead over there, then it is fine by me. Go ahead and order some drinks. I'll cover the tab when I get over there." Tsunade wandered out to be met by Shizen and Tuntun, her pet pig. Tsunade decided to immediately take up the man's offer on drinks. Shizen had a go at her teacher the moment after Tsunade finished explaining just what had happened, but they decided to wait for the man and see what he offered if he was willing to return the necklace of the first Hokage. As soon as 20 minutes had just about passed did the man finally meet up with them. "I apologize for the wait, I had to get some things sorted out. Now allow me to introduce myself. I am Kageyami Hisashi, and I must say that the game we just played was truly a test of skill between equals, though it was a shame that it had to be ended by a test of luck. But it was the only way I was going to be walking out without requiring brown pants." Tsunade figured he probably knew who they were already, but introduced them regardless. "I am Senju Tsunade, and this is my apprentice Kato Shizen. Pleasure to meet you," Shizen said. Hisashi smiled. "Please, the pleasure is all mine. Though we wouldn't be having this conversation if I hadn't shoveled that bullshit with the moon rabbit necklace quite as well as I did." Tsunade's gaze hardened. "Explain." "Now." Hisashi held firm under the killing intent that was being projected by the Sannin. "Oh, it's nothing too major. The necklace and its history is legitimate. I just may have fudged the value of it slightly." Tsunade worked her jaw thinking before she responded. "Alright, fair enough. What do you want me to do?" Hisashi spoke. "I have been working with Jiraiya, and by extension Konoha, for the past 10 years. I have aided the village since before the Third Great Ninja War by lending my intelligence to your sensei when he held the hat originally. But rumblings over the past decade have made me realize that a new war, another Great Ninja War, is around the corner, no further than the end of the next decade at the absolute latest before it explodes out. My offer is I would ask you to return to the village and return to the work you started before you finally broke and left. Do that, and I will not only return the necklace but I will return the cash you brought to the table as well as hand over the money our opponents brought and pay off your numerous debts. And I promise to provide a small favor that I believe you will find most desirable further down the road. Do we have a deal?" Tsunade worked hard to keep calm. "Nice offer, but I'm not going back to being a ninja. I don't know what has got you believing that another great ninja war is coming, but it has nothing to do with me." Hisashi did not raise his voice, but his tone grew slightly harder. "First off, I never said a damn thing about being a ninja. I was referring to your work in the medical field. Second off, woman, do you want to know what has me scared? Hanzo the Salamander was killed in combat 8 years ago. His killers have taken control of AIM and have openly stated that their aim is the Jinchuriki and, by extension, the Biju. They have built an organization of S-class missing nin called Akatsuki that is working towards that, members of whom include 5 Heart Kakuzu, Sasori of the Red Sands, and your old teammate Orochimaru. And those are just the ones I have completely confirmed as wearing the organization's uniform, a black cloak with red clouds. And Pain and Conan, Hanzo's killers, have stated that they will wage war if necessary to achieve their goal. Now do you think I have a right to be worried? Tsunade could only gulp with her suddenly bone-dry throat and mouth and nod meekly with the information that had been revealed. Eventually she spoke. I know Sensei will try to make me Hokage if I return. Hisashi snorted before he spoke. No, he won't. Right now you are in no condition to lead a hidden village, and even if you were, I think he would realize that you were better off leading the medical division. Besides, he has taken up one of Minato's students as his current preferred successor, a boy named Obito. Started providing training and tips to him as a sort of apprenticeship for the position a little over about 6 years ago. The kid is dedicated to proving he is worthy of the position, and Hiruzen feels that an Uchiha is owed the honor after every kick to the mouth that clan had gotten since the founding of the village. Tsunade sighed. I need to think about this. Hisashi nodded. I expected so. I have business that I need to take care of still. I expect an answer tomorrow at noon. Meet me at the tea shop in the town square. Don't try to skip town, I will find you. After the man had left, Shizen spoke. Tsunade-sama, what are we going to do? Tsunade didn't really know what to say. The offer was tempting, but so many ghosts would have to be confronted if she took it. Eventually time passed and the two medics found themselves at the appointed place at the appointed time. Like clockwork, the strange man appeared soon after, though the air about him seemed different. He almost looked panicked and haunted, like he didn't get any sleep last night due to whatever business he had. Tsunade decided to press her curiosity first. What happened to you? Hisashi responded. I had to go help the Wasabi deal with some goon from their rivals who had access to information that no one around here should. I was able to convince him to talk and give a description of who gave it to him, and it was already someone whose callous nature and strange movements had already earned a spot on my watch list, but this has earned them a spot on my shit list. One Hyuga Hideki, a member of the elders and the previous clan head. He's been running tests involving a derivative of the caged bird curse seal. The mess the goon was involved in has been cleaned up, but I will need a few messenger slugs to get this information to those who need it to make sure that old fuck is held accountable for this. Now about my offer, do you accept? Tsunade sighed and strengthened her resolve for a hard sentence. I do. I will return to Konoha. Hisashi nodded before he pulled out 2 boxes, one containing the necklace he promised and the other containing the Rio. I won't be heading to Konoha, not at this time. I need to head to other places to investigate new rumors that have reached my ears. I trust you to head to the village without me. Do not make me regret that. Tsunade shook her head. I won't. My family taught me that we don't back down from keeping a promise we make, both Senju and Uzumaki. Hisashi nodded. Good, here are the letter I need delivered. This one is to Hyuga Hayashi and Hitomi, this one is to Jiraiya, and this last one is to Hiruzen. These contain everything I need to report to any of them. Hisashi responded, holding up 3 envelopes that were colored differently but each had the same kanjis on the seals. Tsunade summoned the slugs that would deliver them and sent them on their way, before the company departed for their separate destinations. Tsunade began thinking to herself, what the hell am I doing? I thought I would never go back to village again. Guess my loyalty wasn't as broken as I though. Heh, maybe it was because of the threat of war looming over that brought me to see some sense. Though if I had been allowed to continue on for much longer, I probably wouldn't have responded to even that. It has been so long since I felt like I was doing anything that was truly meaningful. To even have that bit of purpose back felt great. Tsunade looked up to see the blinding light of the sun. It may have been a trick of her eyes, but she could have sworn that she saw the smiling faces of both her deceased little brother Nawaki and fiancé Dan. She could almost tell that they were smiling because she had found her path again. She blinked and they were gone, but the impact remained. I'm sorry that I allowed myself to drown in self-pitying at the pain from your memories instead of trying to do right by you both, but that ends now. I may not reach for your dreams in your place, but I sure as hell won't allow others from the village that you both loved die because of poorly trained medics. A smile worked its way onto the medic's lips. The last of the Senju looked on down the road and realized that the path ahead looked far clearer than it had in years. 3.5 weeks would be a long trip, but the payoff would be worth it. XXX Konoha 10 days till the planned attack, the teleporter, of the Mirage, the Hypnotizer. All these titles belonged to one member of the Hidden Leaf Shinobi, Uchiha Shursui. Each one had been based on something he had mastered to the point of excellence. The teleporter, his master of the body flicker technique that allowed him to cross great distances in little time with only a single hand seal. Of the Mirage, his speed with the body flicker allowed him to generate afterimages for distracting opponents. The ones that were mixed with the Genjutsu-type clones were especially effective in throwing off trackers who relied on any form of chakra detection. The Hypnotizer, his mastery of the Sharingan's hypnotizing potential had made him a legend. To convince someone to kill themselves in the middle of a fight with just a small thought introduced into his head was a feat of Genjutsu mastery for some practitioners, and his gaining of his unique Mangekyo ability Kodo Atmasukami, which allowed him to rewire someone's thought process and add an objective of his own choosing while preserving their personality, had added to his legend. Shursui was considered to be one of the fastest ninjas currently among Konoha's forces. Through his mastery of body flicker, he had beaten out many infamously fast ninjas from other nations, and the few that he could not outrun with the body flicker were among the fastest alive. The number included the current Reikage, A, who was currently the fastest ninja alive. Shursui had just came home from a 2-week patrol. During the return trip, he had encountered an opponent that displayed an ability that he had seen before, but he needed to see something else before he ruled it as the same technique. Though he did notice someone missing from the public, Hyuga Hideki. The guy was a Hyuga elder, and one of the more prominent ones due to his original tenure as Hyuga clan head. His disappearance from the public was easy for the teleporter to notice. When he asked someone about it, he definitely got a surprise. Hideki had been arrested on charges of abuse of the Hyuga privilege to use their caged bird seal and planning a coup d'etat with the intention of planning on putting the Hyuga clan on top and everyone else on bottom. The guy he asked said that everyone had been told that the former charge had already been proven true, while the second was based on speculation arising from the situation that the first had been based on. The hypnotizer tried to get more information, but the only other thing he could get that it had caused a total review of the caged bird seal to be ordered. Just what it would do hadn't been said yet, but the village leadership had confirmed that changes would be made. Shursui thanked the man for his time before he began looking for someone who could help end his doubts about what he saw. He looked around the village before stumbling upon an acquaintance who pointed him somewhere he should have known where to look already, but hadn't. He wandered over to a restaurant where he was told to look and found exactly who he was looking for. The hypnotizer noticed the man he was looking for talking to the man's girlfriend. The two were sitting at a table outside the restaurant he found them at. He shouldn't have been surprised that she was here, but he was going to feel like a dick for what he had to do. Fears had to be eased and suspicions and speculation had to be given answers or directed towards a new direction. Shursui eventually called out, "Hey Obito! Long time no see!" Obito looked over and started grinning. "Hey there Shursui! Come on over, order a drink or some food." Shursui answered as he, "I might, though I really need to talk to Obito about something." "You don't mind, do you, Rin-san?" Rin shook her head. "No, I don't mind. I needed to get back to the hospital. My lunch break is just about over. I'll see you later." Shursui let out a held breath, and his personal guilt over possibly interrupting a continuing conversation had been significantly lessened by Rin's exit. Rin got up from the bench that she was sitting on, kissed Obito on the cheek, and then left, leaving the two Uchihas there. The initial silence was broken by Obito dropping his head and hitting it on the table a few times. After finishing his outbreak, Obito asked, "So, what do you need to talk about?" Shursui decided to start with small talk and then move into the odd part of the conversation he had planned. "Right before I left for the patrol assignment 2 weeks ago, we talked about something that you were planning on doing. Did you do it?" Obito's grin dropped to a frown and he sighed. "No. Nothing is how I want it to be, and whenever I decide to ignore it I freeze and start having all these doubts. What you saw a moment ago was me kicking myself for not stepping up and saying it." Shursui responded, "You're making excuses. Nothing is perfect, we just have to make do." Obito nodded. "I know that, but it doesn't change what I keep hearing in the back of my head." Shursui decided to back off. "Fine. Just try to loosen up about it." Obito spoke. "Thanks. I'll try. Now what are you really here for?" Shursui just about questioned the phrasing but decided to focus on what needed to be answered. "I need you to turn your Sharingan into the Mangekyo, and then activate Kamui." Obito raised an eyebrow at that, which Shursui completely saw coming, and asked, "Not to sound negative or anything, but why?" Shursui answered, "Every Mangekyo ability has a specific symbol on the Sharingan associated with it. I need to see Kamui's, I'll answer why after." Obito just shrugged and did as he was asked. powering his Sharingan into the Eternal Mangekyo and activating Kamui. Shursui thought at this. I was told that when he had the standard Mangekyo, Kamui's symbol was a three-bladed propeller. Now with the Eternal Mangekyo, it looks as if the blades have split to form new blades, bringing the number up to 6. It confirms what I ran into. Obito powered his Sharingan down and asked, "So are you going to tell me why you needed me to do that?" Shursui shook from his ongoing thought train and answered, "I'm going to give it to you straight. I encountered a masked shinobi on my return from patrol who possessed a phasing ability similar to what I had experienced when I fought you in those spars we had." Obito spoke. "And what does that have to do with me showing Kamui's symbol?" Shursui responded. "I got close enough to see his eye and his mask one eye hole. It was a Sharingan, but later into the fight when I slashed him and he phased again, I got another look into the eye hole of his mask and saw a three-bladed propeller. He had a Mangekyo, and the resemblance between his ability's symbol and Kamui's symbol is undeniable. Even if yours is different now due to the Eternal Mangekyo, but it is similar enough to erase any doubt I had. He had Kamui." Obito's eyes went wide. "You're telling me that there is a missing Nin out there running around with my Kamui phasing?" Shursui nodded. "There is no doubt in my mind now." Obito looked terrified, most likely due to his own projections about the potential for Kamui. "Shit. This isn't good. This is very fucking bad." Shursui nodded. "Yeah, I agree completely. This is something that needs to be taken care of. We presumably have a rogue Uchiha running around acting like a childishly talkative loon one moment and the next like cold, murderous mastermind the next, and he has Kamui phasing, and it would probably be safe to assume that this man has the Kamui warping as well." Obito asked. "Do we have a name and description?" Shursui gave a response. "No name, but he wears a black cloak with red clouds and wears what I think was supposed to be a spiral flame mask with the flame in thin lines colored black forming the spiral, and the rest of it colored orange with a single aiole. His hair was the standard Uchiha black, and cut very short, almost like a buzz cut." Obito put his hands together and continued. "Do you think we should tell the Hokage and the clan or keep it a secret till we know more?" Shursui shrugged. "I honestly don't know. Both have their merits, but we have to at the least inform Fugaku-sama and Mikoto-sama, to start making plans to deal with him." Obito nodded. "We should wait a few days, get a few people we can trust in to help widen our options, make a decision, and then make our move." Shursui though before he responded. "Sounds good to me. Let's go." Obito nodded as he got up and paid for the meal he had eaten before Shursui had arrived, and the two left to keep discussing how to go about this business. XXX Land of Waterfalls, a secret tunnel leading to the border entrance approximately 30 kilometers away from Takigakure. 9 days till the attack. Takigakure stood tall among the minor villages. It produced a level of ninja that was usually only seen from the great villages. It stood out in comparison to most hidden villages in that it was truly hidden. However, 3 people, 2 adults and 1 small child, stood in front of one of the village's hidden evacuation tunnels, built 50 years ago with the firm establishment of the treaty with Konoha, standing in preparation to save a few bits of the village from being destroyed by an invasion. The woman of the 2 adults spoke. "Are we certain that we cannot save Taki, Shibuki-sama?" The man, identified as Shibuki, spoke. "I'm afraid so, Kagome. You don't have to refer to me as Sama. I never really liked being referred to as such, and I doubt I will be amongst the living anymore in 2 weeks. We have known that he was among their number for some time now, with him being at the helm of this incoming army of missing Nin that we have confirmed to be universally A-ranked opponents, with another wearing the same uniform as him that identifies the other as a member of the same organization, making this one most likely yet another S-ranked opponent. The odds are not in our favor, which is why we are here." The woman, Kagome, frowned and squeezed her hand tight. "Damn that Kakuzu. If only we had spotted him sooner, we could have called for help and had time for it to arrive and bail us out." Shibuki nodded. "There is no point in shedding tears over it now. Kagome, your final mission as a shinobi of Takigakure, the village hidden by the waterfall, is to ensure that our final legacy and spirit survives this threat that would gladly see it destroyed. Take the objectives and escort them to Konoha, protect the scrolls with your life, and protect the child at all costs. Ensure that a piece of our village lives on in theirs. Can I count on you?" Kagome felt tears behind her eyes but willed them away. The last time she cried had been after her sensei and mother figure sacrificed her life to ensure Kagome had a chance to live hers. Kagome was 23 years old, and her sensei had sacrificed her life in a suicide attack against their missing Nin captors 8 years ago. Kagome responded. I haven't truly failed a mission before and I won't start now. She pulled the young girl she was due to escort to the village closer to her. Shibuki smiled. Good. I suppose this is truly goodbye forever. I wish you both safe travels on your journey and good fortune in everything you do from there on out. The young girl pulled free from Kagome's hand and jumped on Shibuki and hugged him as hard as she could. Shibuki reciprocated the gesture. Eventually the girl spoke. Thank you, Shibuki-sama. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I just wish I could have been able to repay your kindness, as a shinobi of the waterfall. Shibuki smiled. I know, Fuchan, I know. But I do have an idea on the last one. Shibuki reached into his robe and pulled out an old forehead protector with the emblem of Taki on it, and handed it to the young Fu. Back when I was an active ninja for a short time before my father died, which was quite some time ago, I wore this as a sign of my loyalty to Taki. What you are about to do is going to be hard, but I have faith that you will be able to do it. I wish you didn't have to live with being the Jinchuriki of the Nanabai, but from what you have shown both Kagome and myself, you have chosen to accept the burden and the treatment that it causes towards you in hopes of one day being accepted. You weathered far more adversity in pursuit of that dream than most genin will before they are made chunin. You have earned this. Fu, I recognize you as a shinobi of the waterfall. Fu was unable to respond while Shibuki took the protector and tied it around the young Jinchuriki's neck. Another hug came from the Jinchuriki once she came to. This one she put much of her massive strength into. Shibuki almost couldn't breathe, but Fu seemed to adjust her grip so she wouldn't cut off his air supply. Goodbyes were said once more and the woman hoisted the small ember-eyed and mint-haired girl onto her back before she began running. Once back in the village and his office, Shibuki looked towards the great tree that Taki was built around, his thoughts consuming all else. To think that soon, one of the eldest and proudest of the old ninja villages shall join the ranks of Yuzushiogakure and a few others. I feel oddly at peace with this. I have been a coward my whole life, from the moment I opened my eyes till nearing my final days. And now I don't want to be a coward yet again. Kakuzu, you tried to steal our greatest secrets after betraying us and now you seek to wipe us out with your rogue army? Let them come. Even if you manage to invade the village, you will not be able to strike down the will and inner strength of true shinobi of Takigakure. For every one of us you take, we shall strike down 5 of you. We have no hope of surviving this. But every moment you're busy with us is another that Kagome and Fu don't have to be worried about you picking up on their trail. Bring every missing nin you can, Kakuzu. Taki will make sure that few walk away. The young leader thought with steel in his eyes. Every darkest day is followed by a brightest hour. Let this be our last finest hour if nothing else. Let the elemental nations tell the story of our final stand for years to come, forever immortalized in the records of history. Your move, Kakuzu. Don't keep us waiting too long. XXA cave beneath Amigakure 7 days until the planned attack. Within the darkness of a cave that had not seen human contact in quite some time, a gathering of phantoms stood. Pain, the self-proclaimed god of peace, leader of both Amigakure and the Akatsuki, and bearer of the Rinnegan. Conan, the right hand of Pain, the paper angel, and one of the last bearers of origami release. Zetsu, the scoutmaster for Akatsuki, who fervently sought to bring back the Jubi, the 10-tailed demon. Tobi, a delusional masked Uchiha who believed himself to be Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu, the 5-hearted bounty hunter, master of the earth grudge fear, and the last ninja alive produced by the warring states. Orochimaru, the snake Sannin, and leader of Odogakure, the village hidden by the sound. Haiden, the immortal priest of the Jashin, who delighted in the pain and death he inflicted on others. Sasori, the puppeteer who made puppets from the bodies of shinobi, including his own. The masked Nanisher, an enigmatic Byakugan wielder who held a mysterious agenda. Pain spoke first. Thank you all for being in attendance to today's meeting. With that said, we are here to discuss the Daybreak Plan, due to be executed within 1 week's time. We are here to ensure that everyone understands the role they are to play in the overall plan even if they are not due to take part in either invasion. The group acknowledged Pain's statement. Pain continued. The primary attack is an attack on Konoha, led by Zetsu and his followers including Tobi, with 5 goals in mind: the abduction of all 3 Jinchuriki the village holds, damage of their numbers and hopefully taking out some of their strongest to severely weaken them in the long run, grabbing a person of interest who holds an asset that could be used to recruit a candidate we have been looking into for some time, fulfilling owed requests to both Orochimaru and Nanisher, and the complete or near complete extermination of the Uchiha clan, which was already part of the plan when Zetsu approached me with it 2 years ago. Zetsu nodded and responded. It is true, we were planning on wiping out the Uchiha. Too many headaches in the last 20 years to keep them around. Toby piped up and giggled childishly. Don't worry, Pain-sama. Toby won't let you down. Toby's a good boy. He'll do his part. Orochimaru smirked at the knowledge that he would be getting what he had bargained for. Everyone got the impression that had Nanushir not wore a full face obscuring mask, a massive smirk would be visible to them, most likely due to the fulfillment of what was promised to him. Pain turned Sasori. Sasori, you were ordered to head to the location of the village 2 days away from Suna. Did you obey? The puppeteer acknowledged. Indeed I have, Pain-sama. Pain nodded. Good, your part is to begin carrying out guerrilla attacks on nearby villages and attract attention from Sunagakure, drawing anyone who could interfere with the Daybreak plan away from any place where they could be able to do so. Do not worry about Suna being able to take you down. I have every confidence that you would be able to avoid any problematic encounter, and an associate of ours from Kirigakure should be arriving near you within the next day. You are to begin the attack the moment this meeting is adjourned. Any grievances against this? Sasori responded. None, Pain-sama. Orochimaru responded. Not to be a nuisance, but our targets are the Jinchuriki, one of which is held by Suna, the Ichibi. Shouldn't Sasori target the village? It is considered the weakest of the 5 great villages, and surely it would make our mission easier in the long run? Konan responded to the entire group. Orochimaru is not wrong, such a target would be easy pickings. But he is discounting a few key factors that were the reason behind deciding against going ahead and abducting the village's Jinchuriki. Sasori responded. The village may be smaller than the other great villages, in terms of sheer numbers, but it stands out for the quality of shinobi it pumps out instead of the quantity pumped out by other villages in the Great Five. The village holds multiple S-ranked shinobi, Scorch Release Pakura, my grandmother Chio the Poison Puppet Mistress, her brother Ebizo the Wind Master, and the current Kazekage, Gold Dust Raza, to name a few. Even if my grandmother and granduncle are both old and retired, they still were amongst the strongest that the village had produced, and have had their instincts and styles tempered and improved by both countless fights as well as the fighting in the Second Great Ninja War. Not to be forgotten, but a large percentage of the village's active shinobi are classified as A-ranked opponents. Even the idea that superior quality will always beat out a massive quantity only holds true for so long, especially against a quantity holding a decent quality. All it could take to end me could be a single well-aimed kunai while I'm distracted. Pain cut in here. Sasori's explanation is correct. Sasori, once the order to leave is given, ensure the associate is brought in due to the worsening situation in the Land of Water. Zetsu has confirmed that the rebels alongside the rebelling swordsmen have united under the leadership of one Terumi Mei. She has managed to begin pushing inwards at an unprecedented rate, one that Zetsu calculates will end up with the 3rd Mizuki's forces defeated and her forces victorious by the end of next month at the latest. This associate has a target planted on their back due to their support of the Third's regime. He must not be allowed to be apprehended. Understood? Sasori nodded. Pain followed up. But I have decided to expand on those orders as well. Orochimaru raises a good point. Sasori, I'm leaving it to your judgment, but if you believe that you can get in and kidnap the Jinchuriki, a boy named Gaara according to Zetsu, you have permission to attempt it. Understood? Sasori spoke. Understood clearly, Pain-sama. Pain continued. Good. Moving on. Nanushir and Orochimaru, you two are to head to the Land of Tundra to the distant north and begin searching for the candidate we seek to recruit. Our intelligence indicates that his base is near the heart of the frozen wasteland that makes up most of Tundra. Once you have confirmed his base's location, you are to establish a camp not too far away and await for Zetsu to arrive. Orochimaru responded. Kakuku. Of course, Pain-sama, though I would encourage Zetsu to make it fast. I would hate to see my N be in a frozen wasteland. Nanushir affirmed. Of course, Pain-sama, it will be done as you command. Pain began addressing the final part of the plan. Kakuzu and Haiden, take the missing Nin army that you two have assembled and attack Taki. You two have 3 objectives. Locate and abduct their Nanabai Jinchuriki, steal their forbidden scroll which contains knowledge and techniques that will be invaluable in the long term, and destroy the village to eliminate our primary competition in underpricing the great villages. Kakuzu, use your discretion to determine what to take in addition to the planned objectives. Haiden, please try to keep the slaughter confined to actual enemy combatants this time. Pain finished. Kakuzu grinned beneath his mask, feeling great joy and anticipation at the coming invasion. Taki was finally receiving what he owed it for its betrayal. Haiden was torn between glee at opportunity to sacrifice strong shinobi to his god and Pain's orders to limit the slaughter. Conan spoke up. Unless anyone has anything to say or object to, this meeting is adjourned. The daybreak plan begins in earnest in 1 week. The phantoms that filled the room nodded and faded away. The clock was ticking away till the attacks would begin. 168:00:00 167:59:59 167:59:58 167:59:57 XXX Land of Fire outside Konoha 15 minutes and 57 seconds till daybreak begins. Everything was set for the assault. The individual known collectively as Zetsu stood smirking on both sides. Toby was giggling like a schoolboy. The creature heard movement from behind it and saw the approach of one of its more valuable investments, resulting from White's ability to produce body double from a touch. Zetsu's creator, the great and mighty Kagaya-sama, who was the rightful ruler of this world who had been usurped, and now Zetsu sought to bring her back and put her back in power, had created the white sets of flowers to produce additional numbers for her army of white Zetsu. Only 4 of them had survived the worldwide upheaval of the battle between Hagoromo and Hamura and the Jubi. 1 died not too long after due to damage. 1 died 120 years ago due to the breaching of the hideout it was stored in by pesky human scum. The other 2 had been dormant until Zetsu decided to experiment with his cloning ability, when one of the flowers was pulled out of stasis to be used as the testing dummy. It was trial and error, but Zetsu eventually figured out how to power the flower without requiring contained Biju chakra from the Gedo Mazo to be used as a battery to power the flower. The process of properly merging Zetsu DNA with that of humans to create ideal shock troopers for later plans had also required trial and error to figure out how to get it right. Eventually the creature had figured it out, naming the final product the flower had become, the Makahana. The massed crowd of shinobi standing before him at the moment was the group that had been handpicked to carry out this mission. Eventually, a masked shinobi among the group of mask wearers, one that had his mask decorated with black chains that were painted onto it, stepped forward and bowed. Zetsu smiled. "Good to see that you're here on time, Moyo-kun. I take that there were no major obstacles that could not be avoided if you arrived in the area just last night?" Moyo got up and nodded. "Yes, Zetsu-sama, you are correct. We encountered no major obstacles. We almost encountered a few patrols, but we were able to outmaneuver them." Zetsu nodded and Toby giggled in his childish facade. "So much blood is going to be spilt from this accursed village. It fills me with so much joy." Toby swapped over to his Madara voice and persona. "But even if today's plan is not the complete destruction of Konoha, don't hold back in trying to inflict as much damage as we can." The shouts of approval that filled the air from the crowd showed just who Moyo picked for this mission. Zetsu responded. "Seems that Moyo choose to bring a rather rowdy bunch. As long as they do their job, it doesn't matter. Prepare to attack." Each of the masked shinobi quieted down, and the eye holes filled with a glowing red and black light from the dojutsu they bared. Zetsu smirked. So much of Konoha's history had been, unknown to the village, written by his own hand. It was founded as a way to end the Senju Uzumaki and Uchiha feud that had raged for millenniums, which Zetsu helped started by manipulating Indra, the founder of the Uchiha clan, into attacking his little brother Azura, the founder of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans, in a jealous rage. The bloodiest chapters to the feud had Zetsu's handwriting in the pages before blood was drawn again, and every time the feud was close to being ended peacefully Zetsu intervened and saw the feud continued again. But now the Senju were almost gone as well as the Uzumaki. What use did the Uchiha have now, especially when Zetsu had his own at his disposal? One of whom had been a puppet that was trained by Madara while he was still alive and fooled into believing that he had created the Zetsu, rather than had wool pulled over his eyes and modified them to better control their natural wood release. And the other Uchihas who followed Zetsu, they were the genetically engineered soldiers that stood behind Zetsu. The light that emitted from their dojutsu was that of the Sharingan. "Say your prayers, Konoha, you shall be the sacrifice that one day sees the return of glorious Kagaya-sama." Both halves of Zetsu thought in unison. The daybreak plan had begun. Chapter 8: Chaos at Daybreak. To the denizens of the Hidden Leaf, today started like any other average day. The sun rose in the morning, there was a slight cloud cover, and there appeared to be a chance of rain later in the day. They were mostly unaware of the threat slinking in, preparing to strike. And even worse, unaware of the traitor among them who had been bought off with promises of power. To those who were striking against it, some were thrilled at the prospect of spilling blood, others were simply prepared to fulfill their duty to the Creator-sama. But among those who were attacking the great village, Moyo's hopes were against the side he ostensibly served. I have taken every scenario into consideration. This strike force could potentially complete this mission with minimal casualties on our side with the right strategy and leadership. Unfortunately for Zetsu, he had a revolutionary who plotted against them at the helm for his hybrid forces, who made sure that every one of the hybrids who truly followed Zetsu was here to die. I have shuffled each one into a position where they could potentially complete the mission's objectives but due to either personality issues or something similar, will ultimately fail and be killed or be wounded enough for me to make it look as though it were a matter of time. I calculate that Konoha will suffer some losses regrettably and that Zetsu's true followers will be able to accomplish some of the mission's goals, but the shinobi of this village will deal with most of these traitors. I hope to induce a Pyrrhic victory for Zetsu, with the evidence appearing to indicate that the only reason we were able to do as well as we did was because of my leadership. That will assure the position I was promised and will place me in the perfect position to begin the making for my rebellion. Come now, Konoha. Do not fail me. Two forces were about to collide and blood would be spilt. Uchiha District 2 Uchihas stood guard at the entrance to the clan's district. One of them spoke. "Man, I wish something exciting would happen." The other spoke. "Careful, you know what they say about tempting fate." The other responded. "Anyone who actually believes that whole fate nonsense is a complete idiot." His friend voiced an agreement before he nudged him. "Look alive! We got someone coming." A cloaked figure wearing a yellow mask decorated with a black flame pattern on it approached them. The taller of the Uchihas spoke. "We need to see your identification." The masked figure chuckled. "I'm afraid I don't have any. Not that it matters because you won't be amongst the living much longer." Possessing gaze. The two Uchihas noticed Sharingans in the eye holes of the man's mask, which shifted to a pattern they had never seen in a Sharingan before. However, before they could respond, the shorter of the two Uchihas drew a kunai and stabbed his friend in the gut. When the man looked into his backstabber's eyes, he saw a look of pure horror, almost as if he hadn't done it of his own free will. Then the man blacked out. Taken by the Shinigami. More cloaked masked figures showed up. The first one spoke. "Moyo-sama and Zetsu-sama have given us our orders. Everyone knows what to do. Daybreak begins now." All nodded and began to carry out their tasks. XXX Hyuga compound. Concurrently with the beginning of daybreak, Hyuga Hisashi sat in contemplation. A few weeks ago, a couple of letters arrived via Tsunade-sama's slugs carrying distinct letters to both Hayashi and Hitomi, with the characters on the seal marking the sender as someone Hisashi knew all too well, Kageyami Hisashi. He remembered his brother and his wife going pale at the contents the letters shared. When he asked what was so horrible, they answered that Hisashi had discovered an operation in the land of tea under order from Hyuga Hideki, Hayashi and Hisashi's father. The operation was testing viability for a derivative of the caged bird curse seal to be applied to subjects other than Hyugas. Hisashi had never felt such shame at his father before. The implications that he had realized became unfortunately true with the additional contents of the letters. Hisashi had sent evidence and had begun tracking additional operations that had been ratted on by the thug who had been captured by Hisashi's man in the land of tea. But one was all it took to prove that Hideki was guilty. Hayashi ordered their father arrested immediately. Hisashi hoped that this would begin much-needed change and see an old promise fulfilled. Hisashi thoughts turned to how he met the enigmatic spy master and the promise in question. It would have been about 5 years before the Kyuubi attack. Konoha was experiencing a notable organized crime wave, but no one could quite figure out who was pulling the strings. However, a tip had led them to a warehouse for the upstarts who thought they could outsmart shinobi forever. Most of Hisashi's group stayed outside while he went ahead. When he entered, he found the sight horrifying. Blood and gore was everywhere. Men, women, and children were tied up, and he could figure out what was going on. They had a look of relief at whatever had happened and fear at the same time. Like being saved by a monster. Their relief became much more apparent when they saw Hisashi. Other illegal materials and stolen items were strewn about as well. He took a look at the corpses and saw that each one bore the tattoo that had been identified as the mark of those who were part of the syndicate. Each one was a criminal, and not one corpse didn't have the mark on it. But then screams shook him back to reality, and saw him rush to their source. A man with a visible tattoo being tortured by a tall man wearing what appeared to be a modified black business suit. The branch house Hyuga realized was shocked that the man torturing the criminal was not using weapons to do so, even though he clearly had them on his person. No, it appeared that he was using tendrils that were forming both from his own shadows and the shadows around him. Was he a Nara? No, he couldn't be. No Nara looked like that, and even the most vicious of the lazy shadow users never acted like this. Hisashi also noticed that the shadow tendrils the man was using didn't move nor look at all like a Nara's shadow jutsu. The tendrils were acting like tentacles or just appendages of their master. Then the man spoke. So, you're telling me that you work for Gato's more illicit operations and he was looking to expand here and was looking to begin getting techniques and knowledge together to try to outsmart and kill shinobi. Am I correct? The criminal nodded. The shadow user's entire presence changed. Well, that is just peachy. I can't let you remember what you saw, so I either rip the memories out or I'll have to hit you hard enough to induce a concussion and major brain damage that will cause you to be labeled a madman and delusional if you remember and tell them what you saw. Which do you think I should do, Hyuga-san? Hisashi felt his heart seize when he heard that. If this shadow user knew he was here, then perhaps those secret-keeping ideas were pointed at the Hyuga as well. The man turned around, faced Hisashi, eyes glowing almost but not from a dojutsu, and he spoke. I asked you to answer a question? What do you think I should do to protect my secret? Your clan is no stranger to draconian measures to protect both the Byakugan and the Gentle Fist. The man spoke as he intensified his gaze and unleashed something that felt like a pulse of killing intent, and instantly Hisashi began to feel the numerous memories filled with guilt begin to resurface, and could almost feel the weight of them crawling all over. Hisashi eventually responded. I think that only enough to protect the secret should be done. Nothing that would be complete overkill or cruel mercy, only enough to ensure its continued protection and that those who have learned it will not pass it on. The man continued his stare, almost as if he was trying to stare through the Hyuga's soul. Eventually he began smiling and the effect on Hisashi ended and the shadow user responded. I could not have said it better, nor could I agree more. He quickly turned to the criminal and placed his hands to the man's temples and both went still. A moment later, movement resumed with the shadow user standing up while the tortured criminal fell unconscious from whatever the man had done. The shadow user spoke softly. I would appreciate it greatly if you keep what you have seen here a secret. If you do so, and I will know if the knowledge gets out cause of you blabbing, I will be willing to offer you a deal. Now my name is of no concern at the moment until it comes time to make the bargain. I apologize for the impoliteness, but I have to do so. What is your name, Hyuga-san? Hisashi spoke. Hyuga Hisashi. The shadow user smirked. The younger son of the previous clan head, and the brother of the current clan head. I knew you were a branch house Hyuga, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Now I must go. If you hold true to the agreement, then we shall meet again on friendlier terms, but if you don't, then it will be far less friendly terms than right now. The unspoken threat was clear. The man walked past him into the shadows. Hisashi tried to grab him, but the shadow user was no longer there. He used his Byakugan and found nothing resembling the man he encountered. It was almost as if he had vanished into the shadows, quite literally. Hisashi said nothing to anyone, questioning why he would work to hold the secret of a stranger that he didn't even know the name of. Then night came and Hisashi found himself in his quarters alone. His wife was currently out on her own duties. Then a voice spoke. I'm impressed. I have to admit that I thought you would rat on me. Hisashi turned and saw the shadow user from earlier standing in the room with a cup of tea in his hand, while holding out another one to Hisashi. Hisashi took it. The man smiled. Let's talk business. First off, my name is Kageyami Hisashi. Hisashi nodded. It is a pleasure to meet you, Hisashi-san. Hisashi nodded. And you as well, Hisashi-san. Now on to the second thing, my offer. I want you to serve as my eyes and ears within the Hyuga branch house. I already have a man within the main house. You would feed me information about anything that could be of importance to me, and if I need something carried out, you will work to see it done. Hisashi glared. You would have me betray my family. Hisashi remained stone-faced. No, I wouldn't. I would never ask you to do something. I only ask those who understand the vital truth that no one can survive alone in this world. Something I know you understand. The villages exist because Hashirama and Madara, deep down, realized it extended to their clans and decided to leave behind the warfare of their time to found Konoha to help each other survive in coexistence. I would ask you to report to me anything suspicious that may mean someone planning with ill intentions. I would see to it that it is torn out before it snowballs into a much bigger problem. In return, I will use my connections to help begin moving things so that the Hyuga main house/branch house system is abolished and the caged bird curse seal is done away with, either entirely or replaced with something better. Do we have a deal? He ended by offering his hand. Hisashi nodded after some contemplation. We do. Sealing it with a handshake. For the most part, Hisashi had only reported what he had heard to the enigmatic spymaster. He had only been asked to personally help set something up once, and it had been about 2 months after the Kyuubi attack. He was left wondering what the spymaster was seeking to help, but he did as he was told. Hisashi and the main house member that Hisashi had employed allowed something to build until it had to be dealt with immediately the hour Hitomi-sama had gone into labor, drawing Hayashi away from the delivery room. Observing Hayashi's daughter, Hinata, began to yield answers. The girl had absurd chakra reserves and grew far faster than anyone he had ever seen. Except for one Uzumaki Kushina and her son Uzumaki Naruto. Kushina's Jinchuriki status had never been officially released, but Hisashi had encountered a few of the known ones and was shocked when he saw the similarities between their chakra networks and Kushina's. It was just a matter of sliding the pieces in place. Hisashi had concluded that Naruto and Hinata both were Jinchurikis, as well due to the unnaturally high growth rate to their reserves. Unlike with Kushina and other Jinchurikis he had fought and survived, their seals were not visible to Byakugan, leading him to assume that their seal's matrix had anti-Byakugan measures built in. He assumed that Naruto held the Kyuubi like Kushina presumably did, but which Biju did Hinata hold? Hisashi felt pity and sympathy for both children. They were cursed with a seal much like the branch house. One that could mean their end if something went wrong. But unlike the branch house, if something went wrong and they were exposed, they would be unable to have normal lives. Though he assumed that they did not know what they carried at the moment. Perhaps that was something that Hitomi and Naruto's caretakers were waiting on telling to them. Before his thoughts could go any further, screams sounded and fires exploded. Memories from war filled his mind and he knew what was happening. Konoha was under attack. XXX streets of Konoha. Obito yawned as he walked down the street. Rin had a shift at the hospital today and Kakashi had been asked to do a lecture at the academy today. Left him to wander around with no mission today and kick himself for not going through with something. Kakashi agreed when he was told it would be given to the class Naruto was part of, and he had as much leeway as he wanted to teach the kids something he viewed as important for new genin. Though speaking of Kakashi, Shursui and Obito decided to let him in on the masked man Shursui encountered alongside a few others including Rin. Everyone each had their own opinions and input, but Kakashi pointed out something that left impressions. So we found a possible culprit? Kakashi said. Rin looked at him confused. A culprit to what? Kakashi answered. To the Kyuubi attack. Because Minato-sensei said that a rogue Uchiha broke and grabbed Kushina-sensei, unleashed Kyuubi from her, and then placed the Biju under his control before sending the fox on a rampage. Everyone went silent and thought until horror dawned on them that Kakashi was right. Obito just commented. Shursui, I think you might have stumbled on something much bigger than we thought. Shursui only nodded. Obito and Rin had already been noticing some odd things in Kakashi's behavior that really became noticeable around the anniversary of the attack. Obito had the sneaking suspicion that Kakashi had developed a desire for vengeance against the perpetrator of the Kyuubi attack for everything that had happened that night. But that conversation confirmed it, and with what they knew about this masked man's abilities, he could have definitely broken in and carried out the assault. The couple agreed with their teammate that justice needed to be given to those who lost their lives because of the tragedy, but both feared what would happen if Kakashi tried to take it into his own hands. But Obito couldn't shake a feeling of dread that was clinging to him like a blanket. The school day should be over soon, and he should be home with the little brats soon. As he walked, something began screaming danger, and then the sounds of people screaming, fires burning, and explosives detonating filled the air. Obito looked around and knew they were under attack, but by who was the question. Then his instincts began screaming danger. Obito jumped around in time to see a masked man armed with a kunai attempting to run the Uchiha through. Obito quickly activated his Sharingan and grabbed the kunai by the handle before knocking the assailant to the ground. He got a better look at his attacker now, a red mask with black flames decals on it covering his face with short black hair on his head, before he took in a sudden breath after getting a look behind his eye holes. He's got the Sharingan. His attacker had the faint red glow of the Sharingan in his eyes. He was an Uchiha. Had to be. Obito ran through his mind at why would an Uchiha attack him. He found one distinct answer. One he didn't like. He went to grab the man and drag him into the Kamui world to prevent collateral damage. He hoped there weren't any others, but he would find out soon enough. Before he could begin dragging his opponent into the Kamui world, his opponent regained his bearings and punched Obito in the stomach before he had the chance to move back. Damn, I was close but not close enough. Wait a second. That strike looked a little panicked, like he knew what was coming and was rushing to avoid it. There is no way he could have known about. Obito thought as he regained his bearings. The fight began with both combatants making the same hand seals before screaming the same attack. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A duel of fireballs began with either combatant willing to give an inch. The resulting stalemate was broken when Obito quickly activated his Mangekyo and gathered enough chakra to create a spark of the Amaterasu black flames to alter this fight into his favor, planning to step down to his standard Sharingan once his attack was finished. Once the charge was gathered, he evenly uttered, Amaterasu, and black flames began to consume the colliding fireballs, starting from a small point on his side of the clash and spreading out over the dueling fireballs and consuming them before making its way to the masked assassin. The assailant quickly ended his attack once he noticed the black flames spreading and making its way towards him through his fireball, jumping back before the black fire could make contact with him. Once the clash had ended, Obito used his Mangekyo to extinguish the black flames he had created and stepped his Sharingan down to its base form. As the assailant landed, Obito rushed him as fast as he could for a taijutsu clash. But as he made eye contact, the masked one's eyes shifted into Mangekyos and uttered, Possessing Gaze. Obito could feel his body try to disobey his commands before he began to channel chakra to disrupt what he believed was a genjutsu. Unknowingly, he channeled chakra to his eyes and shifted his eyes back to the eternal Mangekyo, disrupting the attempted mind control and startling the man. Obito quickly focused on him and said the words of his attack. Tsukuyami! The world went red and black as the masked assassin found himself in a ghastly nether realm that formed around them with Obito's Kamui symbol covering the moon that formed in the hellish red sky. Obito began speaking. You almost had me. If I hadn't activated my Mangekyo, I would have succumbed to whatever that jutsu was. Now, judging by your look, I guess you already know where you are right now. In this world I rule all, even time, even a second in here is far different from what is one in the real world. For 36 hours, you will experience the full pain of crows devouring you like a corpse left out to them each second, from the ravenous murder pulling the skin and meat from your bones to the pieces being digested in their stomachs. Only when the crows have fully picked you clean and finished digesting you will the second end and the next begin. Let's begin. As Obito commanded, crows descended upon the cross that the masked man had crucified to, while the man began counting mentally to gauge how skilled his opponent was with the illusion. Once the second ended, the man was screaming, but his thoughts were focused. He is able to make a second last for an hour and a half. He's better than most of my brothers are at maintaining the second as long as possible rather than maintaining the overall duration of time that the illusion encompasses. At this rate I will crack before he exhausts the duration of his illusion. Hopefully my mind will shut down at the end so they cannot gain anything from it. Forgive me, Setsu-sama, I have failed you in life but I won't in death. I'll hold him here to try and give my partner a shot at killing our target, while he is distracted torturing me to death. The torture began once more. But Obito noticed the change in posture and realized something was wrong and stopped the second and spoke. Wait a second, you almost look as though you want me to stay here the full length of the illusion. Why? That would mean you either dying from the mental strain or... Obito stopped and his eyes went wide as his attacker knew he had been found out. Unless you wanted me to be stuck for the full 3 seconds that pass in the real world regardless because you have accomplices. Obito quickly dispelled the illusion, the experience from the torture leaving his opponent on the ground and knocked out while Obito narrowly avoided the thrown kunai that was aimed at skewering his throat. Obito smirked. Hey, you missed me. Thank goodness, I realized he was acting funny. The new assailant chuckled. While it is a shame that you were able to avoid that kunai, think about what else was in that direction. Obito looked over and saw the previous assailant's knocked out body with the thrown kunai through his throat. Obito shrugged. I was going to take him over to Tianai to find out what he knows after your invasion is dealt with. Guess I'll have to settle for you instead. The masked assailant spoke. I would like to see you try. After all, can you really afford to take the time to do that? We came here to exterminate the Uchiha clan, or at least put them as close to extinct as possible. We came to kill the Hokage. We came to cull multiple problematic clans and to deal as much damage as we could. And we came to kidnap and extract the Biju from the filthy beasts that they're trapped in. Obito's mind raced to a halt. No. I won't let you take them. You're right, I don't have time to waste trying to take you alive. The masked man smiled. It doesn't matter. I won't allow you to leave alive. Obito chuckled darkly. We'll see. Before rushing at his opponent, the masked man rushed to engage the Uchiha in taijutsu, believing that was Obito's intentions based on his movements. He realized too late that it was feint. He realized it when blood began running down Obito's cheek from his eye and the Uchiha muttered, Amaterasu. The masked man knew there was no way out. He was too close and the flames would ignite him before he could replace with anything. Like a true warrior meeting their end, he did not scream in frustration nor anger. Only pain as the black flames consumed him. Obito stopped for a moment to catch his breath. He began thinking, if the others who came with them had the same abilities, then the next few hours are going to be long. I can sense all kind of chakra being thrown around. I can't tell where Rin is, but chakra is being thrown around at the outskirts. I should probably start with whatever skirmishes are nearby and then move to see what is happening over there if it is still going when I get there. Damn it, if we survive this then I'm going to ask it. Obito began moving, ready to protect Konoha. Hoping that he wouldn't fail those he had sworn to protect. And hoping that this wasn't the first strike of the fourth great ninja war. XXX Konoha Prison. Toby skillfully slinked through the halls of Konoha's maximum security lockup, avoiding the guards as best as he could. Zetsu had advised the masked man to avoid contact with guards, including killing and disposing of the bodies, claiming that it would alert them to the presence that infiltrated the prison during the attack and would have them notice the missing prisoner sooner than anticipated. There was logic there. Besides, Toby believed that most of the weaklings here weren't even worth killing. So he slinked through the halls and phased through walls to avoid confrontation until he reached the cell number he was told the target would be in. This is the one. Kamui? He thought as he began phasing through the door. Once he was through, he saw the mission target sitting at the far end of the cell. With his eyes closed and seemingly unaware of his visitor, Toby opened his mouth and spoke in his normal voice. Hello again, Danzo. How long has it been since we last saw each other? It has to have been at least 8, almost 9 years, since we sat down and discussed a certain point of interest. Danzo opened his good eye and while keeping his destroyed eye closed, lacking the bandaging to conceal the eye. Danzo eventually responded. I thought Minato had killed you, considering we never saw anything of you again, nor did we find any trace of you. 9 years does sounds about right at this point, Toby. I must admit it has been hard to tell how long it has been since I was imprisoned. I was imprisoned only 2 weeks after the QB went on that massive rampage after being freed, which I assume was your doing, and if it was, I wish I hadn't gave you the information I did. You didn't reappear to deliver on the immediate part of my half of the bargain, but your associates did carry out the other part of the bargain as we agreed, giving me an opportunity to try to pin the disaster on the Uchiha and pave the way for their extermination. Toby snorted. He almost got me. Pure adrenaline and the will and desire to see my plans come to fruition saw me through enough to escape. I pretty much collapsed from a number of things the moment I made it to my associate at the rendezvous point. Zetsu claims I was suffering from major brain damage, along with severe damage to the entirety of my remaining natural body. It took me months to fully recover, and even then I'm still suffering from some of the side effects of the bout. Zetsu informed me once I had recovered my information retention that he had gone ahead and carried out the information leaked to the right sources for you so that we could repay your services. I would have loved to see how you would have had the Uchiha exterminated. I'm positive it would have been a gloriously gory show, but you fucked that up when you tried to reach for the Uzumaki child through Kumo and had a route nearby without a contingency for if the boys' caretakers had managed to track the team down, and if someone managed to get in and kill the agent. You even messed up a long-term plan of mine by having the previous Nibi Jinchuriki brought in for Kumo's capture mission. We confirmed that Konoha captured her and transferred the cat to a new host a few months later, but we managed to figure out who had been made the new Jinchuriki thanks to a disgruntled shinobi who was transferring into an academy teacher role who knew the exact small details that were needed for us to piece the puzzle together. But I do have some good news for you right now concerning the Uchiha. Associates of mine are carrying out a mission that one of the objectives to is either the complete or near complete extermination of the clan. The last sentence brought a smile to the disgraced elder's face. Good. The threat of that clan will finally be removed. Toby nodded. Yes, the Uchiha will burn. But I have an offer for you, freedom with a few conditions. Have you told anyone of our dealings? Danzo shook his head. No. Toby responded. Good, means I don't have to drop some bodies to rebury the information. Did they take away that arm Orochimaru gave you? Danzo smiled and pulled open the shirt he had been wearing to reveal the bandaged arm that lied within, with wooden braces covering it like shackles. Along both the bandages and the wooden braces were kanjis for some kind of seal array. No. The perception filtering genjutsu seals held, and they never even noticed it as long as I did nothing to draw attention to it. They never sealed my chakra on the arm, so I still have molding capabilities in it. I was saving it for when it would be needed. Toby smiled under his mask. Good. Then off we go. Toby grabbed the man and began sucking them into the pocket dimension before jumping again and appearing in a small room in a hideout. Toby spoke. I have things to do still, so I will be leaving you here. Please stay in this room till I return. Danzo nodded. Of course. As you wish, Toby. Toby triggered Kamui once more and began making his way back to the village. Toby had left out where he had sent Danzo and why. But even then it would have already been too late. A few flowers in the room had already bloomed and began pumping out large quantities of their pollen that served as a sleeping agent. XXX Kakashi had arrived exactly on time for the kids' class, having decided to walk Naruto and Hinata to the academy that day to get a look at the kids in the class. He had to admit, he wasn't impressed with the majority of them. The only ones who struck him as being truly able to become shinobi were Naruto and Hinata, the clan heirs that made up the majority of the class he figured had what it took to pass both the academy and the genin exam: Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, and Karama Yakumo, Sakura Harino. A civilian who seemed to have some potential if she focused on her training more than chasing after Uchiha Sasuke, who was also part of the class, and a strange pale boy named Sai, who was an orphan who entered the academy. Kakashi had heard some things about Sai through Tenzo, and what he heard painted a grim picture. Sai had been an orphan from the Kyuubi attack that Danzo attempted to make one of his roots, before the elder had been arrested for his crimes. Sai had been taken in by a fellow root named Shin, who Kakashi had personally met and found to be interesting. It seemed that Danzo's attempts to destroy the boy's personality had failed, and he slid by with it merely being repressed. Altogether, that was 11 students who he believed could make the cut. Maybe Hokage-sama could alter the curriculum to weed out the wasted potential resources before it actually became a waste of resources. Kakashi wondered what possessed Hiruzen-sama to lower the standards this much, even if they weren't in wartime where genin were needed to be highly prepared straight out of the academy. The starting curriculum shouldn't be this pathetic. A wicked idea entered his head. Perhaps I could be the start of the change I want to bring about. I don't have time to interrogate teachers about the curriculum, but I was told by the headmaster that I was allowed to talk about and teach anything I wanted. The copy-nin thought as he sat through the teacher's lecture to the students. His attention was drawn to the two teacher's assistants, a pair of chunin named Irika and Mizuki. Kakashi had met Irika before a visit to the Hokage when the scarred chunin requested a transfer to the academy. Kakashi got a good read off the kid, seemed like he would do well there. However, something rubbed him wrong about Mizuki. He seemed average and nice enough, but there was something that was wrong with him. Like everything he projected was a mask to conceal what lurked beneath the surface. The copy-nin shook it off and returned to his thoughts about what he would speak on and showed the students. Eventually it came time for the class he was asked to help teach, but the copy-nin couldn't shake the feeling he was being silently and carefully watched alongside a few others. As it came time for his lecture, he led the kids outside to start leading them to a small training ground within the village. But he noticed out of the corner of his eye a masked man carrying a kunai poised to slit the throat of the kid at the back of the group. Kakashi blurred through hand seals before turning his body towards the newly noticed aggressor and thrusting his open hand containing a chidori towards him. Chidori sharp spear! The massive blade of lightning extended off the chidori, and the kids were confused, as was the class's T.A.S. Irika and Mizuki. Mizuki seemed to be scared of something, however. The T.A.S. were alarmed at the wet squelch sound of a human body being torn apart. The two assistants and their students turned back to see a man in a pale green mask with black flames on it and a cloak holding a kunai mere inches away from Sasuke's throat, before Kakashi dispelled the blade and the man collapsed to the ground. TSK, Kakashi. I wasn't expecting you to catch and kill my brother so unceremoniously. Unfortunately, he was only here to kill both the Uchiha brat and the Kurama girl and kidnap the two high-priority targets. While I was here to kill you to both eliminate a threat to my master's ambition and to avenge my brother who you killed to gain that Sharingan under your headband, I think you will have more trouble with me." A new voice spoke. Kakashi found the source of the voice, another man dressed exactly like the one he had just killed, with a mask colored a slightly different shade of green. His brother was the one who I got my Sharingan from. Now I see it, both have Sharingans hidden behind their masks under the shadows they create at the eye holes. I'd recognize that dim glow anywhere. They were here to kidnap 2 targets from this academy class. Everyone here is from a major Konoha clan except Sai and Sakura. Kidnapping them and holding them for ransom or sell them to other villages or organizations for their bloodlines. But he said that he was after 2 in particular. Naruto and Hinata have to be the targets. He or whoever sent him has to know their Jinchurikis. They're after their Biju. He thought as he removed the part of his headband covering his Sharingan. As Kakashi rushed the new combatant, the assassin began weaving hand seals that Kakashi knew all too well, and countered with the same jutsu to protect the children rather than dodging it. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Kakashi put as much chakra as he could spare into overpowering the assailant, hoping that it would be enough. Eventually the masked man gave up and Kakashi's attack advanced forward. The masked man was able to get out of the way in time. Kakashi decided to speak. "If I'm right about my speculation about who you're after, how do you know they're here?" The man chuckled. "Oh, we know that they are here. One we have known about since the incident that put him on my master's priority list, while the other he couldn't find until a certain academy teacher's assistant started blabbing about things that made it easy to find her. Isn't that right, Mizuki?" Everyone went silent and wide-eyed and stared at the white-haired Chunin who stood almost proudly and smiled viciously. Kakashi created another Chidori but this time began altering the flow to begin wrapping the voltage around himself to create his lightning cloak. "Both of you are threats to the village. Neither one will be leaving here unless as a corpse or a prisoner," he declared with killing intent. Mizuki went to say something, but Kakashi pulled out a kunai and charged it with lightning chakra and threw it at the traitor, aimed at his leg. It connected and pierced all the way through the man's leg. Kakashi rushed over and knocked him out with a punch to the face. Kakashi spoke. "You've done enough damage by running your mouth, traitor. By doing this you have not only broken the rules but abandoned your comrades as well and put people I care about in jeopardy. Any mercy I may have had for you has been taken away." After that sentence to the unconscious traitor, Kakashi turned his gaze to the masked man. "I hope you have made peace with the fact that you will not be leaving here alive." The masked man seemed amused by that sentiment. "Even if I am to fall by your hand, I would still use my dying moments serving my master's purpose." The man almost seemed to not care if he lived or died. Kakashi positioned himself between the man and the class, easily able to protect the students from the man, and keep him away from Naruto and Hinata while also able to go on the offensive. "I need to end this quickly. I don't know if there are more of these assassins in hiding waiting to strike and I don't know if there are more on the way. I need a clear shot at ending this as quickly as possible. I have an idea but I need something to cover it up." The copy ninja thought as he quickly made hand seals and hoped his opponent would react as he wanted. The masked man looked inquisitively at his opponent wondering what he was waiting for. Then Kakashi began rapidly forming hand seals which the masked assassin's Sharingan predicted would form the sequence for Great Fireball Jutsu. "I have to cancel it. If I don't the trap me and Farv plan to use will be compromised." The man thought as he formed hand seals and prepared his counter. "Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu!" Kakashi screamed as breathed out the massive fireball. "Water release, Violent Water Wave!" The masked man screamed as he spat out water and shaped it into a wave and sent it at his opponent's fireball. The two clashed and cancelled each other out, creating a massive steam cover. The man stayed where he was, wondering what Hataki's next move would be. He didn't have to wait long, as Kakashi charged through the wall of steam with a Chidori in his hand. The masked assassin used his Sharingan to predict Kakashi's path, and used a leg sweep to knock the copy nin of his feet, and swiftly took a kunai and stabbed it into the Kakashi's heart. "I win, Kakashi!" The copy nin almost smiled. "You might be thinking that, but I assure you it is not you who has won." Before bursting into electricity and shocking the masked assassin. When did he have time to create a lightning clone? He must have made it while my vision was obscured by his fireball and the steam cover. Damn it! He outplayed me. The Real Kakashi rushed forward and impaled the electrified assassin on his Chidori, destroying the man's heart. "It's over. I have won." The masked man laughed bitterly while coughing. Why you have only killed me? I never said anything about being the only one sent to kill you. Carve, my brother, why you killed to have your precious Sharingan will be avenged. Before placing both his hand around Kakashi's arm and gripping tightly. Then he passed, refusing to let go after dying. Kakashi tried to pull free, but the corpse's grip would not release. Then he heard the sounds of someone rushing him and saw the third assassin. The corpse would not release its grip, so Kakashi did the only thing he could do, and instead of pulling his arm out to avoid the attack, he flung the corpse around to block the masked assassin's attack. Kakashi heard a wet stabbing noise but looked up and saw no blade in the body of the assassin clutching his arm. He looked over at the man who had attempted to kill him and saw the source of the noise. A small tanto was stabbed through the masked man's chest, killing him instantly. Kakashi wondered who had killed his opponent while he was distracted, only for the deceased man to fall over when the blade was pulled out, revealing a slightly battle-damaged Shursui who helped remove the corpse's hands from Kakashi's arm before wiping the blood off his tanto. Kakashi spoke. Thanks for the help, Shursui. I was in a bit of tight situation right there. Looks like you won. Anyways, what are you doing here? Shursui responded. Mikoto-sama sent me to find Sasuke and make sure he's alright. I would take him back to her, but the clan's been ambushed. I know the ANBUs are scrambling as every major clan in the village are being attacked. I also heard that Hokage-sama was attacked as well, but the Uchiha are being hit especially hard. I need to find Itachi, Obito, and Fugaku. I trust one can leave Sasuke with you. The copy Nin nodded. Yeah, I'll look after him. Can you do me a favor? We had a traitor in the academy who leaked information that helped these guys figure out some classified secrets, which was why they sent 3 assassins here. I need you take Mizuki to the TNI holding facility till we can sort this mess out and find out what exactly he said and to who. Shursui nodded. Yeah, I can take him there. I was heading that way anyways. Hey, if I see Rin or Obito, I'll tell them that Naruto's okay and he's with you. Kakashi did his eye smile. Thanks, I would appreciate that. But also mention that both projects are alright. No problem, I'll be back for Sasuke as soon as I can. Was all the teleporter before grabbing the bound-up traitor and making a single hand sign and vanishing in a blur of speed produced by the Uchiha's mastery of the body flicker jutsu. XXX Rin had an ordinary day at the hospital. She helped bandage up some genin who had gotten hurt in a spar, helped a mother give birth to a healthy baby girl, and began thinking about a certain rumor that she had heard about yesterday. If she had time to think about that, then she was having a pretty boring day, never mind her instincts going crazy warning her about someone watching her. You sense it too, Rin-chan. Yeah, like something's watching me. I just realized that your instinct is correct. Something is watching us, something with a quality to its chakra that I recognize from somewhere. I cannot remember where, but I do know that it is ancient, perhaps even more than me and my siblings. I suggest that you leave the hospital during your next break and go to a secluded place to draw them away from potential casualties and hostages. I was already planning on that, Ayasokun. I was planning on going to the far side of Training Ground 7, where that big lake fed by that river is located. I believe that would be a good idea. You would have a large, replenishing water supply to use for water release ninjutsu, and an easy-to-use source of mist for the hidden mist jutsu that Obito taught you, in case this pursuer has a dojutsu. I hadn't thought about the hidden mist jutsu or the possibility that they have a dojutsu. Maybe I could discreetly create a shadow clone to go prepare the spot I want to use. A good plan, but you have to create the clone in a spot where it couldn't be detected. How about we make 3 shadow clones and send them off on semi-legitimate business, and once they're done they go to the training grounds, whichever ones survive the whole thing can begin prepping it. That sounds like a decent idea. The problem will be if he decides to continue following you or veer off to destroy the clones. Rin nodded in the mindscape and in the real world crossed her fingers for the shadow clone, and a moment later 3 clones emerged from the smoke. The 3 nodded and headed off in separate directions with plans in place. An hour later, Rin left the hospital as fast as she could, using the body flicker to ensure that she made it to her destination without her stalker catching her while she moving. She sat and waited in the mist-covered training ground before she began to expand her senses to find the chakra of her follower. Once she found it, she methodically went through hand seals to ensure that the full potential of her jutsu was unleashed. It was just a slightly stronger version of a standard water release jutsu that most water users learned at one point or another. The standard sequence was just 5 more hand seals than the basic version, but the improved version Rin was using was an additional 5 signs to further increase the efficiency. Finishing her sequence mere moments before her adversary began getting impatient, she screamed out, "Water release! Water dragon missile!" And from the lake formed a water dragon that with a roar-like gesture began screeching through the air towards the target it had been given. The infiltrator jumped out of the way just in time to begin charging Rin, while another dragon charged out from the thick mist covering the lake and targeted the masked man as well. He dodged and rushed into close range. Rin began fighting and was able to land a few good strikes before her stalker stabbed a saban into Rin's neck that would knock her into a death-like state. She turned to face him and began smiling as her eyes shut after he stabbed the throwing needle into her neck before she burst into a cloud of smoke. He stood there in disbelief that he had been tricked with a clone feint, and had been played before 5 water dragons had emerged from the mist, all but one missing the target. He stumbled to his feet before speaking. "I wasn't expecting that move. Tell me, that wasn't the standard water dragon jutsu that you opened with, was it? You tricked me into thinking it was when in reality it was a multi-water dragon jutsu you used, holding back on launching all the constructs at once as feint to trick me while you replaced with the clone in preparation for my attack. If I'm right, then well played. If I'm wrong, then you're far more impressive than I give you credit for." He was right about her strategy, but Rin decided to not respond and give him her location. Rin was quickly analyzing the memories from the shadow clone's brief glimpse of the man's face. He had spiky black hair, wore a pale blue mask with black flame patterns adorning it, and had Sharingan eyes glowing at the small shadows that his mask created over his eyes. That was information for later. She needed to beat him now. Keeping quiet, she began running through seals to create more water dragons to throw at her opponent, and as the constructs formed, a giant fireball approached from opponent location. She sidestepped the fireball as quickly as she could while trying her best to not generate disturbances that would have given away her location. As she regained her composure, she began concentrating to find where her water dragons would be aimed at, but before she could have them attack, a sudden disturbance happened behind her and an arm quickly reached around her, grabbed her, while another hand stabbed her in a spot meant to paralyze her. "You should know by now that in the shinobi world, the first move we make is usually a distraction for our real attack. And you should have expected me to make another clone to replace with," Rin responded before the clone in the masked man's grip busted into smoke after it was stabbed. She rushed him quickly, but he intercepted her and stabbed her again, starting to get very frustrated with the whole situation. Then that Rin burst into smoke, revealing it to be a shadow clone as well. The man growled in frustration. "When did you make these shadow clones?" "The only time you made any was at the hospital." "Shit!" he screamed in realization. From the mists emerged multiple water clones who kept him distracted while Rin prepared her finisher. Once Rin had finished preparing it, she rushed him while the clones began grappling him, and while he appeared to be blinded by frustration, carrying one of her sensei's personal creations as the coup de grace. The masked assailant saw it coming but was unable to move due to the 4 water clones holding him in place. "Rasengan!" Rin yelled as she began jamming it into the man's chest, destroying the ribs and killing her opponent. After noting her attacker's expiration, she made a single seal to dispel the mist covering the field and the 5 water dragon constructs she had created but didn't need to use before sitting down to rest. But before she could, her senses warned her about something and she narrowly avoided a blow from a new masked assailant. "Great. Another one of you guys," Rin grumbled. A distinctly feminine voice came from the new attacker. "You managed to kill my idiot brother. He may have been stupid and prone to getting overconfident, but he was strong and knew how to tail someone, yet you found him anyways. Based on how well you prepped this battlefield, I'd wager that you managed to detect him and evaded him using a solid-state clone. You have my respect, Rin-san, from one kunoichi to another. But I'm afraid that now we have to fight. Please do try to give a girl a good time, and I'll do my best to give you one last good time." The woman sounded like she was sincere in her words, but Rin could sense something in the air coming off of her new opponent. It felt almost like bloodlust, but Rin eventually figured out that it was battle lust. Though Rin couldn't quite tell if her new opponent had meant that last sentence to sound quite as perverted as it came across as, but a voice in the back of her mind said that it probably meant to be that ambiguous. The new fight began. Rin expected her opponent to do something besides just stand there, but the masked woman just stood there with her weapon drawn, a kuzurigama with a chain on it. A moment later, and both her instincts and Isabu confirmed what was the problem. Genjutsu. Ki. And the illusion shattered to reveal the kuzurigama's blade mere centimeters from being sunk into Rin. Rin dodged as quickly as she could, but the blade still managed to swipe at her, but the flak jacket she wore took the worst of it. She engaged the assailant in taijutsu, but it proved at best to only inconvenience the attacker. But Rin was able to get a few good shots in. She quickly formed a few hand seals and fired off a few water bullets, hoping it would do something. Only one hit, but the woman seemed to not be fazed by it. My high-pressure water bullet hit her square in the chest, and she's acting like it's a minor inconvenience. Perhaps it might be time for a change in tactics. What do you suggest? Rin thought as she dodged a swing of her opponent's blade and countered with a punch aimed at her assailant's face. Version 1. The power boost to your attacks and the additional defense will make this opponent easier and safer to deal with. This will be the first time we used it in combat since you decided that I had mastered it. I know. But right now the reward outweighs the risk, and we were going to have to put your version 1 to a combat test sooner or later. Alright. Let's go, Isabu. Right. At that moment, Isabu's chakra began flooding into Rin's system, jump-starting Rin's healing and easing the pain she was in. On the outside, a cloak or reddish-orange chakra enveloped Rin and took a shape reminiscent of a turtle. At the back, 3 tails formed and began to move as if they were part of Rin. The assailant chuckled. Am I such a threat that you would resort to the BG you hold in order to stop me? My, what a compliment. I don't think this will change much. The moment the assailant finished her taunt, Rin was on top of her with the chakra cloak's claw raised and poised to strike. The masked woman barely dodged and received a painful burning scratch where she was unable to fully avoid the attack. The masked one's thought raced, damn it, I should have ended it while I had the chance. She's much faster now, and this is only the first stage chakra cloak. How much faster would the second stage cloak be? I need to end it or start figuring out a way to run. The woman countered Rin. Fire release, great fireball jutsu, spitting out a massive fireball at the Jinchuriki who had started jumping towards her. However, instead of trying to cancel it out, the Jinchuriki's cloak reacted and the tails swiped it aside. She just swiped it aside. What did I step into? I should have just knocked her out at the start. She's much stronger now, and if this keeps up she will kill me, but if I try to run she will catch me and then it's over anyways. I might be forced to use it. The masked woman thought in shock. Water release, high-pressure water bullets. Rin shouted her attack she prepared while her opponent was distracted with her thoughts, and spat out multiple small fast-moving bullets made of densely packed water once more. The masked attacker was unable to dodge many of them and took many direct hits. The masked one's thoughts became frantic while Rin rushed her down and began slashing at her with the cloak's claws, her assailant just barely avoiding many lethal strikes. This is getting worse and worse. I can't stay or I will die. I have to use it. Better to live and fight another day than to die and accomplish nothing. Hopefully if it works Zetsu-sama will understand. Rin sensed her opponent gather a massive amount of chakra for something and wondered what final gambit it could be before deciding to simply end it. She took her chakra cloak's claw and thrusted it into her opponent's chest, dealing a killing blow. Rin fell to her knees and allowed her cloak to dispel and rested, however a hacking noise from her opponent caught her attention. Rin walked over and saw the masked woman taking a few labored final breaths before speaking to Rin. That was beautiful. That was probably the best fight I have ever had. I acknowledge you, Noira Rin, as my greatest foe. I only wish I could fight you again. Maybe in the pure world. Rin nodded. Why, you almost had a few times. You really put me to the test. I haven't had a life or death fight like that in 8 years. You were great. The masked woman seemed to be thrilled by that prospect. Looks like I lived up to giving you a good time, just as you gave me one as well. The woman starting hacking again before speaking. My name is Mai, remember it. For I hope we meet again. But before I die, you should know that the ones who attacked you are not the only ones. More were sent to attack Konoha. Get the rest you need, because there are far more of us. And with that the masked woman seemed to pass from the mortal realm. Rin returned to her rest, before moving on to help others, to see if there was truth to a dying woman's words. As she was resting, a familiar sound began echoing behind her before a very familiar chakra signature entered her sensory range. Soon a familiar voice began exclaiming, Geez, what happened here, Rin-chan? Obito exclaimed before he walked over and saw the corpses and followed up. Never mind, not like I needed much help considering what I knew. You got attacked by some of these assholes as well. Rin's eyes shot open. You got attacked as well? Obito nodded. Yeah, I was attacked by one who I dragged into the Tsukimi, and he got knocked out by the strain. Another one tried attacking while I was distracted and I incinerated him. Every clan compound in Konoha has been attacked, but they fought off the intruders with minimal casualties. Except for the Uchiha. From what Shursui told me when I ran into him, they were hit the hardest. Whatever jutsu they use to try to turn people into puppets is extremely effective against the standard Sharingan. Apparently these guys are connected to the one who killed my mom. The first one I fought tried to use it on me, and I would have lost my fight if I hadn't accidentally activated my Eternal Mangekyo while trying to fight off my opponent's jutsu. Never mind that, for now we need to check on the others, then regroup with Kakashi. Shursui said he ran into him and that Naruto is with him and they are alright. Shursui also said that Kakashi said that both projects are alright. We can leave them in his hands for now. We got to make sure everything else is alright. Rin nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. One that Obito probably shared. Both knew what the projects referred to, Naruto and Hinata. It meant that both were alright without having to draw undue attention to them. Rin got up and grabbed onto Obito as the Uchiha initiated the Kamui warp to regroup with friends before going to their teammate and check on the kids. However, either noticed the woman identified as Mai's corpse fizzle away and vanish as though it was never there. The forbidden jutsu Izanagi had been used. XXX Hokage Tower Tenzo breathed heavily as he rested from his battle. The day the village got invaded was during his rotation in the Hokage A&BU Guard. Everyone was tired from massive exertion, but it seemed as though the invaders were no longer attacking the tower. The group had been wondering what had happened when Uchiha started attacking them alongside the masked assassins. A narrowly dangerous visit from Shursui almost ended with him dead, but he clarified that the Uchiha were not assisting the attack. Whatever was happening, it almost looked as though Uchiha were being put on puppet strings and forced to dance to their puppet master's wishes. That put fear in Tenzo's heart. But whatever was truly happening, it didn't change the fact that nothing they did would release the Uchiha puppets from their hell. The only way to deal with them was to kill them. Tenzo felt as though every Uchiha puppet he killed, he was doing something that Danzo would have been pleased with. It made the ANBU sick, but he would carry on. Because killing them now wasn't to ease Danzo's paranoia and his idea of protecting the village, Tenzo was doing it was to truly protect the village. He couldn't imagine the hell they were trapped in. Helplessly watching as their body refused to obey their commands and kill their comrades and family. The ANBU Guard typically consisted of about 10 ANBUs. 6 of them were dead. Each one died having given their lives to protect Hiruzen-sama. It seemed as if the last pockets of the unknown enemy were being dealt with. It was no time to rest. It could be the lead up to a trap that would turn the tide, or it could be a prelude to the reserve being deployed. Tenzo. An old voice called out. Yes, Hokage-sama? The cat-masked ANBU responded. I believe the enemy has stopped gunning for me. I want 3 of you to begin assisting the other villagers. Tenzo, you shall lead them. Hiruzen finished. Understood, Hokage-sama. Hawkboar. You 2 are with me. Chameleon, you stay here and protect the Hokage alongside his summon Enma, Tenzo ordered. Understood, Taicho. The 3 other ANBUs said before the group broke up and began to do their assigned duties. However, no one noticed a masked man who slipped into the Hokage's office and placed a parchment on the Hokage's desk and then silently slipped away. The man's mask was white and decorated with black chain patterns. XXX Uchiha District Residential Section. Some of the masked used their possessive gazes strategically and efficiently while others used it inefficiently. And then some just used it sadistically. Like one who was about to force a daughter to kill their mother. Mother, look out! A teenage voice cried out as she was forced to lunge, but she said it too late. A wet stab echoed in the Uchiha girl's mind as she fell to her knees beside her mother's dying form. The masked one merely stood off to the side, enjoying the pain she had caused. She was going to allow the child to wallow in her emotions for a while, and once her pain had reached its climax, then she would die. Then the mother reached up and said something to her daughter, sounded like assurance that what had happened wasn't her fault before she passed away. The girl began crying and crying hard. A few minutes within that pain and then she would be ripe for the killing. However, a minute later, the error in the sadistic torture had been revealed. The girl that had been under the masked one's control stood up. As she did so, the masked woman felt her control literally break. All the assailant could respond with was, "What the hell? How the hell did you break free?" The girl didn't turn around but spoke. "I don't know, but the burning in my eyes probably had something to do with it." The girl turned around and blood began flowing down from one of her eyes and she quickly opened them, revealing an awakened Mangekyo. In that brief moment, the masked woman knew that a grave mistake had been made. Before she had a chance to do anything, the Uchiha girl spoke completely evenly. Amaterasu. Black flames consumed the assassin, severe burning pain consumed her entire body. The Uchiha girl moved to leave the house to begin aiding what was left of her clan, but something possessed her to speak one last time to her assailant. I don't know who you are nor who sent you. I don't know why you are attacking my village, and I don't know why you have the Sharingan. But you know what, I don't care why for any of it. I have a village to protect from your allies and a clan to save what I can of. The burning pain you feel in those flames is nothing compared to the burning I felt in my eyes and in my heart for what you made me do. But I do know one thing, my name is Uchiha Izumi, and you really pissed me off. Izumi finished, accentuating the words she ended with the enraged killing intent she possessed. Then the Uchiha teen left, ignoring the dying screams of her assailant and tormentor. Ready to fight to save her village and clan. XXX streets of Konoha Midarachi Anko had a rough life. She had been taken on as the student of the Sannin Orochimaru at a time where something like that was an honor. But then he subjected her to his earliest cursed seal experiment, leaving a piece of himself in her that would react to her emotions and constantly screamed for her to use it, often painfully so. Enko had managed to mostly move on from the crap early years and managed to find some semblance of normalcy, especially after the QB attack. Sure, some assholes never stopped believing that she was a sleeper agent for the rogue Sannin. But the people who never abandoned her was the only ones whose opinions she cared about. But then there was Manda, the boss of the snake summoning clan, and his annoying demanding for human sacrifices. Enko told every single one of the messengers who came with those demands to go straight to hell, though the problem that may have come from flipping off Manda was solved when she found out about the rather large sect of the snake clan who didn't agree with him. She then began summoning them exclusively. So today was supposed to be like any other: train with Kurenai and Yugao, go eat lunch, hang with friends, do a mission if a good one was up for grabs, and tease Kurenai about Asuma now that he had come back from the 12 Guardians of Fire. But then these masked assholes started showing up and attacking. And then Uchihos started attacking as well. However, something told her and her friends that they were not doing it of their own free will. There was no killing intent from the Uchihas being directed at them in the slightest. Something was wrong. They tried every form of genjutsu dispelling they could think of, but nothing worked. The best they could do was just put them out of their misery. Enko figured that being killed to be set free from what was controlling them was better than to help destroy the village and people you swore to serve. Though that doesn't make it any less shitty. It's like having a shit cake and choking on it as well. She grumbled mentally. Though it was probably better than what Orochimaru would do to them. There probably wasn't that much difference between being one of Orochimaru's test subjects and being bound to whatever was controlling the Uchiha. Both were horrible and required too much luck to escape from once you were caught in, which meant that death was a mercy at this point. Another of the possessed Uchiha rushed her, but she quickly made hand seals and thrusted one arm forward. Hidden shadow snake hands! The snakes rushing out of her coat's sleeve and constricted the limbs, holding the target in place, while her free hand grabbed a kunai and threw it directly at his heart, which connected where she wanted it, killing the poor bastard. Her snakes grabbed the kunai she threw and pulled it out of the guy's corpse. While this happened, another Uchiha rushed her. Enko realized it almost too late and tried to react, but a chance save made it unnecessary. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death! A voice recognizable as Kurenai's called out while Yugao stabbed the possessed Uchiha in the heart. Thanks for the save, Enko said. Yugao nodded while Kurenai responded. You're welcome, Enko. But I'd be more thankful that whatever is controlling them doesn't make them immune to genjutsu that trick the body into believing it's been immobilized. Enko nodded. Yeah, I know. Why the hell did these freaky bastards decide to attack while Guy was out of the village? We could have just told him it was a challenge from Kakashi, and he would have killed them all in minutes. Yugao and Kurenai both smiled slightly at the thought of that image. At that moment Asuma showed up. Sorry girls, we aren't done yet. We got more of the masked bastards coming with Uchihas. At that moment, fireballs began approaching from the next wave. Enko screamed. Move! Before anyone could, however, a familiar voice screamed. Water release! High-pressure water bullets! Sending multiple water projectiles that doused the incoming fireballs. Enko mumbled to the others. Thought she would never show up. Before she turned around to greet the newcomer to the battle. Hey there, Rin. What took you so long? What the hell? The others turned around to see what caused Enko to react so strangely, and found it immediately. Rin had arrived, but she was shrouded by a cloak of visible red chakra, with the white of her eyes turned a light shade of red and the purple markings of her cheeks taking a far more grayish-blue color. The cloak took the shape of what appeared to be a turtle-like creature, and 3 tails formed at her back by chakra moved as though they were part of her. That group immediately knew what this meant, Jinchuriki. Obito walked beside of her, and he didn't even seem fazed by it. He already knew. Enko almost attacked the Uchiha, but noticed that his general body language was far different from the puppets. He wasn't possessed by whatever the name for the jutsu that those guys had been hit with was. Rin seemed to be irritated when she moved as fast as she could to deflect a wave of fireballs coming at them using her chakra cloak's tails, while they were distracted. Then she spoke. I know this is a big shock, but we need to keep our heads in the game right now. I'll explain later, once Konoha is safe and everything has settled enough. That sounded good enough for Anko, who went to work killing the enemies. The others seemed to agree, thankful that more help had arrived to help kill the invaders and put their possessed comrades out of their misery. But the strength and ease that Rin tore through most of her opponents was amazing. Anko thought to herself, so that's the might of a Jinchuriki, huh? I know that she has a Biju inside her, but as long as she can control it, and can help us clean these bastards up, I don't give a fuck about it. Not like I can judge for having something forced inside your chakra network, and kept there by a seal. Anko went back to work, ending the masked assassins whenever they showed up and putting the possessed Uchiha out of their misery. XXX Uchiha District Clan Head Resident Itachi exhaled as he killed the last of the puppet Uchiha, the ones who were possessed by a Mangekyo jutsu similar to Shursue's Kodo Atmasukami except for a few key details. Itachi had to kill cousins and near relatives after a few attempts to break the possessed free from the jutsu. Shurusue eventually caught up to him, helping out at one of the other clan compounds dealing with possessed ninjas. The jutsu seemed to take much more consistently against a standard Sharingan and relied on eye contact to take effect, so Itachi was forced to shut his eyes tight and rely on other senses for his area awareness whenever he found himself in a fight with the masked men. Shurusue had grabbed him and brought him back to the Uchiha compound with a body flicker. Mother was there fighting off the last of the possessed Uchiha. He could tell by her movements that she was exhausted. Itachi jumped in and disposed of the poor souls who he was forced to kill. Deep within, a deep rage stirred inside the Uchiha prodigy. Itachi had the misfortune of bearing witness to the aftermaths of final battles of the Third Great Ninja War, and it changed him. He was only 6 at the time, but he had been forced to take part in and witness something that he came to despise with his very being, the concept and damage brought about by war. That day had forced him to swear something, that as long as he lived, war would never touch Konoha again, be it with his actions while he lived or his dying act. Leaving the brooding his clan had been associated with behind, he began finishing the clansmen who were under the control of the strange jutsu, freeing them from the nightmare of being used as puppets to kill their family and friends. After the brief slaughter was done, Shurusue disappeared to retrieve Sasuke from the academy and bring him home. When he got back over an hour later, he informed them of Obito's survival, who he mentioned he had run into earlier before finding Itachi, against his own attacker who had attempted to use the same possession jutsu against him. Itachi felt his heart sank for a moment when he heard that there was a way to break free from the body hijacking. His mother quickly asked, "How did Obito do it?" The very same pain and regret stuck in her voice that Itachi felt inside. Shurusue responded, "He said he attempted to dispel it like a genjutsu and accidentally activated his Mangekyo, which dispelled the attempted possession. Good to know that I have method to break free." He also said his attacker had a Sharingan that shifted to a Mangekyo when he began trying to hijack him. Itachi could only stare at that information. A Mangekyo technique caused all of this to be necessary because a majority of the Uchiha never awoke it, and their attackers had been Uchihas as well. But before he could sink further into his musings, the killing intent his mother began radiating had caused Itachi, Shurusue, and Sasuke to all step back in fear with their breath caught in their throats. "It seems like all my idiot brothers failed to kill you all. Such a shame, means I have to step up and finish those incompetent fools' jobs while also doing my own." A voice filled with malice said as another masked man jumped down to face them, his mask bearing black flames on a blood-red background. Like the rest of the masked men, he wore a cloak, but unlike the others whose cloaks were rather loose and usually only showed just enough shape to give away gender and give a rough guess at their build, his was ragged and worn, and yet it clung to him tightly. Armor plating was worn on his shoulder, knees, and his wrists, with armored boots worn on his feet. The material of the plating seemed relatively undamaged by everything except time. He wore a dark-colored belt diagonally around his chest, looping over his right shoulder. Attached to it was what appeared to be a shackle of some kind that rattled as he moved. In his right hand he held a jagged curved sickle that almost looked as though it had and had not been forged properly. The jutting of the blade's material occurred along both the blunt outer side of the weapon and the sharp inner side of the blade. Along the inner side of the blade, the jutting appeared to almost resemble teeth. In the eyes of his mask, his Sharingan could be seen, and it was in a Mangekyo pattern that none of them had seen before, and, most unsettlingly, an oily black shadow seemed to form just behind him and moved with him and twitched behind him. It could have been a trick of the eyes, but they could have sworn it moved completely independent of the assailant for a moment, and reveal a full head made of the shadowy substance, and a face with pure white eyes on it. Before the Uchihas could act against this new threat to their survival, a familiar voice screamed, "Run! Fire release! Great Fireball Jutsu!" The survivors reacted in time thanks to the warning and avoided the massive fireball spat at them. The horror began setting in as the source of the fireball landed next to the masked man. Uchiha Fugaku, his face twisted in horror and struggle as he was used as a puppet to finish the extermination that the masked assassins were sent to do. "I don't think my puppet needs any introduction, but allow me to introduce myself," the masked man said rather theatrically before continuing. "I am Kudo. What are you doing?" A voice that Makoto recognized all too well uttered. Two new masked men entered the fray, one that Shursui recognized as the man he saw a few weeks ago with the orange spiral mask, and the other Makoto recognized as the man whose actions forced her to end her sister's life. The one who had appeared with Fugaku under his control looked at the new entrants with disdain. "Just like always, Moyo-sama, dropping in and ruining my fun when it starts getting good." The shadow that outlined behind him seemed to almost shimmer with rage. The one Shursui recognized from earlier giggled in a childish voice. "You know he's right, Moyo. You are a bit of a party pooper." But then he switched posture like Shursui recognized and began speaking in a much deeper voice. "But for once, I have to agree with Moyo. Kudo, I agree with and encourage your fun, especially against my mutinous clan and against the people of this damned village, but we are scrubbing the mission. Most of our forces have been defeated and have been killed, are in the process of dying, or have begun evacuated to the proper encampment if they manage to survive. We are taking what we have accomplished, and cutting our losses before they get intensified." Mikoto's gaze went cold as she eventually snapped at the one whose mask was painted with black chains. You were the one who forced me to kill now." The man just nodded, almost ruefully. "Indeed. My name is Moyo. It has been a while, Makoto-san. As you probably can see, my brothers and I have Sharingans. The possessive gaze is a rather prevalent Mangekyo jutsu that is possessed by many of my brothers as well as myself. I would have renamed it after a traditional god like most Mangekyo jutsus after the initial test 10 years ago, but I couldn't figure out one that would fit its nature. Back to the present, Kudo here was sent to kill you, Makoto-san, and with myself and Toby we could probably take care of it easily, but I know better than to fight presumably 3 S-class opponents. Especially ones whose full capabilities are not fully known to me. Besides, the mission has been scrubbed and we are retreating." Itachi could only curse in his mind as he tried to figure out a way to kill the men before they got away. Kudo almost pitched a tantrum. "God fucking damn it. It happens every fucking time. Fine, if that is how it will go, then I will just have to make do with hand I am dealt. Fugaku, kill every last one of them." The shadow moved wildly with its master during this before fading. Itachi felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of fighting his father, but to protect those of his clan who he knew he could save, fear no longer factored in the young prodigy's mind. Toby nodded. Hee. Kudo's got the right idea. We'll leave Fugaku here to kill his family while we begin retreating. Toby began channeling chakra for their escape to the rendezvous point. Moyo merely nodded. Of course, should you all survive, we shall meet again. Mikoto's rage had been simmering and then she finally snapped. No, Moyo, you won't be leaving. You will die. And the Uchiha matriarch grabbed a handful of shuriken, 3 precisely, and threw them individually at the assassin in the black chain-decorated mask. She put a great amount of strength into each throw, which had a bit of timing between the individual tosses. The assassin made a gesture with his right hand and a long kunai dropped out of his sleeve. A chain was visible that seemed to attach it to either the gauntlet he wore under the sleeve of his cloak, or something further up the garment. Moyo grabbed the weapon by the handle and used it to deflect the first shuriken. In a moment's notice, Moyo flung the blade at the second shuriken tossed at him, which deflected the thrown shuriken completely off its trajectory. He allowed it to continue moving forward a slight bit more before he grabbed the chain, which stopped continuous forward movement of the blade before slinging the chain, the movement of which dragged the kunai towards the trajectory of the third shuriken. The shuriken was intercepted and thrown off course by the blade. The brief moment Itachi glimpsed the blade this close showed it had seals of some kind carved into the very material of the blade. The piece that connected the blade to its chain also happened to be styled vaguely like a scorpion. Moyo gave the chain a tug and the blade began returning to him. He grabbed it by the handle before wrapping the chain around his gauntlet under the sleeve of his cloak before holstering the blade itself in some sheath made for it. Moyo then spoke. "For what it is worth, I apologize for my actions having caused you such grief. Until we meet again." From Tobi's exposed Mangekyo through his mask's single eye hole, a tear in space-time formed and pulled the three into it. Shursui spoke quietly. "Damn it. He does have Kamui phasing and warping. Obito's not going to like this. Mother, keep Sasuke away from the crossfire and leave father to me and Shursui." Itachi quickly spoke, noting that she was most likely in no condition to fight. She nodded and grabbed her youngest son, partially manifesting her royal purple-colored Susanoo to protect herself and Sasuke from the fight. Fugaku seemed to struggle against the strings that was binding him to Kudo's will before breaking free long enough to speak clearly. "Itachi, Shursui, Mikoto, Sasuke. Anything personal I could say right now is already understood. We all know that the only way to break out is through personal possession of the Mangekyo, which I lack, so I'm a dead man walking. Keep me from carrying out that bastard's mission, and protect what's left of our clan from extermination." "As you wish, Fugaku-sama," chimed Shursui as he put his Sharingan back into its standard form now that the threat of being subjected to that puppet jutsu was gone, and reached for his tanto to begin the fight. "I will try my best, Fugaku," said Mikoto as she held Sasuke close, who had tears in his eyes at realizing what had to happen. "I will, father," said Itachi as he reached into his pouch for shurikens. This was going to be a hard-fought battle. Fugaku made the first move, his hands flying through seals for a common fire release technique. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Breathing 3 fireballs at his 2 opponents, but Itachi quickly retaliated with the same jutsu. Fugaku dodged but was struck by shuriken concealed by the fireballs while Shursui swung around to try and end the fight before too much damage was done. Unfortunately, Fugaku saw him coming and was able to counter with a great fireball jutsu, forcing Shursui to break off his charge but countered with Uchiha-style Halo Dance, creating a flaming slash that was launched at the puppet Uchiha clan head. The slash was avoided but still managed to graze the puppet Uchiha. Itachi grabbed more shurikens after making a few brief hand seals and breathing a stream of fire on the shurikens and throwing them, announcing, "Fire release, Thorns of the Phoenix Flower." The flaming shurikens found their mark and Itachi quickly rushed to capitalize on their effect. Fugaku's possessed body pulled out a kunai and attempted to stab Itachi in the heart mere centimeters away from him. Itachi was able to duck under the stab and went for a gut punch to hopefully cause enough pain to disorient and give an opening to kill Fugaku. Fugaku moved away before Itachi's punch could land. Shursui attempted to move behind Fugaku while he was focused on Itachi but was seen and was blasted with a fireball in his path for his troubles. Itachi quickly made hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fugaku's possessed body just barely got out of the way of the attack, but was burned by the edges of the fireball. The wince of pain made it clear that damage had been done. Itachi drew his sword and charged his father with the intent to end it. Shursui charged as well. Fugaku used the Phoenix Flower Jutsu again and managed to force Shursui to break off his charge once more, but this time the teleporter threw multiple shurikens that hit their marks and held Fugaku in place, unable to avoid Itachi's attack. Fugaku's body responded to the incoming blade was to grab it by sharp edge and then pull Itachi close enough and stab him in the heart with a kunai. Itachi's eyes went wide as did Fugaku, who was horrified at his body's successful murder of his son. However, Itachi burst into crows, revealing him as a crow clone, while the real Itachi swung around and attempted to stab his father in the heart with his katana. Fugaku dodged just barely and knocked Itachi's sword away from him. Itachi pulled a kunai out and rushed as fast as he could, plunging it into Fugaku's heart with all the strength he could muster, feeling as though he wouldn't have been able to end the fight otherwise. "I Itachi, sh Shursui, w well done. Itachi, take care of your mother and brother," Fugaku weakly asked as he began passing from the mortal coil. "I will, father." Itachi responded as his father passed. Tears started forming in his eyes before they began to burn. Itachi almost screamed as the pain began to feel as though his eyes were actually on fire. Tears and blood fell from his eyes. The Mangekyo had been awakened. Itachi turned to the last remaining members of his family, and saw the terrified face of his brother with tears running down his cheeks freely, and one Tomo Sharingan awakened in his eyes. Itachi knew exactly what caused the dojutsu to awaken. But it didn't matter for now. The Uchiha were now an endangered species, with only 5 members alive, the rest murdered by assassins and themselves who were put under the assassins' control. In the end, the survivors had won the right to continue the clan. Many changes would occur as a result, there was no mistaking it, but Konoha still stood as did the survivors of the massacre of one of its last remaining founder clans. However, a voice that would soon call out to them would put the brooding they all held somewhat at ease. Itachi! Mikoto-sama! Sure sway! A voice that Itachi recognized screamed out, and he turned and saw the source of Izumi. Apparently she had survived as well. Itachi allowed himself to sit down, some optimism for the future returning as he began to clean the tears and blood from his face. But fear still remained in his heart. Fear that had been born of Itachi witnessing some of the aftermaths to battles in the Third Great Ninja War. Whatever Kami is out there, please don't allow this to be the start of another war. Chapter 9, Calm at Twilight. Akatsuki Meeting Room. The day of daybreak, 2 hours following the retreat order within the confines of the cave beneath Amagekyo that had been refurbished into Akatsuki's meeting hall, a gathering of phantoms began to convene. The phantoms of the 9 who made up the current Akatsuki formed first in a circle around the room, before being followed by an additional 3 in the center of the room. Pain noticed the tension and dread that hung in some of the members in charge of the invasions and decided that answers were needed. Report. First the Taki mission, then the operation in Suna, and lastly the Konoha attack. The ones tied to each nodded. Kakuzu spoke for himself and Haiden. We lost a majority of the army we put together to invade Taki. Most were lost trying to get in. The rest who died did so trying to take the village. When we got control of the village, nothing was where it was supposed to be. No forbidden scroll, no Jinchuriki, no funds, and not even their standard jutsu scroll. We searched everywhere. Eventually we looked through documents and found that Taki had used all of its funds to pay owed debts and then distributed it to allies. We don't know who exactly and how much each. The Jinchuriki was nowhere to be found alongside the scrolls. We tortured the leader Shibuki for information and he revealed everything, saying it was already too late. The Jinchuriki and the scrolls were taken to Konoha by one of its best jonins. They knew we were coming for them and sent them away almost a week before we attacked. They'll be arriving in the leaf soon. Pain was displeased but nodded. You did destroy Taki as we wanted. While that last bit is displeasing, we should have predicted that such a large army of missing nin would have been detected, especially by one as vigilant as Takigakure. You will not be punished, this failure was not on you. Pain spoke again. Suna operation report. Sasori nodded. I did as was instructed alongside my partner. We thought about attempting to breach the village and abduct the Jinchuriki but decided against it for other reasons. Suna was too focused on us to notice anything from Konoha or Taki. We both escaped, as you can see by our associate's presence here. Pain nodded. Very well, we will take the Ichibi another time. Konoha operation report. Zetsu and Tobi looked at each other, almost asking one another who wanted to give it before Zetsu volunteered. Well, let's start with what went right. The Uchiha have been eliminated down to about 5 or 6 confirmed survivors. Oh yes, and we took a reasonable chunk out of their shinobi forces. We were able to acquire Orochimaru's payment. Tobi was able to get in and extract Danzo, but since the recruit is here, you probably already figured that part. But the bad news is we were unable to obtain any of the Jinchurikis. Oh yes, that, and we were unable to acquire any of the payment for Nanashire. We were unable to find it. The losses we inflicted were big but not debilitating to the village's strength. We didn't manage to kill any major shinobi from the village. And the cherry on top to this disgusting mess is that out of a group of 42 shinobi, Tobi included, only 4 managed to return. But the fact that we managed to pull off what we did can be traced to Moyo-kun's excellent leadership when our plan went belly up. Nanashi's air became one of annoyance when Zetsu mentioned the mission's failure to acquire his payments, while Orochimaru's eyes went wide and he began licking his lips in excitement and anticipation at the confirmation that his payment was acquired. Pain took in and let out a breath in a way that could almost be considered a sigh before he nodded. I see. I suppose we can make do for now with Orochimaru's pet project rather than the actual Kyuubi, Sanbai, Nibi, Nanabai, or Ichibi for now. Moyo's assistance on multiple occasions has been noted to be excellent. He was up for consideration already, and this mission was the final test to prove his viability for candidacy. Based on what you have said, Moyo has proven himself. Pain looked towards Konan. Konan nodded. You three each bring something unique to the table and have been vital assets to our operation in the past or have offered to be of such assistance. Moyo, Uchiha Shin, and Hashigeki Kisame. All three of you have proven worthy to be part of our plan. Welcome to Akatsuki. Shin removed his hood to reveal a head shaved and covered in Sharingan eyes that gave him 360-degree eyesight, with one eye in his natural eye socket that was a Mangekyo stitched permanently wide open. His pale skin was clearly noticeable, but the bandaging covering one of his arms was also very much noticeable even in hologram form. I look forward to working among this organization, Pain-sama. The human race has begun stagnating and I intend to correct that, especially now that I have my right arm back from Danzo with all the modifications he made to it. Kisame grinned with the ferocity of a shark at his work towards making his world of truth a reality, while his sword Samahata the shark-skin greatsword writhed in anticipation for the opponents they would be facing. Heh heh. This will be fun. Moyo grinned behind his white mask with black chain decaling, Sharingans glowing with excitement. Kudo and Mai is all that is left of your black flame Setsu, and I will see them snuffed out if they continue to resist me. By keeping your promise, you have allowed me to get into a position to bargain with potential allies. When the Makayu begin writing their history, I believe it will start many years ago, but today shall be noted as the day rebellion began. Moyo spoke after he had finished his thought. It will be an honor to serve you, Pain-sama. Pain nodded and spoke again. We are currently looking at one more member, a ninja from Iwa's explosion release wielding Basu clan named Deidara, nicknamed the Mad Bomber. He is considered to be one of the best users of the Basu clan's explosive arts. We believe he will be defecting in the next 2 to 4 years. When we approach him, we will set the permanent 2-man team assignments. Kisame, head to Ancestors and meet up with Moyo at his people's hideout. You will be the first permanent 2-man team unless something drastic happens. Considering Kakuzu and Haiden's success and their temperaments, they will be permanent partners as well. Moyo and Kisame both nodded. Of course, Pain-sama. While Kakuzu and Haiden both grumbled about Pain's additional announcement, Kisame spoke to Moyo. Well, Moyo-san. It looks like we'll be seeing a lot of each other. I have got personal stuff to take care of, then I will be heading to the land of Ancestors. I should be heading that way in about 2 or 3 weeks. Moyo nodded. Of course. Take all the time you need, Kisame-san. Kisame smiled. Oh ho, it looks to me like we shall be getting along just fine. Pain addressed the entire gathering. Anything else we need to discuss? Unless so, this meeting is adjourned. And the phantoms disappeared from the room. Above in Amagekure in a room in the basement of Pain's tower, Nagato and Konan both awoke from the body lantern technique. Both groaned from having to readjust to their stiffened bodies. Nagato, Konan. Are you two alright? A man asked. Nagato responded. We're fine, Shigeru. Just need a moment after releasing the technique. Shigeru nodded. He was a middle-aged shinobi of AIM, who had brown eyes and black hair, with a strong build. He was one of the few who never used honorifics or titles to refer to the Rinnegan Bearer or the Paper Angel. He wore the standard AIM uniform, but over it he wore the uniform of Yahiko's Akatsuki. The man was older than his leaders and their deceased friend, but he had been one of the first to join them when the trio established the original incarnation of Akatsuki. His loyalty to the old Akatsuki saw him to rejoin what he managed to salvage of the old organization with what Konan and Nagato were now building. He now served as AIM's head jonin. A new voice sounded. Father, is everything all right? A young man and woman walked into the room where Nagato's mech stood. Shigeru responded. Erasure, Suzum. There is nothing wrong, he said to his children. The boy, Erasure nodded. The boy had been assigned to be Nagato's personal bodyguard, to protect him from any and all harm that may attempt to assault the Rinnegan holder while his attention was divided by the 6 paths of pain. Suzum, the girl, was a medic who was assigned to help with the treatment of Nagato's body due to degradation due to his paralysis, helping to preserve his muscles and overall health in case a way to restore his lower body's motor functions was found. Thanks to her efforts since being assigned, Nagato had only suffered minimal degradation to his body and had begun to reverse some of the worst of the emaciation and muscle damage that had begun to set in. Both did their jobs silently, without fanfare nor expectance of thanks, and with efficiency. Nagato had begun to truly appreciate their efforts. Every little bit helped ensure that Conan had less to worry about. Anything that helped to lift the burden off her shoulders he was fine with. Conan was the last person that he truly cared about that was still alive. Nagato briefly closed his eyes and focused to begin sensing through the jutsu attached to the endless rain above Amigakure. The scope was limited by him not being able to extend the sensing radius past the 7-kilometer radius around the fortified hidden village. He hoped that one day he could use the rain sensing jutsu as a means to transmit chakra to the 6 paths of pain, but at his present skill he was unable to. Nagato searched for a while to find what he was looking for, and eventually he found something out of place. "Zetsu has been poking his head into aim," Conan responded. "It's been almost a decade since we began our partnership with Zetsu and Toby, and I still feel as though it is a mistake to trust them. They're hiding something. They have always been hiding something. Toby claims he's Madara, but then we got that tip a week ago claiming that he was lying, and Zetsu has always had a look in his eye suggesting that he doesn't see us as equals, superiors, or even subordinates. Never mind that the letter we got warning us about Toby also warned against trusting Zetsu." Nagato nodded. "I know, Conan. I know. We need to keep our eyes open for any evidence for or against Toby and Zetsu." Nagato turned towards Erasure. "Whoever is due to guard the room's entrance next, get them on duty. Go home and rest. I need this chamber under constant guard in case Zetsu or Toby-1 decide to kill me." Erasure nodded. "As you wish, Nagato-sama." Nagato turned to Shigeru and continued. "I was lucky that Toby and Zetsu both bought my story about the new modifications to AIM's defenses and infrastructure. Being able to prevent Zetsu from entering using Mayfly was an accident and not intentional. But I cannot rely on luck always, and Toby has that blasted Kamui technique. I need someone to start combing both our Fuinjutsu library and the unwritten knowledge of our Fuinjutsu division for anything that may have been developed for blocking any form of space-time technique." Shigeru nodded. "As you wish, Nagato." The two men left while Conan sat down as Susan began her daily checkup on Nagato's condition. Concurrently in the mountain's graveyard, once Toby had retrieved the hybrids and sent them to the land of ancestors, then he returned to the hideout in the mountain's graveyard, a mountain region flooded with giant bones. This large region was the final resting place to many of the great summons. Toads, snakes, slugs, salamanders, and lions, hawks. It didn't matter. All summons who were near the end of their lives and they knew it, and came here had come to die in peace. Beneath the ground lied a huge tunnel network that surfaced in every country that made up the elemental nations. But the largest of them led to ancestors. Within this network lied Toby's lab for certain things, the Geto Mazo statue that was pertinent to the plan, and the white Setsu flower. White Setsu clones attended to both the statue and the flower while attempting to harvest enough chakra from what wandered into the region until the first Biju could be sealed into the Geto Mazo to begin larger production of new white Setsu. There was an airy sense of peace penetrating the entire area despite the threat that laid underneath it. That was why Toby chose to come here whenever he had nothing to attend to. But that peace was doing little to help Toby at the moment. The moment he was released from the body lantern technique, one of the migraines that had been plaguing him since the fight with that damned Minato had hit. They were absolute agony. And worse, they would agitate the numerous scars that covered his face, leading to greater pain. However, the pain on the surface seemed to focus on the scar that bisected his face. But the worst was the voices that would emerge as well. He couldn't tell how many there were in total, but he could definitely tell that there was two who were far louder than the rest and sounded similar to his own voice in different ways. Whenever the voices started, he always heard them, unlike the others who came and went. But now they were torturing him. "How could we do anything like what you have done?" the gruff, elder-sounding voice asked. "Why do we even bother? You know Zetsu is using you," the younger and world-weary voice said. "Shut up! I am the great Uchiha Madara, and I will not be tortured by voices in my head," Toby responded. The elder of the two voices responded, "Are you sure that you truly are Madara? You could be being strung along by Zetsu because it is to his benefit to have you play that role." The younger of the two posed his own line of thought. "Maybe you're a clone of him, and you have been lied to. Maybe Namikaze gave you amnesia and the memories that held were ones that seemed to point to you being Madara, when really you were a clone or his apprentice." A part of Toby wanted to stop fighting as if it had been convinced, but he held strong. Shut up! Both voices answered, Very well. We shall leave you alone for now, but we shall return. The voices all went silent, and then the pain began to recede. Toby was left with only himself, and his own thoughts. X the land of Wind Sunagakure, the village hidden by the sand 3 hours following the retreat order for daybreak among the desert ninja village they had legends and great shinobi. The current Kazekage Rauza was considered to be amongst the best his generation had produced. The village held high hopes for his children, except for one of them. Gaara of the desert, bearer of the magnet-release bloodline and the Ichibi, unloved by all except himself. Ever since his childhood, people had sought to end him and his existence. Though thankfully he had been protected by both his sand and his mother. Any threat to his well-being was dealt with by the sand, while additional strength besides his own and the ability to function despite not being able to sleep was provided by the Ichibi. No one cared for him, not his older siblings, not their father, not the people of the village, not his uncle before he attempted to murder him and ended up completely breaking Gaara's desire to not be a monster, and according to the man's last words, not even his own mother, as she pronounced him to be her dying curse on Suna. Day in and day out, Gaara's life and purpose had become killing to maintain the proof of his existence. Each kill stripped away that of his victim, and gave it to him. Gaara would never admit to anyone, but there was more than the monster he had become in his mind-broken insanity. He knew there was a large void in his life that no amount of blood or proof of his existence could possibly fill. He also found others abusing those who they knew to be better than them in order to feel better about themselves to be abhorrent, and so did Mother. They were among the few that she would never cry for the blood of, lowly growling that they weren't even worth the effort. Gaara had once questioned Mother about why she hated those bullies so much, and her only response was to the effect of that she had asshole older brothers who thought themselves better than her, and thus made fun of her. However unknown to Gaara, the voice of his mother was a bit too real for any seal master to be comfortable with. The voice he had been communicating with was not the voice of his mother, but rather the Ichibi pretending to be her. Some people in Suna had forgotten the fact that mankind didn't know where he and the other Biju came from, only that they had been around far longer than the concept of shinobi and ninjutsu. Shikaku, as the Ichibi had been called by his father, used to believe in mankind's potential to reach for Hagoromo-San's dream. But when the humans decided they would rather fight and kill one another over petty things, he became disgusted with them real quick. It was one of the few times he and Kurama completely agreed on something and that something needed to be done, as well as how to do it. The two brothers began killing humans, trying to purge those attitudes from humans by acting as nature's wrath and judgment given form. It worked for a time, but then humans decided to keep on killing one another, instead of trying to figure out how to solve the problem with the two Biju peacefully. After a time, Kurama gave up completely, deciding to keep to himself and only kill those who came after him and refused to leave when he gave them the chance to do so. Shikaka kept on killing. But when he tried to stop, he realized that he had gained a taste for it. He had become addicted to the slaughter. It was like the old story about the beast who killed man tasted their blood and meat. No taste was ever quite as sweet again. Eventually, some of the people who lived in the desert he made his home and managed to capture and seal him inside one of their own, creating his first Jinchuriki. The guy wasn't bad. Shikaku was willing to admit that he was alright, had some views on humanity that Shikaku could agree with and respect. However, a new level of hatred was inspired in the Tanuki a few Jinchurikis later. The people began to ostracize that Jinchuriki because something happened and he went on a rampage. What came after was something Shikaku had experienced before and came to despise, being blamed, hated, and demonized for something you had no control over. It wasn't something he would wish on his worst enemy. He had hated it when his siblings bullied him for his intelligence compared to some of them and for his bloodthirst, but this was even worse. When the people who had imprisoned him joined with a few other clans to form Suna, Shikaku thought that maybe the world was starting to change for the better. He came to see that it was partly right. It was changing but not for the better. Suna did nothing to stop the treatment of his Jinchurikis. The one who had it worse was Bunpaku. One of the few Jinchurikis of his who Shikaku thought was worth remembering. A wind monk from a monastery that practiced an altered form of the ninja arts that were far more in line with father's dream. Where he was given hatred, belittlement, and demonization for what he had been chosen to hold, he gave back love, humor, understanding, and did it all with good cheer even if he wanted to break down crying. Even when they imprisoned him for doing his duty, he still never broke and became what they thought he was. Shikaku looked at the man's soul and saw the ideals Hagoromo-san envisioned. When Shikaku told him as much, Bunpaku broke down crying, stating that everything he believed in had been validated with one sentence from another tortured soul. When Bunpaku passed, Shikaku mourned him. But then his hatred was made even worse by the folktale that emerged regarding Shikaku and Bunpaku. The people had decided that Bunpaku was a monster that was imprisoned and destroyed, but his evil was so great that the Shinigami couldn't take him, so he reincarnated as the Ichibi. Shikaku felt his hatred soar and decided that his bloodthirst had been suppressed long enough. If mankind was willing to spit on a life as pure as Bunpaku's, then mankind was truly beyond saving and thus utterly without hope. But then there was his current Jinchuriki Gaara. The boy had a messed up seal from his father having the Biju sealed inside of him while he was still in the womb. The strain caused the boy to be born prematurely and lead to his mother's death. Shikaku didn't know much more than that, but he knew something strange was going on. He didn't control the sand that sought to protect Gaara from all harm, but something did. He could almost feel another presence or chakra controlling the automatic defense, but any time he drew close to figuring it out with his limited ability to traverse Gaara's mindscape, the presence would vanish. Something in the story that he and Gaara had heard didn't add up. It probably would be easy to figure out if this damn seal hadn't been completely fucked up, the creature thought to itself. Even if the seal was proper to contain Shikaku and contain him entirely within the seal and lock off his limited ability to traverse Gaara's mindscape, his mind at least would be able to rest properly, and then he might be able to make things add up. Gaara was the perfect pawn for Shikaku to manipulate. The inability to sleep had led to a rather unique temperament and a mild delirium that could be easily taken advantage of. But the more he looked at Gaara, the more he saw himself staring back. Gaara was very young when the two first met face to face. Shikaku could have done more to put the boy under his thrall, but he settled for warning him to not fall asleep. Shikaku wondered for a while about why he did that and came to the conclusion that he was getting sentimental. But now he saw a bunch of older kids bullying a young girl. Shikaku could tell with his sensing that the older kids were already genin. But one look at the girl told him that she was already as skilled as them, while still being an academy student. He could tell she was a student because she lacked any discernible signs that she had been forced to kill yet, either out of necessity or a simple desire to. The older ones were genin who wouldn't go far, but this girl had potential and could reach higher than them, and they knew it. They hated it, and they wanted to crush her for it so she couldn't outshine them when her career began. Pests like that weren't worth killing. It was far more poetic to let them live and force them to see that potential become realized. Even if Shikaku hated poetry, Gaara's thoughts interrupted Shikaku's own. Mother, should I kill them? Feeling his Biju's outrage. No! These are vermin. They are not worth killing. They should be made to scurry like the pest they are. The Biju started screaming before responding with cold, dark venom. Understood. Gaara droned in his thoughts. Childish yet cruel taunts could be heard clearly as the unstable Jinchuriki approached the vermin. She couldn't even. One of them began before a wave of killing intent washed over the group. One they knew already. The tormentors turned around slowly to see a boy younger than them, but one they knew to fear. A face that was normally stoic and unreadable had the frown that he usually wore made noticeably larger. Gaara! One of them screamed. His intent was nauseating and overwhelming, but they somehow managed to have the food in their stomachs remain in them and remain standing on their feet under it. Vermin. That's what you are. Vermin. You see what is better than you will ever be, something that will be greater than you will ever be, and you seek to have it torn down out of jealousy so that you won't be outshined due to your own weakness. I see something that I would normally turn into a pile of corpses. It would be an easy task, but you are not worth that effort. Scurry away like the vermin you are. I have a good memory for faces that anger me. If I see you doing this again, the sands will be red with your blood. The small redhead spoke in near monotone. The tormentors nodded fearfully and ran off. The girl remained on the ground and appeared to be confused with a slight tinge of red covering her cheeks. Gaara spoke. I advise you stay away from me. I may have helped you now, but that was because of the vermin. Next time might be very different and end with your blood staining the sand. Before he turned and walked away. The girl stared for a moment before getting up. She had heard about Gaara, a monster who killed anyone. She always thought a monster would have been much bigger than her, that a monster would kill anyone he could, and that monster would never help someone who was being bullied. The monster everyone warned her about was about her size, spared the bullies that were tormenting her and herself as well, and scared off the bullies because what they were doing disgusted him. That last one definitely didn't sound like what a monster would do. That sounded like what an actual human being would do. There was a coldness to his eyes, but there seemed to be something else there too. She heard his speech to the tormentors and heard what he thought about her. That she could be better than what those jerks could ever hope to be. She had never openly received that kind of praise before, only being told that she was inferior to someone else at something. But then the vicious monster actually said something nice about her to the contrary. Maybe Gaara wasn't all bad. If they were wrong about him being a completely heartless monster, then what else did everyone say about him that was also wrong? If there was enough good in him to do that, then how much more was buried under the surface? She felt a certain heat on her face that definitely didn't come from the desert heat, and felt a feeling inside that she couldn't quite identify. Before she could think on the sensations further, a classmate caught up to her. "Oh, Matsuri. You alright?" Matsuri turned and her thoughts drifted away from Suna's supposed local monster and over to her classmate. "Yes, I am fine, Taya-san. Just thinking about someone. Someone great." The girl who possessed green hair named Taya rose an eyebrow at that statement's end but shrugged. "Whatever. Just thought I would ask because I saw those jerks picking on you again." Matsuri bowed. "Thank you for being concerned enough to actually check up on me." The green-haired girl held up her hand. "No problem, but you don't have to be so stiff and formal all the time. Hell, if anything I should be considering who my mom is." Matsuri nodded. "I don't think she would mind you being a little less." Taya cut in and spoke. "Crude? Outspoken? Disrespectful?" She kept on running down the list. Matsuri didn't know quite how to answer, but eventually she said, "Why, yes." Taya shrugged. Whatever. I don't care." "Hey Matsuri, wanna go get a bite to eat?" Matsuri responded. "I would be happy to." Matsuri was happy because it seemed someone was noticing her, but not so that they could torment her. Taya nodded. "Let's go." Matsuri followed but was lost in thought. Today the village monster stood up for me and I think I made a friend in Taya. I never thought my life would actually turn out this way. I think things are finally looking up for me. Gaara has a coldness to him that I have never experienced before and yet felt eerily similar to what I felt at the academy with no real friends, but I really want to help him. I know that he is supposed to be our Ichibi Jinchuriki and that his father is the Kazakage, but I really don't know who Gaara is beyond what he shows to everyone. That doesn't matter. I will find answers and I will never stop trying to reach through to him. Matsuri went wide-eyed and spoke to her new friend. "Taya-san, do you know anything about what Gaara was like before he started killing people?" Taya nodded sadly. "Yeah, my mom used to take me to see him back when his uncle was still alive and took care of him. I was never close to him, but I could tell something was tearing him apart. I only found out later that he had the Ichibi in him. He had always been killing people except early on it was just anyone who attacked him with the intent to kill him from what I heard. But then his uncle went crazy and attacked the poor kid with the intent to kill him. He said something and it broke Gaara and then he started killing anyone who looked at him funny." Matsuri's eyes went to the ground. "Oh?" Taya asked. "Why the sudden interest in him?" Matsuri's cheeks went slightly red before she responded. "Those 3 bullies who were harassing me earlier were scared off by him." Taya nodded. "Yeah, I have heard about him doing stuff like that before." Matsuri asked. "Do you think there is more to him than the killer he chooses to be?" Taya shrugged. "I don't know honestly. I would like to think that, but everything shows that he has learned to enjoy bloodshed. But on the other hand, you have stuff like him scaring off bullies and sparing some people that really make you wonder." Matsuri spoke with determination. "I believe that he is more than a killer. More than a monster. I want to reach out and help to show it to everyone. His name means to be unloved by everyone except himself, but I want to prove it wrong." Taya stopped walking and looked Matsuri straight in the eye. "That is a tall order. After everything that has happened, I don't think Gaara wants to be helped, nor saved from what he has become. It might be impossible." Matsuri met her gaze and spoke. "Maybe. But we won't know until I try. Even if I fail the first time, I will try again, and again, and again, and so on until I have saved him or died trying." The gaze held for what felt like a few minutes before Taya started smiling. "If that's how you feel, then be my guest. Who knows, if that kind of ironclad determination is what you feel about this, then maybe, just maybe you might be able to reach through to him. I'll help how I can." Matsuri smiled. "Thank you?" Taya nodded. "Sure, what are friends for?" And the two continued to walk through the streets of Suna. Matsuri thought only one thing: I really have a friend now. Maybe reaching through Tagara won't be as difficult as I thought it would be. XXX Konoha Hokage Tower. The Hokage's office. 8 hours following the end of daybreak, within the cramped confines of the Hokage's office, a gathering stood. The Hokage, his advisors and former teammates Yudatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, his head A and B guard, which was Tenzo, and the clan heads, including the newly named Uchiha Mikoto. The Uchiha matriarch stood tall and calm despite the devastating losses she had just suffered earlier that day. The Hokage spoke. So, what was our losses? Koharu spoke. Considering the suddenness of the attack and the damage that could have been done, they are not as bad as it could have been. Hamura spoke. Very much so. However, numbers must be stated. We lost almost 200 Uchiha shinobi, and with them, we lost our military police. Civilian casualties number stood at about 60 last time I checked the confirmed ones. Most of the other clans suffered minor losses, about 15 to 20 each, not surprising if it was a distracting action. The Hyuga were hit slightly harder by the masked shinobi. We believe they were looking for someone or something rather than just trying to prevent attention to what they were really after. We have confirmed 30 active members of the Hyuga as casualties, but we should let the Hyuga heads speak for the rest. Koharu nodded, and the mass parted to let 2 figures through. However, neither was Hayashi, it was Hitomi and Hisashi. Hitomi spoke first. We have confirmed the deaths of all members to our Council of Elders excluding Hideki due to being held in a remote secure holding cell till all possible operations he had authorized had been thoroughly investigated and all evidence for and against his involvement had been gathered and documented. I would explain why Hayashi is not here, but I believe the one who was there and witnessed it should explain. Hisashi nodded. Hayashi and I worked hard to expel the attackers from the compound, and we were alerted by one of our clansmen to a group who had made it in, but one was still amongst the living while the rest had been killed. We moved to where the girls said they were heading in the direction of, and we found the Council of Elders dead, each one from a stab wound, but none that should be immediately lethal. We went on alert, but the masked assassin managed to get the drop on us with the hiding with camouflage jutsu. He stabbed Hayashi in the back with a kunai covered in a poison that I had never seen before. I managed to disable and kill him before he could get away. Hitomi found us and managed to purge most of the poison from her husband using her medical training. Hitomi nodded and motioned to her brother-in-law that she would take it from here. I managed to stabilize him enough to get Hayashi to the hospital for better treatment. One of the medics managed to fully purge the rest of the poison from Hayashi and identified it as a poison that the division had previously encountered and, thanks to recent intelligence, now had a name for: Nature's Fury. However, a medic performed a full examination and said that the damage done to Hayashi's body is too much. He has been removed from all duties on medical order. They're saying that he might not be able to walk again, and that whatever damage the poison inflicted may have drastically shortened my husband's lifespan. Hiruzen nodded. That is sad to hear. I hope the medics are wrong in that regard. But moving back to Nature's Fury, that information is fairly recently gained intelligence. Nature's Fury is a rare and unique poison that does rapidly crippling damage to any creature who is not plant-based in biology, and the poison doesn't affect plant life in the slightest. We have been aware of its existence for a while, but one of our information dealers recently gave us the poison's name as well as other information on it. The poison's usage here has identified a key suspect as the organizer of the attack. Koharu spoke. How, might I ask, does the poison itself answer anything about who attacked us? Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement. Thanks to that information, that Hisashi-san, the information seller in question, gave us information on where, or should I say who, the poison is manufactured by. The poison is made exclusively by a shadow nin Hisashi-san claimed existed and Jiraiya confirmed named Zetsu. The group understood what Hiruzen meant by shadow nin, a ninja who possessed no notable connections, at least to undiscerning eyes, no confirmable location of origin and background, and was successful enough to keep their name out of the bingo book. Hamura spoke up. Interesting, but I don't see how the poison connects the attack to this Zetsu. Hiruzen spoke again. Zetsu is a rather unique individual. We don't know what is his full capabilities or his age, but information that Hisashi and Jiraiya have uncovered points to either him being very old or being a descendant in a family with very similar appearances and targets. Information ties either Zetsu himself or members of his family to the infamous Senju Uchiha feud, riling it up when the thing seemed to be approaching peaceful resolution. Mikoto's eyes went wide but said nothing. Everyone else began muttering amongst themselves for a moment. Eventually Hamura responded. I'm assuming this is based on accounts that describe individuals with a similar appearance to this Shadow Nin? Hiruzen nodded. You would be correct. But the poison is attached uniquely to Zetsu due to what we do know about his abilities. He possesses a command over plants very similar to Hashirama Sensei's would release, allowing him to produce a viciously varied tool set. Nature's Fury has been confirmed as a poison created through his ability, and Zetsu does not sell his creations to buyers, he only uses them himself or gives it to anyone who does what we have reasonably deduced were jobs hired out by himself. Kohara nodded. If the poison doesn't attack plant life but does attack any other type of biology, then that would make complete sense. This Zetsu is dangerous. I suggest we put him in the bingo book. Hamura nodded as well. Agreed, someone like this Zetsu is too dangerous to be allowed to walk freely. Do we have any clues as to any organizational ties he may possess? Hiruzen spoke. Recent information regarding Zetsu has pointed toward him aligning with a Shadow Nin who goes by the alias Pain, who we believe originated from the Land of Rain. This Pain was noted to have built a mercenary unit named Akatsuki consisting of high A rank to S rank missing Nin. Information sent to me recently has identified 5 Heart Kakuzu, Sasori of the Red Sands, and Orochimaru as members of the organization. Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan and the Jonin commander of the village, sighed. So these guys are some of the worst and most dangerous missing Nin out there. Troublesome. Hiruzen nodded. Indeed. But one of the participants in the attack on our village was sighted wearing the organization's uniform, a black cloak embroidered with red clouds. He has been given the name Toby by Shursui thanks to one of the other attackers who survived saying his name. Shursui previously encountered him and discovered that he shares Obito's Kamui ability that allows him to phase through attacks. Toby appeared at the Uchiha compound and aided in allowing 2 of the assassins to escape, and we confirmed there that he also possesses Kamui's warping capability. Which means he is an Uchiha, or he isn't one, but he did steal an Uchiha's Sharingan that possessed the same Mangekyo ability as Obito. Shursui's information about Toby's appearance from what they could discern with the cloak and mask obscuring him points to the idea that Toby is a rogue Uchiha. Shikaka nodded. Yep, this is definitely troublesome. We should alert our shinobi about what we can and put these men in the bingo book. Hiruzen spoke. I agree. I plan on putting Jiraiya onto the organization's trail and see if he can find any more about who is part of it before we start posting bounties. The more we know, the better prepared we will be, should they have been behind this, for the possibility of a second strike. Everyone nodded. Hiruzen went to speak before the door slammed open. Hokage-sama. A ninja stood knelt over breathing hard. They waited for him to catch his breath, then he spoke. A small girl and a young woman just arrived at the gates. They were wearing protectors bearing the symbol of Takigakure. They handed me a letter and claimed it was for you and that they had bad news. Hiruzen asked. Did they tell you what it was? The gate guard nodded. They did, and if it is true then today just got worse. They said the letter explained everything. It is better if you read it rather than have me explain what they told me. Hiruzen nodded and took the message and began reading. Before long he let out a weary sigh and spoke. Damn. This makes today even worse than I thought it could be. Hamura spoke. What does it say, Hiruzen? Sensing that his friend needed his teammate, not his advisor. Hiruzen sighed and then spoke. It was written to us by Shibuki Dano. According to this letter, Taki spotted a missing Nin army heading towards them over 2 weeks ago being led by Kakuzu and Haiden of the Jashin, both wearing Akatsuki's uniform. Shibuki figured out that they were planning on destroying Taki and retrieving their Jinchuriki. The little girl he sent with one of his jonins is the Jinchuriki that the 2 Akatsukis were sent after. He denied them their full victory and sacrificed himself and his village to buy them time to get here safely and undetected. Koharu spoke. Taki's loss will be hard to get past, especially after what has happened today. But with its final hour, they denied their opponents complete victory. Let us remember that. Everyone agreed with the sentiment. Hiruzen spoke. We will be taking Fu and Kagome into our village. Any opposed? No one said anything other than agreement with his decision. Hiruzen continued. Very well, they shall be allowed to join us. But I must inform you all of something. Everyone, including the gate guard, looked at the Hokage. The Sarutobi continued. Minato's final act as Hokage was to place an order forbidding the release of any information regarding Jinchuriki we create or gain to the public, to protect the Jinchuriki from the harsh, unforgiving treatment that all who bear a biju within get for it. Fu's status is not to leave this room, And should any of you figure out who the other Jinchuriki are, you are bound by the order to not allow that information to spread or affect your treatment of them. Even I am bound by it. The punishment is death, and he has people loyal to that order ready to kill any who defy it, with only his students having the authority to dissuade them. Shikaku's eyes went wide. But that would mean… Hiruzen nodded. Yes, the Kyuubi was sealed into a new Jinchuriki. Minato's final order holds. I have no power to overturn it, and am subject to the penalty should I defy it. Only his students hold that authority. Everyone who didn't already know about both the order and who the Jinchuriki were understood the gravity of the situation. Hiruzen looked towards the gate guard. You are dismissed, return to your post. And tell the ANBU to have the two brought here. The man nodded and did so. Hiruzen spoke. Now if there is any. Hokage-sama. What now? Hiruzen thought in dread. A Konoha Jonin wearing the uniform given to guards to the maximum security ward of the prison rushed in. Danzo's gone. Shit. Hiruzen and everyone else in the room thought. How did that happen? Danzo's chakra was sealed. Aburaim Shibi spoke in his usual monotone of voice, but those who knew him best could hear his tells for confusion and surprise slipping in. There was no sign of forced entry or exit, but a sensor did a sweep of the facility and found excess chakra from the usage of a jutsu in a path through walls and doors starting from the outside and ending at Danzo's cell, where a similar but ultimately different molding was detected inside the cell. That was how we found out about it. The prison guard explained. Hiruzen let his head drop. It was most likely Toby making use of Kamui to sneak in and extract Danzo during the chaos. Damn. Shikaku spoke. Unless Danzo's corpse shows up in the next few days, I suggest we put him in the bingo book as well. Agreed. If that is everything, then we will adjourn for now. That was all Hiruzen said to the group. Everyone except Tenza left. Hiruzen spoke. I know you're here. You don't have to hide now. What followed was Obito walking out of the wall next to them. Obito tried to smirk, but the smile didn't quite reach his eyes, not surprising considering the day that had just happened. How long did it take to notice me? Hiruzen answered. Longer than I would have liked. Am I going to die for what I said? Obito shook his head tiredly. I think telling them about it to prepare for the eventuality of the secret coming out is a good call. Minato-sensei put those rules in place to protect them, but the secrecy they provide now is not going to last forever. We have to hope that cooler heads will prevail. I think that considering that it has been almost 8.5 years since the attack, I think they have cooled down considerably. I think that it will be far better to have told them now that we have had time to recover and let the deepest wounds begin to heal than having told them that night with all that devastation and carnage fresh in their minds. Hiruzen nodded after a moment of consideration. Perhaps you're right. Obito looked as though he had something to say, so Hiruzen motioned for him to speak. Obito nodded and spoke. I caught you say that the letter mentioned that Taki sent one of their jonins with Fu, and I know I heard you say her name was Kagome. It wouldn't happen to Kawanaga Kagome, right? Hiruzen nodded. Yes, that is who the letter identified Fu's escort as. I know you ran into her a few years ago, and unless I'm mistaken she is Kagome of the Waterfall's Searing Mists. Obito responded. If it is Kawanaga Kagome, then yes, she is on both parts. Hiruzen spoke. I'm assuming that you will vouch for her? Obito nodded. Yes. From what I observed of her when I met on that mission, she seemed to be the type who wouldn't try to pull some of Kumo's kidnapping shit. I don't think she is here to do anything like that. If Taki has been destroyed, she will probably seek to join our forces to ensure that what happened there won't happen again here. Hiruzen nodded after some thought. I'll take that into consideration. I assume you will be wanting to take a look at Fu's seal, yes? Obito nodded with a serious expression on his face. I haven't heard anything from Jiraiya-sama about an out-controlled Jinchuriki in Taki because of a bad seal, like the one down in Suna, but considering how well Taki was at keeping secrets, we might want to take a look to be safe. Hiruzen nodded and decided to prod that topic that had just been mentioned. Do you think the one in Suna will be a problem in the future? Obito scratched the back of his head. I don't know, it depends on how well we stay on with Suna. But if they sent him here for the Chunin exams, I would heavily question their intent if they hadn't realized their mistake and rectified it. Hiruzen nodded. And anything for off the record? Obito nodded. If I ran into him on a mission and I get too bad a feel off of how he's acting, I'm going to knock him out and see how badly they fucked up the seal. Hiruzen nodded. I would not condone such an action against our ally, but After everything Jiraiya has reported on this Gara, I would not condemn such an action as unnecessary. Then Hiruzen noticed the document Obito was reading over in his hands. May I ask what that is? The old Hokage asked. Obito looked up from it and responded. It was something me and Kakashi drew up with Tenzo after Danzo went down. Danzo built that massive subterranean compound for root beneath the village, right? Hiruzen nodded, then Obito spoke again. The document is a proposal to repurpose it for use by the village proper. Tenzo spoke at that moment. That's my proposal to convert the root compound into a hiding place in the case of an invasion, used as a facility to keep people from being detected by spies in the village proper. Or to serve as either a hiding place and secure location in case of similar circumstances as the night of the QB attack, while having the full might of the village to protect us in case someone tries to break in, or barracks for people we need to keep separate from the village for safety. Reasons. The one you, Kakashi-senpai, and I worked together to write up. Hell, the very bottom of the facility is an incredibly large room covered in seals that we can only assume was meant to dump a biju into using some kind of summons or teleportation method, and the seals in the room suppress its power until it could be sealed. The amount of design consideration that went into the compound allows for quite a few uses. The old Hokage thought it over and nodded at the intelligence of the idea. I could see repurposing the root compound to be used like that. The problem would be trying to set up a cover for the entrance hatch, as well as making additional exits for the case of emergencies. Obito and Tenzo both nodded. That was why we ended up shelving the idea. Obito responded. Hiruzen began rubbing his chin while he thought about the information. Perhaps, in light of today's events, we should begin considering it. Tenzo spoke up. I heard that Tuchi-san was looking to upgrade from a stall to a full restaurant. We could sell the lot to him and give him certain exemptions in exchange for his restaurant serving as the cover for the bunker's primary entrance. Both the Hokage and Obito agreed with the idea, but after a moment Obito stared at him. I didn't know you ate at Ichiraku's. I eat there a lot, especially because of Naruto, and I have never seen you there. Tenzo shrugged. I only eat there occasionally. Decent, cheap food and excellent in case something happened, and I'm short on Ryo. Can't argue with that. Both Hiruzen and Obito both conceded that point to the ANBU. Obito responded. Unless you're feeding a bottomless pit, in which case even their prices won't save your wallet. Hiruzen and Tenzo both chuckled at that one. At that moment, ANBU appeared escorting the pair that they had been talking about. Fu of Taki, the youngest of the pair, had tan skin, amber eyes with no pupils, and mint green hair cut short. She wore white clothes and a red cylindrical backpack. Tied on her arm was a forehead protector for Taki. Kawanaga Kagome, the eldest of the pair and identified in the bingo book by the title Kagome of the Waterfall Searing Mists, had lightly tanned skin, emerald green eyes, and light blue hair at mid-neck length. She wore a modified version of her village's standard uniform with everything that came with it. Her forehead protector was tied around her head. Kagome of the Waterfall's Searing Mists was an interesting person. In-depth information about her and what she could do was an open secret that Taki managed to cover quite well, with few details slipping out. Possessing a bloodline that did not originate from any clan in Taki and making use of it so masterfully and skillfully despite only having herself to train it, and reverse engineering any techniques for it she encountered, as well as using it just subtly enough in open situations that plausible deniability could be factored in. Her mastery of water release and fire release made her a force anyone would think twice about taking head-on. Then there was who she was trained by, Hana the Antlion, one of Taki's former ANBU captains, who made her name known with skillful use of trap-based ninjutsu, genjutsu, and fuinjutsu. Encountering her in any battlefield that she prepared was suicide, and even those ambushing her had to be cautious of the traps she could place at a moment's notice. Her title was reflective of her dangerousness when faced on her turf, like it was for an antlion's prey to wander into their pit. While Kagome preferred a far more direct approach, she learned how to approach a fight like her sensei had before her death on a mission 8 years ago. Obito and Kagome had met before, 2 years ago, while Obito had briefly taken up a genin squad consisting of Aburain Toryun, Yamanaka Fu, and the root boy Shin. It was a C rank that got upgraded to A rank that ended with a few AIM missing nin being killed, while their employer, a Taki missing nin named Sueyan, managed to escape. Obito spoke. Hey Kagome. Kagome nodded her head. Obito-san, it is good to see you again. The young woman spoke with a near monotone in a slow, measured way. One that did not indicate a lack of intelligence, but rather an intelligence that made sure that every word that was spoken had the intended meaning to it. Hiruzen spoke. Greetings Kagome-san, Fu-chan. I wish the circumstances for our meeting were better than they are. Fu's eyes communicated so much fear, but she nodded. Kagome spoke. Yes indeed, Hiruzen-sama. But I must insist that we focus on the matter at hand. Hiruzen sighed. Your immigration and integration into Konoha has already been accepted. No one disagreed with my decision. Kagome allowed a small and warm smile to get on her lips. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Fu made her appreciation known as well, except hers was expressed as a massive hug. Fu has impressive strength for one so young. Hiruzen thought to himself after the girl released her hug. Obito spoke here. However, we would like to know a few things. First off, do either one of you possess the seal's key, and second off, are you willing to allow us to take a look at the seal as precautionary measure? Kagome answered. Fu possesses the key, but the seal does not allow her to access it until she is ready to. It is locked within the seal itself. I don't know how or when it will determine she is ready. Second off, no, I do not mind. If I were in your position, I would do the same. They moved to an examination room where Obito went to work. After a while, the Uchiha spoke. Impressive, whoever made this knew what they were doing. It looks like the Nanabai isn't actively trying to escape, so her seal's integrity is excellent with some minor degradation over the years due to the Bijuu's chakra. I don't know if her Bijuu's mind is inactive or not, but if it is active yet not trying to escape, then we have no real problem. Hiruzen smiled. That's good to hear. Obito, lead them to the apartment complex near the village square. They already had a few apartments available to rent. Why don't you take Fu here to meet the others tomorrow? I'm sure they will enjoy her company. Obito smiled. Of course. He turned to the two girls. Follow me. Before they left, Kagome handed 2 storage scrolls to the old Hokage. Obito asked. What's in those? Kagome answered. The Jutsu scroll from Taki in one, and in the other is Taki's forbidden scroll, the scroll of the cursed fall, which includes the knowledge of how to activate one of our most fearsome techniques, the Earth Grudge Fear. Obito went pale. My suggestion, put that scroll where no one will find it. Don't even store it with our forbidden scroll, the scroll of sealing. Lock it up tight and in a spot no one will look. Make the fact that we have it an S-class secret, and then carry on as though we never got it. Hiruzen nodded. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment, Obito. Then the 3 began walking and left. Hiruzen sighed. So far no response from Hisashi regarding the letter they found on the old Hokage's desk. It was addressed to the Shadow Wielder, and trap and ordnance inspections determined that the letter contained no form of trap nor explosive. They attempted to read the letter and found it was written in characters that they couldn't read, but Hiruzen recognized from some of his time around the Shadow Wielder. He hoped that the man would be able to discover the message's meaning. The letter had been sent to him using a hawk trained to find the elusive spymaster. Hopefully it would find him soon. Land of Iron A village on the outskirts. Kageyami Hisashi had literally just sat down in an open-air bar to get a drink when the hawk had found him. The town he was in was the last stop he needed to make, holding the last operation authorized by that old Hyuga-fuck Hideki. He had made a detour to the Iron Capital to get the man's report. It held a degree of importance considering how high up the man was in this nation. He pulled both messages out of the hawk's holder, seeing that they both held the kanjis for his name. Then he opened the first message and took a few swallows of his drink before he began reading what was written on the paper. Hisashi, I don't know where you are nor how long it will take this hawk to find you. It doesn't matter. Konoha was invaded today. Those who survived and fought back against our attackers indicate that the invaders possessed the Sharingan, and a large chunk of them possessed a Mangekyo that had a particularly powerful ability that allowed them to take control of those who made eye contact with them. The ability worked 100% of the time when used against Uchihos with activated Sharingans, but was unable to work on any who possessed a Mangekyo. Anyone else in the Jutsu had a low chance of working on. The control also shattered if the hijacked were forced to actions that resulted in an awakened Mangekyo. But that is beside the point, Hisashi. The Uchiha have been almost completely wiped out. Only 6 remain. I don't have evidence to point either you or Jiraiya to a trail to begin searching, but we have confirmed that an Akatsuki member was part of the attack, one that goes by Tobi. He possesses Kamui just like Obito. After the attack we discovered a message left by one of the invaders. Cryptology couldn't decipher, but I have an intuition that says you will be able to. Once you're done with investigating Hideki's dealings, I ask you to return to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen. So that is how they bite it here. Wonder what is in the other message. Hisashi thought to himself as he began thinking of what to write for a reply. He put that message in his pocket and pulled out a pen and paper for a response before he opened up the next message. He began reading while taking a drink, until he recognized why Konoha's cryptology couldn't decipher the message. The shadow wielder choked on his drink and did a spit take once he realized that the message was written in a code he knew extremely well. How the fucking hell did they get a message written in this? He screamed. He read the letter, and it changed some things, but he needed to get answers on what happened and how they had gotten it. He quickly wrote a response to the old Hokage and before giving it to the messenger hawk and sending it off. The enigmatic spymaster turned his drink up and chugged it down before paying his tab, rushing to the inn and canceling his reservations, and began traveling as fast as he possibly could to Konoha. It would risk blowing his cover that he had to maintain by the order of his superiors, their code of observing from the shadows, fighting from within the darkness of obscurity until their presence in the light was well and truly needed, primarily by solving problems quietly or by dealing information to those who needed it. But he would cross that bridge when he came to it. Something was already fucked up, and something or someone had been messing around directly in these parts with how things were progressing, and now a message encryption code he helped write had been used to write a message to him. A code that no one around these parts should have had the knowledge to write in. Hisashi would be in Konoha in 2 weeks. Answers would be taken. Back in Konoha, the streets of the village outside the Hokage's tower, as the three made their way to where the old Hokage had asked Obito to take their new village residence, the Uchiha and the 2 former Takas were passed by a few civilians who were talking. Kagome was unable to figure out what they were talking about, and was unable to pick up enough pieces of the conversation to figure it out. But she looked over at Obito, whose face began dropping from the tired smile to a frown as his head dropped, and a shadow covered his eyes as he moved them towards the ground. Kagome could hear just a little bit from the end of his mumblings in response to whatever he heard them talking about. Damn it, even after all these years it turns out that I'm still stuck in your shadow. Kagome looked at him, began wondering what could cause a reaction like this. It almost seemed like a different person from the Obito who she remembered. Kagome spoke up to try to get Obito focused on another subject. Obito-san, what did the Hokage mean by others like Fu? She dropped her voice low. Do you have other Jinchuriki as well? Obito's mood shifted back to his usual more relaxed demeanor before he nodded. Yeah, 3 in fact. 2 of which are her age. Those 2 don't know yet. I was going to wait a few years before telling them, but today changed things. Right now I'm waiting for things to calm down enough to tell them and for the gravity of it to really sink in. Does Fu know exactly what she is? Kagome shook her head. I don't think so. She knows that she is a Jinchuriki, and that is something you don't tell to strangers, but I don't think she understands beyond that. Before the conversation could go any further, something caused a shiver to run down the Uchiha's spine and led Obito to instinctively react to it by triggering Kamui and phasing. A mere moment later, a green blur slammed through him and straight into Kagome, knocking her to the ground. Then the blur spoke in an incredibly loud voice. Oh, thank goodness the village is still standing and I found you, Obito Kun. Obito instinctively covered his ears to protect them from the sound before responding. Hey guy, you missed the attack. You probably would have helped out a lot. By the way, you knocked Kagome over. Guy looked over and saw the young woman who had been knocked to the ground by his entrance. I'm so sorry about that, Takiya-san. Before he dropped his voice to a more appreciable level. I apologize if I hurt you, he said, bowing his bowl-cut head. Kagome looked as though she was trying to process what all happened and the man in front of her before she responded. It's alright, Guy-san, I believe. I have been hit by far worse. I'm Kawanaga Kagome. Guy nodded in understanding. Pleasure to meet you, I am Mato Guy. Now I must leave you, for the Hokage needs the report of my mission. Until next time we meet, Guy left before Kagome spoke to Obito. He's strange, but there is a certain endearing quality to it. Obito nodded. Yeah, Guy is like that. He can be annoying, but you know that he only wants the best for everyone in the village, and there's something that makes it so you can't be completely angry at him. Plus he knows his shit when it comes to taijutsu. He's alright in my book. They walked for a while before Kagome spoke on something she had observed. I heard that your clan was a major part of the village and formed its military police, but I don't see any. Obito grimaced. Yeah, the attack earlier killed the majority of them. We went from just over 200 down to just 6. Kagome closed her eyes. That's horrible. But what will happen to the military police? Obito responded. Yeah, it is. My aunt Mikoto is now in charge of the clan and the police by default, and she is trying to get measures passed to reorganize the whole thing, take it from a single clan to anyone who wants to join kinda thing. They were already working on it before the attack happened, and now there is going to be a real push from a larger faction to make it so. A lot of traditionalists who hold a similar mindset as the second Hokage have been pushing against it because it would mean that Uchihas who want to take other positions of power besides within the military police and as Jonin senseis would be free to do so. Now that only 6 are left, they are left with either continuing to resist, which would risk major public backlash, trying to allow it but have it altered so that Uchihas are still restricted and risk public backlash as well, or allow the measure my aunt is pushing to pass in its untampered state, and finally letting Tobirama-sama's distrust of the Uchiha to be laid to rest. Kagome asked. Does any of your remaining clansmen want to be part of the military police? Obito shook his head. I do not know honestly. Maybe Mikoto, but I don't know about anyone else. Obito decided to take the conversation another way. So, are you planning on getting an apartment with Fu? Kagome shook her head. I know about a rule that is in place here in Konoha regarding shinobi teams, so I'm probably going to get 2 separate apartments, one for me and one for her, that are next door to each other. Obito's mind raced as he tried to figure out the hidden meaning to what she said. You're trying to circumvent the rule we have here, but Taki didn't have, that states that no family or legal guardian is allowed to be the Jonin sensei to a genin. Kagome nodded. I would still see her expenses paid for, but yes. Obito cracked a smile. That's ingenious. Oh man, that is a loophole we never thought of. You're not going to sign on as her legal guardian while still technically serving as it. That is a loophole that only works because of circumstance. And once you're comfortably past anything that could disrupt it, then you would have her move in with you or something. Kagome spoke. That is generally the idea. Teach her some self-sufficiency while still being close enough for her to ask for help. You won't have my workaround patched, will you? Obito looked at her. Me? Nah. I don't think anyone should be punished for outsmarting the system on anything unless it is something completely fucked up. But I have to point out that the rule was made to prevent partiality. Kagome spoke. I care for Fu, but I know to separate my personal feelings from my better judgment. Obito nodded. I don't doubt that one bit, Kagome, but I'm just saying. You might want to get it cleared up with the Hokage first, though. So they continued walking. The young Fu's mind wondered about the village that was going to be her and Kagome's new home. I hope it won't always be on fire, but the people here seem really nice. I hope there's lots of cool bugs here, a voice inside her mind answered. I don't think the fires are permanent. We heard that they had been attacked earlier, and the people here seem wonderful. Bugs are extremely plentiful here, and I hear that a clan around these parts even hosts a few types of parasitic insects within their bodies. Fu smiled. I hope it's true, Chome. It would be amazing to meet one of them. Maybe one will be in my academy class when I join. Maybe one will be my teammate when I graduate. At that moment in the Aburame clan compound, the clan heir Shino sneezed. Fu could hear Komiai's voice as far back as she could remember. He had been there for her when the few who actually cared for her hadn't been able to. She didn't blame them. Chome helped her understand that they had duties to attend to. But he helped her learn with what he could. She believed he was an imaginary friend, but some of the things he claimed he knew and was right about made her think otherwise. If he was real, then that would be a shocker, but if he wasn't, then that would be a shock as well. He was just a one bizarre figment of her imagination. She tried to ask him about it once, and he kind of dodged the question. Fu was sure he had his reasons because Chome was always so honest with her. But unknown to the little girl, her imaginary friend was quite real. Chome was the name of the biju sealed inside of her. The Nanabai no Kabutomushi, the 7-tailed rhinoceros beetle. Chome, unlike the rest of his siblings, had never given up on humanity, not entirely. He was disappointed, but he still held hope that they would be able to reach Hagoromoto-san's dream. When that descendant of Indra and Uchiha began checking the seal, Chome panicked. He knew they wouldn't actively try to hurt Fu, but he was scared that they would notice his mind being awake and active before questioning Fu about hearing a voice only she could hear. Her loyalty to Kagome would have her tell them about her not-so-imaginary friend. The alarming details would point to Chome speaking to her rather than just an overactive imagination. And then they would out him to Fu, which would ruin how he wanted to reveal himself to her. Chome was able to regain composure and immediately emptied his mind of all thoughts and went completely still, trying his best to pretend to be asleep. He didn't know if the Uchiha could detect his mental presence, but he didn't chance it with his reaction. If he did possess those capabilities, then Komiai's quick reaction worked and he wasn't detected. He knew that the seal would be alright. Chomei wasn't actively trying to escape, even if his chakra was still degrading the seal. He knew the world was a dangerous place for a Biju to wander, and even if men no longer held power like those who were inheritors to Indra and Ashura, like Madara and Hashirama respectively. Even if ninja of their caliber were no longer common, it didn't change the fact that men with the power and skill to face down a walking force of nature like the Bijus still existed. Chomei found his thoughts wandering to how he wanted to reveal himself to Fu. He wanted to keep talking and encouraging her until he risked being exposed, most likely due to Fu being told what a Jinchuriki was and what came with it. Once that had happened, he would go silent, only speaking occasionally to remove any suspicion about being Nanabai. Once Fu had entered the mindscape and his prison, then he would part the veil. Before he could develop his thoughts further, he began to sense some things that he hadn't sensed in a very long time. Wait, is that, it is Isabu. And I sense Matatabi as well. And even Kurama. So that was who they were talking about. But it seems that Madane and Kuranai seemed to be mentally dormant. Komiai's heart went at ease, knowing he was among family once more. X the land of ancestors 9 hours following the retreat order. Moyo knew exactly what was about to happen. Zetsu was about to chew out the one subordinate who survived but fled before the retreat order was given. The subordinate in question, Mai, stood at the center of the room with both Moyo and Kudo in there off to the side. All three had their masks off. Cause of this, it was easy to see that Mai had been blinded in her left eye due to Izanagi. Other than her blinded eye, she had an attractive face with relatively soft features and neck-length spiky black hair. The only scar on her face was one that bisected her right eyebrow. Overall, normal humans might consider her pretty. Mai had awoken her Mangekyo in an impressive time, but she preferred not to use it, choosing instead to rely more on her other skills far more. Considering her skill with the Genjutsu Sharingan, fire release, and the Kuzurigama she wielded, it seemed to be a smart choice. Moyo had relatively plain features, with the only standout being large scratch scars that ran across his face from the encounter with the monster years ago when it got in a shot and dragged its claw across his face. He refused to have the damaged tissue removed and replaced. It was the injury that killed the fatalist pawn he used to be and birthed the revolutionary he was now. However, out of the three hybrids, Kudo was the most horrible looking. His face was covered in deep gashes that refused to fully heal and numerous scars that ran deep in his skin. His cheeks were gone in some places, exposing the muscles hidden in them in some places and in others the inside of his mouth. One eye had damaged muscle tissue hanging over it, and appeared to be clouded and blinded with his Sharingan off, but it was revealed as functioning with it on. Starting at the right side of his chin, and running down the right side of his lower jaw was a jagged third-degree burn scar that went down his throat and onto his chest. It was fitting in a way. The most monstrous of the hybrids had the most horrifying appearance. The white half had a distinct scowl on his face rather than his usual unnerving grin. "What happened?" Mai responded while trying to keep her voice even. The target was further skilled than expected. She detected the one assigned as her tail and created 3 shadow clones and sent them off. He chose to continue following her until the target body flickered away to a training ground that her clones prepared ahead of time. Koro, engage. Before she could speak further, Zetsu's black half's expression got angry and he cut her off. "We already heard the report you gave about what happened. We were asking as and why couldn't you grab her before she started using her Biju's power? She was tired from fighting your brother and then you had a perfect opportunity to knock her out and take her away and you fucked it up." Mai's composure shook and she looked at the ground. Zetsu's white half continued. "Had you teamed up on her with your brother, we might have been able to grab the Sanbai Jinchuriki. But your lust for fighting and battle gave her an opportunity to fight back and escape our clutches. Your failure has delayed the return of Kagaheim-sama. We had high hopes for you after how useful you proved yourself. It seems that we were misguided." His voice was contaminated with a tone of cold burning rage. Moyo felt a slight twinge of guilt for his part. He knew she loved to fight and would have taken a chance to fight over quietly subduing her target. He buried it alongside everything he regretted in the name of freeing his clan. Black Zetsu spoke up again. "This is your first major failure on a mission, so we are willing to overlook it as long as you ensure that it never happens again. You are a tool for us to use as we see fit, but your failure today has damaged you and your use. Next time will break you and you understands what happens to broken tools, they are disposed of. You are dismissed to get that eye replaced. Any punishment Moyo assigns will stick." Anything Kudo decides to do to you will not be punished either. Mai nodded sullenly while Moyo mentally scowled. This very manipulative abuse was what he hated the most about Zetsu. He turned his attention to Mai and saw that her expression was mostly neutral, but Zetsu's dressing down had affected her, and her sadness was breaking through. Her face wasn't red, but he could see tears running down her cheeks. But his blood ran cold with Zetsu giving Kudo free rein to do what he wanted to her. Zetsu exited the compound and left using Mayfly. Kudo walked towards Mai with a smile on his scarred and deformed face that made Moyo sick. Well. Little, perfect Mai-chan finally went and proved that she wasn't perfect. Ha. I don't think Zetsu-sama will mind if I, shall we say, make the point known with a little punishment from me. The tone of voice made it clear what his intended punishment for her was, with the amount of malevolent glee that was overflowing in the sentence, and Moyo felt his fists curl hard. Mai is one of the last remaining black flames alongside Kudo. She did her best and came back with valuable intel on Naruto Rin's capabilities, and what she got in return was a brutal dressing down and thrown to an insane and horribly disfigured psychopath who refuses to die on a suicide mission to do with her whatever the hell he wants. I know the things that Kudo has done. He needs to be punished for his actions, not encouraged to keep on doing them. The only reason Kudo even listens to Zetsu is because that bastard allows him to do what he wants and avoid punishment for it. Mai may be one of my enemies, but she deserves better treatment than being thrown to this lunatic and told he can do whatever the hell he wants to her. Moyo thought as he began reaching to draw his weapon and strike. Kudo's smile grew even more evil and unnerving as he got close to Mai and stroked his hand across her cheek. The shock in Mai's eyes became apparent and communicated that she realized what he was wanting to do with her, and feared that she couldn't stop it. Despite it, she pulled out a small folding metal weapon and used it to punch the insane hybrid. The psychopath's eyes lit up with rage and pain as he activated his Sharingan while snarling. Mai stood firm as she activated her one functioning Sharingan. Any fear that was communicated by the look in it previously was gone, and unfolded the weapon she held to reveal it as a small, handheld fan with steel for its internal structure. Kudo roared as he went to attack his would-be victim in retaliation. Moyo hesitated and almost holstered his weapon, seeing as Mai was holding her own and was doing well against the enraged psychopath. But a voice of caution spoke up and warned him to stand ready. That caution was proven warranted when Kudo managed to land a strong punch to Mai's stomach, followed by slamming her into the wall while she was stunned. Fucking hell, you little bitch! Do you have any goddamned idea how bad the scars on my face fucking hurt when someone hits me there? Kudo screamed as he began lifting his hand to deliver another punch, while he switched to his Mangekyo and began generating the shadow doubles. Before Kudo could go any further, Moyo struck. He threw his blade out and nailed Kudo in the shoulder of his dominant hand. Kudo screamed in pain. HH! Fuck! Before his screaming intensified when Moyo grabbed a hold of the chain that tethered the blade to his gauntlet, and put a great amount of strength in his arm as he pulled the insane hybrid towards him before grabbing Kudo by the neck and using his free hand to retrieve the blade of his weapon from Kudo's shoulder. Kudo had murder in his eyes and a scowl that looked horrifying on his deformed face as he loudly bellowed. Fucking every time I'm a while. One of these fucking days, I am going to fucking murder you, you fucking piece of shit. The shadow that formed around him flickered to reflect its master's rage. Moyo spoke calmly. Maybe someday, but not today. You will not touch Mai. You will give her the respect she is owed. If I ever hear about you trying to rape her or another one of our fellow hybrids again, or anyone else for that matter, you will be terminated, like you should have been years ago. Now run along, but be aware that you will be given a punishment for this incident to show that I mean it when I say that I am done with this nonsense. Do you understand? Kudo screamed but gave a begrudging affirmation before he stalked off. Mai looked at Moyo with wide eyes. Why? She asked just barely above a whisper. Why did you do that? I know about your rebellion against Zetsu, and you were trying to have me killed with the rest of the Black Flames. Why did you choose to help me when you could have left me to suffer? Moyo answered. No one deserves to be treated like he was going to do to you. Any animal who would do that to another human, I don't care if we're not entirely human, any animal who would do what he was about to do to you to another sentient being, be the aggressor my ally and the victim my enemy, is pest to be culled. Mai stared for a moment, and her cheeks went red. A gentle, thankful smile made its way onto her lips as she nodded. Thank you? before going silent and the coloring in her cheeks started gradually returning to normal. "You're welcome. Is something wrong?" Moyo questioned her. Mai responded, "No, not really. Just thinking about some things. And wondering why it took so long to figure out some things." Moyo raised an eyebrow, wondering if it had anything to do with a certain abusive creator. Moyo said nothing and grabbed both of their masks and handed Mai hers. To his surprise, she immediately channeled fire release chakra to her mouth, spitting out a small tongue of flames which lit the mask on fire, destroying it. Moyo questioned, "Why did you do that?" Mai responded, "That mask belonged to Mai of the Black Flames, the servant of Zetsu, who died when Naruto Rin plunged her chakra cloak's claw through my chest and killed me after I set up a time-delayed Izanagi. Mai of the Black Flames was buried and had any chance of return destroyed just moments ago by Zetsu and Kudo. In her place, after I returned to life from the genjutsu taking effect and erasing my death, is now Mikayu Mai." Moyo smiled. "Welcome among friends and family, Mikayu Mai. Let's go get Yaku to replace that eye and then get you a more fitting mask." Mai nodded. They exited the room and were greeted by a relatively short woman wearing a mask colored green and brown in a pattern that resembled stitching and had the kanji 4, together, written on her mask. "Moyo-sama, I was wondering what took you so long to exit with Mai-san after Kudo left the room screaming. I thought that maybe you." Moyo interrupted her. "There is no need to hide information from Mai now, Ashi. She is one of us." Ashi nodded. "That's good to hear, Mai. I'll have a new mask for her ready once Yaku-san is done with her." Mai nodded. "Thank you?" Ashi nodded. "Think nothing of it. I'm just glad that we didn't have to kill all of the remaining Black Flames. I'm happy that we managed to save one and bring them into our rebellion." Moyo nodded. "Do get a mask ready. Also assign Kudo to the scouting mission to the Desert of Pits." Ashi spoke. "Another suicide mission? Are we going to hope the creatures that make their nest in the heart of that part of the Land of Wind's Wind Desert will finally put that deformed psychopath down, or are we going to chance it with one of our own going to make sure Kudo dies and risk getting exposed?" Moyo spoke. "No assassin sent behind him, but do not let that shoulder wound I just gave him be treated. It lowers his chances of surviving the summons that make their nest there. If he somehow survives, tell him to send a message ahead of him informing us of his return, and I will see him dealt with. It is time that the Black Flames sizzle out so that Mikayu can truly begin. Though speaking of assassins being sent, if Kage happens to return and you see them, tell them to come find me." "As you wish, Moyo-sama," Ashi said with a bow before she left. The two survivors of the daybreak attack traversed towards stairs and found themselves in the lower reaches of the compound where unique plants sat, the Makahana. "Yaku, we need a replacement eye," Moyo called out to one of the men. The man in question, wearing a white mask with a red kanji 4, medicine, inscribed on it with eye holes that had lenses built into them, turned around and faced the duo. Mai's lack of a mask told far more than words could in a moment. "Take her to the room where we do that in," he said, with a noticeable warmth to his voice. Moyo took her to a room built next to the plant. In the room was an offshoot of the Makahana. Moyo assisted Mai in getting on the table below the bud of the plant, and soon Yaku joined them. "Lost an eye from his Izanagi usage?" More of a statement than a question from Yaku. Mai nodded. Yaku responded, "I need to extract the eye to produce an exact genetic copy of the part using the Makahana's bud. Do you want an anesthetic, a local, or are you one of the tough ones who would try to bear through it?" Mai responded, "I would say tough it out, but I'll take the local. I don't want Kudo getting any ideas while I'm out." Yaku looked at Moyo disbelievingly. "Why haven't you just slit that lunatic's throat yet?" Moyo shrugged. "Harder to deflect suspicion with that." "Fair enough. But seriously, Mai, I recommend that you take the anesthetic. This is going to be excruciatingly painful, enough that a local really isn't going to cut it. We have done a similar extraction and replacement before due to extreme overuse of a mangekyo, and the patient tried to tough it out and almost died from the pain alone," Yaku said in follow-up. Moyo spoke up. "Kudo won't be a problem. He will be going on a scouting mission in the Land of Wind and hopefully he will not be returning. You will have plenty of time to wake up and get the drug's effects out of your system if somehow he manages to survive and return. I suggest you take it." Mai's cheeks reddened slightly for a moment, and she gave in. "Alright, fine." Yaku nodded as he began giving the dose to Mai through and 4 he had inserted. "Have you begun considering any candidates for the experiment?" Yaku asked to Moyo. Moyo nodded. "I have a list of suitable candidates, However, most of them are in positions and roles that I need to be active in order for our rebellion to succeed when it comes time to strike. Any candidates we choose have to be in hiding in our secondary compound to prevent Zetsu from finding them if the experiment succeeds and bears fruit. I cannot afford to be in hiding for the duration of the follow-up of a successful experiment due to my induction into Akatsuki that is going to be keeping me away from here. She will be vital to keeping things running smoothly. Kage's work as our primary assassin is too important for them to be suddenly pulled away from it for almost a year. Unless you have a medic willing to do it, I don't see anyone else volunteering. Yaku shrugged. I was wondering. Don't worry, we've got 6 years before they are due to begin. I'm sure a change in attitude and other things will happen and we'll have some good candidates. Moyo raised an eyebrow. Something about that didn't sound quite right for the context we are talking about. Yaku thought for a second before responding. You're kind of right. Oh well. So when is your partner due to be here? Moyo responded. My partner has business of his own to attend to that should take about 2 weeks, and after that he is heading here. I don't know how long it will take for him to get here, but we should be prepared for Kisame to arrive any day after 2 weeks. But Kudo will be sent the way he should be going if it takes him out of the land of winds desert through the east, or towards the best road going further north in the elemental nations. If I'm lucky, Kudo will encounter Kisame and attack him looking for a kill to satisfy his bloodlust, and Kisame will put that lunatic down. If he doesn't encounter Kisame, he would still be dealing with the summon clan that makes it home in the area where he will be scouting, a clan known to be extremely hostile to anyone not with one of their summoners. If he were to die or disappear, it would eliminate the major dangers he would pose to the plan without drawing attention to possible foul play. But if all else fails, I will confront him myself in one of the few areas in Ancestors that Mayfly cannot access. I could use the opportunity to test my new evolution of Possessive Gaze on him. Yaku responded. I thought Possessive Gaze couldn't work on anyone with an active Mangekyo, because I know Kudo has one. I don't know how you managed to cover up that fact. Moyo responded. It's a new evolution that I discovered, one that I believe will work on him without the Mangekyo shutting it down if he switches over to it. My previous test showed that it would work much more subtly, allowing me to give orders to the target. It works well enough, it doesn't have the same limited success rate that Possessive Gaze does. It is a derivative of the technique, but I do not know if everyone who possesses the Possessive Gaze technique can reach the evolution I discovered for it. As for how I hid that fact from both the Black Flames and Zetsu, careful manipulation of the data and use of a few underhanded methods. It seems to function similarly to another Mangekyo mind control jutsu, but different in some ways as well. Yaku questioned. Do you believe that his mental instability will be able to be affected by the jutsu? We know that whatever is wrong with Kudo upstairs is negatively affecting any form of mental manipulation genjutsu's chance of successfully working on him. Moyo responded darkly as Mai went under. If Kudo manages to return despite my precautions and he resists the genjutsu, I will kill him myself. And I won't be going at him alone. Kudo will fall one way or another, be it becoming my pawn to help bring down Zetsu or dying at the hands of those who hate him most. Moyo said this while activating his Sharingan and turning it to the Mangekyo for the jutsu he had discovered. A yin-yang-like symbol that was black on both sides with a red divide between them and a single red dot on the outer edges of the two halves and a spike extending off of both halves. And with that, the hybrid Kunoichi went under and the hybrid medic went to work. XXX Konoha 12 hours following daybreak retreat order. Rin's mind was almost blank as she wandered through the streets of Konoha to the 2-floor house she shared with her teammates and their charge. Everything ached from the battles she fought, and she had to work herself exhausted to heal the injured, using multiple soldier pills over what she would have considered safe for most people. It was a sacrifice and one she was willing to make for her village. Some people desperately needed the medical aid and she couldn't afford not to work herself over to ensure everyone got the care they needed. Isabu was quiet, like he was sleeping or was meditating. Rin didn't care at the moment. All she could think about was going inside, taking her shoes off, lay down on the futon or a couch and just resting while praying that she wouldn't have to go back to work for some reason tonight. She made it and opened the door to find Kakashi sitting down at a table reading one of his books. Rin sighed that he had lost the care to have shame to be seen reading Jiraiya's books, but at the same time she was thankful at least that he wasn't reading it around Naruto or Hinata whenever she was around him. She went to take her shoes off and Kakashi spoke. Rough day, huh? Rin yawned before she spoke. Yeah, but the problem I had wasn't the fighting. It was the medical stuff afterwards that drained me completely. Kakashi snorted before he responded. That doesn't surprise me. I got us all teriyaki chicken takeout. Naruto ate his and I ate mine. Obito hasn't gotten home from wherever he is. That last one made Rin remember something she had been thinking of earlier, but then she started smelling the aroma from the food and a second later her stomach grumbled and reminded her that she hadn't had anything solid since breakfast cause of the attack. Rin immediately changed her path from the couch to the food and grabbed the container that had her name on it. She sat at the table and ate it at comfortable pace. At least she hoped. She might have made Naruto eating ramen might have looked cleaner, but she really didn't care after how bad her hunger got after she realized it was there. After finishing her meal and cleaning up, Rin made her way to the couch and immediately sat down and began nursing the aching muscles of her body after the long day she had. She wasn't ready to sleep yet due to leftover adrenaline. But rest in any form was greatly appreciated. I'd say take a well-earned rest, Rin-chan. The ever-wise voice of Isabu sounded off. Oh, I intend to. Say, what have you been thinking about? Rin thought as she laid back. Of how well we did today. I think we have made far more progress today than we have since we began working together. Really? I'd say so too. Rin thought to her partner. I'm serious, Rin. I realize that you're so tired that you might as well be asleep. But I am serious when I say that we have come incredibly far. We can begin with training to control yourself during version 2. Once we have you able to retain your mind in that state, then you're ready to start learning my techniques like my coral spikes. Sounds great. When do we start? Rin thought. Preferable once we have fully recovered from today's events and your abuse of soldier pills. I would say once you're not, as you humans say, punch drunk, but if we are entirely honest, you're always like that. Rin could almost see her mental roommate smirking at his shot at her. Before Rin could respond, the door opened and a voice called out tiredly. I'm home, guys. Rin roused from her daze to see Obito-kun walking in the door. She tiredly got up off the couch and went to greet him. Welcome home, Obito-kun. Obito reciprocated before speaking. Rin, see, could I talk to you? Oh, outside. Obito spoke with a bit of hesitation and a small blushing on his face. Rin found it strange but nodded, and she followed him to the small turtle pond that was in their yard. Obito looked around awkwardly before speaking. And nice night out tonight, isn't it? Rin raised an eyebrow. He's acting strange just like those times before the attack. What is wrong? Is he actually going to? Rin wondered before responding. Why, yeah, I guess it is. Obito went quiet for a while before his face twisted around before he spoke again. To hell with this. Rin was shocked by the sudden change in attitude. Excuse me? Obito breathed before responding. Rin, you did nothing wrong. I was talking about myself and my attitude towards what I'm about to do. It's been something I have been trying to talk to you about for a month now. I need you to bear with me. Rin nodded. Obito huffed for a moment. Rin, you have always been one of the most important people in my life. You were the first one outside of my mom to acknowledge and support my dream rather than putting me down for having it while also being the black sheep of the Uchiha. I made sure to return the favor by standing for you and your dream as well as behind you when you were made the Sanbai Jinchuriki. We have been together for almost 8 years and I was wanting to talk to you about something for a while now, but my own reservations about the conditions and circumstances as well as my own insecurities ran wild and I backed off. That was a mistake, one I'm correcting as we speak. Today's attack reminded me of the truth of this world, that we are living in a world where the certainty of death and unrest is assured and they can separate us forever in a moment, which is why I now ask like this. Obito paused before he continued to swallow the dry lump in his mouth and breathe for a moment, while grabbing her hand in his own. Rin's eyes went wide. Is he getting ready to ask me what I think he getting ready to? No way, it had to be something else. Obito spoke as he went to his knees. Rin, you have been the single most important people in my life since the day I met you. You have had my back and I have had yours. I have loved you regardless of whether it was just you in there or both you and the turtle as it has been for years. But now I have to ask you this. Obito said as he put his other hand around Rin's. Nora Rin, will you marry me? That one sentence nearly sent Rin into shock. I believe you are supposed to answer. Isabu's voice sounded I know and shut it. I'm trying to calm down enough to not sound like a blunder idiot. I know. Just take a moment to breathe and speak honestly. Don't try for perfection. Few things are truly perfect. We must make our best attempt and realize that it is not perfect, but we must make do with it. Isabu responded, almost nostalgically sounding as if he was recalling a memory of someone he cared for. She stood with a shocked expression for a few moments, contemplating it and calming herself. Thanks, Isabu, I needed that. Where did you come up with that? Rin asked as she calmed the last of her nerves. You're welcome. I got it from my first Jinchuriki, a woman named Karatachi. She was wise and mild-mannered, but she was a hopeless romantic. She originally gave the same advice to a friend. I remember when she was asked by her love for her hand in marriage, and I remember her trying to calm down, and she gave her advice to herself. She was someone worth remembering. She saw the truth of the Biju. She saw the truth of me. Isabu said with equal fond happiness and mournful sadness. She sounds like it. I know what I'm going to say now. Rin thought as she began to give her response. Rin got down on her knees as well and put her free hand on Obito's hands. I don't have a grand speech to give, but I will say this. I have always been fond of you. Originally I don't think it was love, but over time your dedication to proving yourself slowly but surely wormed into my heart. Some of the best memories of my life so far have been made with this family of ours, but the ones with you have been truly precious. I can say with 100% certainty that I love you and nothing will ever change that. Whatever new name we use for ourselves does not matter. To answer your question, yes, I will. Silence ensued, a blissful one. After a while Obito began muttering with tears of joy running down his eyes. Thank you, Rin. Thank you so much. XXX Konoha outskirts the next day. 20 hours following the retreat order, Tsunade and Shizen both had their eyes went wide as they laid eyes on Konoha's gates for the first time in years. For Tsunade, memories from years gone by of fighting in the Second Great Ninja War came back. The scorch marks covering the gates and the smoke from smoldering rubble brought back the images of so many battles' aftermath. Once they were in the gates, the carnage looked both better and worse somehow. Tsunade recognized the look of the shinobi running around trying to sift through collapsed buildings, trying to find victims trapped beneath the rubble. Still trying to figure out who was missing and who was dead. Shizen, go find anywhere you can help. I'm going to find Sensei and then I'll get to work as well, Tsunade said to her apprentice. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizen responded and went to find wherever she could help. Tsunade walked quickly to the Hokage's tower and saw even more of the damage to the village, determining that there was no way that people weren't still trapped beneath the rubble. How many people had lost everything they had because of this? Eventually she walked in and climbed her way up to Sensei's office. She knocked and was told to enter and found Hiruzen-sensei speaking to his teammates. The civilian casualty number have jumped up to about 150. The general clan losses have gone to about 20 to 25 each. The Aburame clan only lost 10 compared to the rest. The Hyuga losses haven't risen any. That brings our shinobi losses up to about 230 excluding the Uchiha losses, Hamura said. Even if that army was nothing but an army of pawns, this Setsu needs to be held accountable for his actions. We need to start hunting him down, Koharu said. Hiruzen started. Right now, we only have a limited idea about what Setsu is capable of. Even if he managed to breed an Uchiha clan of his own for use as an army, we still don't know how many more there are and what Setsu's full capabilities are and where his hideouts are. We need more. Tsunade? The two advisors turned around and saw Tsunade standing there. Koharu spoke. Tsunade, even if your timing is a bit questionable, it is good to see you home. Tsunade went wide-eyed. Hataru spoke as well. We have finished here. We will be taking our leave. Hiruzen, we suggest that you start planning on speaking to the daimyo in the next few days about a repair budget. Both left and Hiruzen spoke. It has been too long, Tsunade. I wish the village wasn't in the state it is in, but some things cannot be helped. Tsunade answered after a moment. Sorry, Sensei. IW was just shocked. Koharu has never been too fond of me, yet that was the nicest thing she ever said to me. Hiruzen spoke. Koharu cares about the village deeply. She may be a bit of a traditionalist, and she may be a stubborn old woman, but she cares for Konoha above all else. You coming home means that things may start improving. With you here to teach the next generation, there is little to fear for them. She knows that. She has a granddaughter that looks up to you. Tsunade smiled. Hey, good to know that some still respect the Sannin I used to be. However, it didn't last. Tsunade went serious and asked, Sensei, what happened? Hiruzen sighed and began telling what they knew. XXX Land of Grass location unknown ninjas and summoning clans had worked together since the invention of ninjutsu. Every clan had a long and story-filled history. Many clans had tragically been destroyed and consigned to the records of history, while some had been forgotten entirely after their destruction. However, the two that held the longest histories were the Toad summoning clan of Mount Myaboku and the Snake summoning clan of Ryuichi Cave. The Toads could point to their founding when their founder Gamamaru led the twin sages down the path that reshaped the world. The Snakes could point to their founding when their founder in her youth helped stop a pointless battle, the first battle of what the humans now called the Warring States era. Both could claim that one of their members had managed to master the sage arts to the point of glimpsing the universe's secrets. Things had never been entirely peaceful between the two. Few clans managed to live in complete harmony. The Slug clan of the Humid Bone Forest chose to live a peaceful existence, but they proved to be a terrible enemy should their ire be earned. Toads and snakes had always had a tension between them, but when the worst had happened and they needed to unite to fight a shared enemy, they could put aside their differences and work together. Which now led to the present. Kuzuhibi had never been the largest or most intimidating member of his clan, but he was one of the eldest and one who understood the necessity of compromise. His cool head had helped to settle many feuds before they started or helped settle some that had been going for quite some time. When the previous head had retired and Manda took over the Snake clan, Kuzuhibi believed it was his time to step down as well. He had his doubts. Manda was rough and demanding and hardly took compromises unless he came out definitively on top of the arrangement, but the old snake hoped that time and age would temper the boy's actions and decisions. Kuzuhibi had started his retirement visiting old friends amongst the different clans before eventually making his way back to Ryuichi Cave to serve as counsel for the boy. He should have realized something was going wrong when the boy wasn't seeking wise counsel. During this time, Orochimaru had been made the newest summoner of the clan. Kuzuhibi had heard about Orochimaru and Manda's showdown with Abuse and his summoner alongside Gamabunta and Katsuyu's current summoners. It seemed as though Manda was finally growing up. But then last year, Kuzuhibi had decided to go see old friends amongst the different clans once more, only to find himself met with steel rather than open arms like in the past. Every single one had met with hostility rather than hospitality. The old snake had tried to negotiate a solution, but every time he was met with a threat and the phrase, "We know better than to trust snakes from Ryuichi Cave." It saddened the old snake to see such hostility and hatred towards the cave. But then it began making him wonder where it came from. A part of him knew it had to be Manda's doing, but he kept from acting on it out of belief for reasonable doubt. No answers were given to him, and the snake decided to return to the cave. When he returned, he found himself met by the old boss snake, Kurohibi. Kuzuhibi was asked about his travels, and the old snake told his master the truth. Kurohibi was one who kept his rage in check. Most yells of outrage were shows to put fear of betraying him into the rest. But when the old black snake heard about Kuzuhibi's experience, he began radiating barely contained rage. A few days later, the old snake found himself with a summons and a mission. "Find out what happened and how we can fix it." The old snake agreed and set out. What he found so far was disgusting. Manda had been demanding human sacrifices from Orochimaru in exchange for the Snake clan's support, and Orochimaru had been happy to oblige, sacrificing enemies and towns alike to appease the boy. The summons who Kuzuhibi found who were willing to talk told of Manda attempting to destroy any clan who he viewed as a threat to his power in any way through any means. None had any true success, and any that had gained some were undercut by the same flaws that Kuzuhibi saw in the boy all those years ago. Apparently Orochimaru had gone rogue from his village of Konoha, and following this had gotten into separate fights with both his sensei Sarutobi Hiruzen and his summoned King Enma, leader of the Monkey Clan of the Mountain of the Heavenly Enlightened Sage, his teammate Jiraiya and Gamabunta, the current leader of the Toads, both times drawing Manda into the fight, and not only re-inflaming tensions but causing them to explode and become even worse than ever. The snake began mulling his options before remembering about the child that Orochimaru had trained and passed the contract on to, Mitarashi Anko. He had heard some of Manda's most loyal refer to her derisively and grumbled about her not paying proper tribute to the boss snake, preferring to summon members of the Snake clan who observed the traditions and precedents set by Kurohibi. If she had anything that could help put an end to Manda's madness, he had to go to her and speak. He had heard that she chose to remain loyal to her home, Konoha, in the wake of Orochimaru being driven out after the third Hokage discovered the full extent of his crimes and experiments, but chose not to kill the boy he had trained. Konoha was a little under 2 weeks away from where the old snake currently slithered. He decided to take the long way rather than reverse summon himself to her. Maybe others who held the scent of the snakes of the cave would be willing to impart information. He doubted it, but it was worth considering. This Anko was probably the best bet for anything that could damn Manda and set things back onto a path that could begin repairing the damages that Manda's idiocy had caused. With his next step in mind and decided on, Kuzuhibi began slithering along through the grasslands this country was named for, much like his name's sake. I had hope for you, Manda-chan, but it seems it was misplaced. You have ruined our reputation amongst the world, caused old rivalries to return and become truly bitter in nature, and you have ended countless lives for no reason other than because you can. I hope what I find in Enko-san's words to be enough to finally convince Kurohibi-sama to do something about you. If left unchecked, you threaten the balance between us all and leave us without anyone to trust should whatever the darkness that the great white snake sage senses in her vision come to pass. I know you will try to fight us, but I believe that cooler heads will prevail. They must if we are to survive, for cooler heads are the root of compromise, and without compromise, we will be alone and shall not survive. The snake slithered along as he thought this, heading to Konoha to find the student of the one who helped ruin the Snake Clan's standing and hoping she would have the answers and be willing to give them. XXX Konoha 7 days following daybreak. Naruto looked pensively at Rin and Obito as they led both him and Hinata to a place they wouldn't specify. He really started wondering when they came to the cemetery. Memories from the funerals from a few days ago filled his head. Rin and Obito insisted on going and insisted that he go with them. He didn't understand why they were coming now and why Hinata was with them. Not that he didn't mind her being with them, she was an absolutely great friend. Thinking about her drew his mind back to last winter when a couple of assholes started picking on her because of her Byakugan eyes. She never had the best confidence in herself, but what they were saying to her drove him mad, and he decided to stand up for her. Got his ass kicked, but he returned the favor and beat them into the ground just as bad if not worse. Afterwards Hinata had never acted quite the same, but as long as she was his friend he was fine. Though the semi-frequent reddening of her cheeks left him somewhat concerned. Another feeling that he didn't quite understand also bubbled up when he thought about her, but he just shook it aside. Worry started rousing in the boy's mind when they bent to head deeper into the cemetery than they had been before. Eventually Obito-san spoke. I'm sorry we have been a little vague about where we wanted to take you kids, but we really do have a reason to go this way. Trust us, this needs to be done. Naruto nodded. I trust y'all. You haven't given me reason not to. Hinata spoke. If Naruto-kun trusts you on this, then so do I. She stated, trying to sound confident. Rin nodded. We're almost where we are going, someone should be waiting for us there. Naruto wondered and looked over at Hinata, who had the same confusion in her eyes as well. They continued to walk until they came upon a section of the cemetery that was typically used for clans and families, usually denoted by a symbol or crest associated with that clan being placed on the graves. They walked to a spot marked with the swirl marking that Naruto had on all his clothes and was found on the Konoha headband as part of the leaf symbol. Hinata spoke. Rin-san, what clan is buried here? Rin looked over. I'm guessing most of your education on the various clans has mostly concerned the ones that are still considered active. The clan buried here is an old one that was allied with the Senju since before the village was founded. They didn't join the village, but they were considered part of it. They were called the Uzumaki clan. Naruto spoke up. I have a clan. Since when? Rin grimaced slightly. They were destroyed back in the first months of the Second Great Ninja War. Before everyone had realized that it was another great ninja war. Other villages and clans sought to seize the Uzumaki clan's knowledge and traits. They formed a coalition and attacked but lost heavily and gained nothing for it except destroying Yuzushigakure, the village hidden by the whirlpool. Naruto was stunned for a moment. Hinata spoke. Why does it look like no one has been here in a while? Obito picked up. Not a whole lot of people come out this way anymore. Mainly because a lot of these people have been dead for a while or have gravestones in other parts of the cemetery due to marriage or positions they held. Rin looked around. Guess Hitomi got caught up in clan business. Looks like we'll have to take up her part. Obito nodded. I was aware that was a possibility. Hinata and Naruto wondered why Hinata's mother would have been here. They had not time to speculate as Rin and Obito stopped at two particular graves. Obito spoke up. Though these two graves in particular are a bit important to Rin-chan, Kakashi, and me. The two children looked and went wide-eyed at one of the names on the stones. One was Uzumaki Kushina, the other was Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage. Naruto spoke. Wait, the fourth Hokage is buried with the Uzumaki clan. Was he part of the clan? Rin answered. The answer to that is both yes and no. He wasn't part of the clan by blood, but he was by marriage. Kushina was his wife. Well, that was something for Naruto to hear. Not every day you find out you're related indirectly to one of your heroes. Obito spoke up. Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei were probably the biggest influences in how we decided to live our lives. Naruto spoke up. Is there a reason my name is Uzumaki? Obito nodded. Yeah, kid, if you hadn't cut me off, I was about to say it. We took care of you on their behalf after they died, but we would have done it anyways even if they hadn't asked us to. Naruto questioned. Why would they ask you to take care of me? Rin put her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, they are, or rather were, your parents. That sentence hit with the weight of a freight train. Naruto eventually asked once he could form coherent sentences. Why am I only hearing about this now? Obito spoke up. Kid, we have been trying to keep you safe. Minato-sensei had enemies who would love the chance to kill you to spite him, and Kushina was an Uzumaki, which if anyone found out was true they would be gunning for you. The world we live in is messed up and we have been trying to protect you. Naruto felt his thoughts gear towards why he didn't have parents, because of the Kyuubi. Naruto grumbled. Stupid fox. Obito and Rin looked at each other with something in their eyes. Hinata noticed the air but chose to speak. I don't see why I am here. Rin sighed. We have got more to tell you too, and it involves you, Hinata. You too have learned about the 9 Biju and the Jinchurikis who have one sealed inside of them, right? The two kids nodded. Naruto spoke up. But the village was attacked by the Kyuubi, which was never given to a Jinchuriki, and it killed a bunch of people before the 4th Hokage sealed it away for good. The two adults winced. Obito spoke. Well, that is partially true, kid. It did attack the village and Minato-sensei did seal it away. He paused for a moment, probably gathering his thoughts. Obito continued. But the Kyuubi has been held by Konoha for almost 80 years. Only members of the Uzumaki clan with their powerful and unique chakra could contain it within them. In the village's history, the fox has been held by 3 Jinchurikis. The Kyuubi's first Jinchuriki was Senju Mito, born Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. Rin began speaking after he finished. Its second Jinchuriki was your mother, Kushina. Naruto spoke. Then how did it get out and attack? Rin answered. There is a lot to explain, but the short of it is that she was about to give birth to you and someone who knew Kushina-sensei held Kyuubi found out and struck the night she gave birth. The process of carrying you weakened the seal holding Kyuubi in her, and the process of giving birth rendered the seal's structure fragile to the point of imminent collapse. Minato-sensei was there to repair it once you had been born, but someone broke in and attacked before he could do so. The man kidnapped Kushina-sensei and released the fox after placing it under his control and sending it on a rampage to destroy Konoha. Obito spoke. By the time Kakashi, Rinchan, and myself caught up to them, Minato-sensei had severed the man's control over the fox and pulled it away from the village. Rinchan tried to save Kushina-sensei while the rest of us helped to set up the ceiling for Kyuubi, but he said, trailing off. Rin picked up. But by the time we had arrived, the damage to Kushina-sensei's chakra network due to the extraction had worsened beyond my ability to save or repair. She was already dying and decided to use her last moments to help save the village and her family. Obito nodded. Minato-sensei used a forbidden sealing jutsu called the Shiki Fuin to summon the Shinigami and sacrificed his soul to it in order to seal the Kyuubi into its current Jinchuriki. Obito drew in a deep breath and exhaled. Naruto, you are the current Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto went wide-eyed in shock. Eventually he sputtered out with tears running down his eyes. Why did he seal it in me? Obito spoke. Minato-sensei was one who led by example, asking no more of others than he would of himself. A trait that I believe is important for a good leader. The highest demonstration of which is what he did. But he spared you from the harsh treatment villages where the Jinchuriki's identities are known. But he also did it because he believed in you, that you would be able to achieve the power of a perfect Jinchuriki. Kushina-sensei wanted to drag it down with her, but she relented and went along with your father's plan because she believed in you. Naruto stopped crying eventually. Rin spoke once Naruto had calmed down. But someone wanted to use you for his purposes regarding your lineage and leaked your existence to Kumo. A black ops team was sent with the Nibi Jinchuriki among them to kidnap you and take you to Kumo when you were a few weeks old. Kakashi, Obito-kun, and I were able to intercept them during their escape and managed to get you back and kill or capture the team. It was decided that Yujito, the Nibi's Jinchuriki, was too much of a liability to be allowed to go free. She had too much intelligence we couldn't allow to get out, and we couldn't have her mind wiped by a Yamanaka because her Biju would have remembered anyways. Kumo has been pulling these infiltrations for a while now. It was decided that we had to make a point. Yujuto was going to be executed by her Biju being extracted, and then it would be sealed into a new Jinchuriki. Naruto and Hinata began figuring out why Hinata was here. Obito spoke. We had no idea what to look for in determining host viability with the cat, so we had to get help. Jiraiya-sama had a lot of knowledge on the subject of Biju and Jinchuriki thanks to his study of Uzumaki knowledge and scrolls. He had known a blanket method thanks to his studies on Fuinjutsu. We followed his instruction and found a potential host who would be able to properly contain the cat according to the test, but the problem was that she wasn't born yet and was due to be born on December 27th, a full 2 months away. Hinata began realizing who they were referring to, tears forming in her eyes. Rin spoke, trying to keep the girl calm with gentler bedside manner. Yes, Hinata. You are the Jinchuriki we chose. Your father never was told, but your mother was told about what we planned and she consented, placing the same faith in you that Naruto's parents placed in him. Hinata devolved into soft sobbing as Rin began hugging her, trying to comfort the child. Naruto and Obito joined the hug. Eventually the hug broke up after Hinata calmed down, her eyes still reddened by the crying. Rin asked, You feeling better, Hinata? The Hyuga nodded. Why, yes. Rin smiled. Good. Obito spoke after a while. What we have told you, you have to be cautious about who you tell it to. The kids nodded. Rin spoke. The seals that appear on your stomachs when you channel or mold chakra is the seal that binds the Biju to you. We're supposed to be cursed to harsh treatment, but I choose to look at it as we have the opportunity to do things no one else can. Naruto looked confused and voiced it simply with, What? Rin sighed before unzipping her jacket and lifting up her shirt and making a hand seal, causing a seal to appear on her stomach. I'm a Jinchuriki as well. I hold the Sanbai. It is a long story, but I almost began to focus on the negative of it before I was convinced of the opportunity one had been given. Obito smiled. The two of us and Kakashi have been called the Seals of Fate for a while. When the nickname was given to us, we began talking about it. Some hold the belief that fate is chosen by a higher power, and the ability to change it is held from us. Fate is sealed as the powers that be wills it. But Minato-sensei proposed an alternate meaning with a saying that I will always remember. If fate is a seal, then life is like a seal master drawing and creating a seal's matrix, every action done to determine what seal shall be made. We may not be able to choose the lot we're given, but we have the power to choose where we go and determine what we shall do. We may have a set destination at the end, but we can choose the path to get there or choose to carve out our own. Naruto began smiling. Heh, that does sound great. Mom and Dad were the best, weren't they? Obito and Rin smiled. Yeah, they really were. Silence ensured before respects were paid to the graves. A grumbling from each one broke the silence. A few laughs were let out. Obito smiled. How about we go get lunch? Rin nodded. Naruto screamed. Let's go to Ichiraku's. Hinata giggled at his antics, while Obito shrugged. Sure, why not? The group of four moved along,